Coming up next, we've got a panel on meme coin wars, competition for attention in a saturated market. Can I go ahead and get B-Roots, Dollar Cost Crypto, and Vetsin Crypto, along with Ian, the UFC Crypto King, to come on over to the corner over here. And then while they're making their way up to the stage, I think that SJ has an announcement for us on some treasure going on. So here you go, SJ.
Y'all are the treasure for real. Thanks everyone for making it out here. It's really awesome to see all your faces. Really awesome to have gone the last couple of years traveling around the States and then around the world and see a lot of you come here and see your faces again. So really, really appreciate that. If you haven't noticed it or haven't seen yet, on the back of your badges, we got a little crypto scavenger hunt going on. I will let you know that several people have already completed the scavenger hunt. When you complete the scavenger hunt, you get a sticker for each item. You get all 10 stickers. You get a raffle ticket. We're going to do a big crypto drawing at the end of the event. So that's just something to keep in mind. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. So here's our awesome panel. You guys can come on down. Oh, I lied.
Little button right there. Mic is live. Woo. All righty, come on up, gentlemen.
Check.
So again, we've got Mr. Vetsin Crypto, we've got Ian, we've got Dollar Cost Crypto. It looks like run away. All right, sweet. Yep, we've got Mr. B. So, gentlemen, go ahead and take it away.
Give it up for the
Scoot down. There you go. The music video. Check. This
Well, this all-star cast is going to tear this up. So meme coin wars. Question is, what defines a successful meme coin in today's? Why am I even up here for this? Today's crowded crypto space. Get them, fellas.
What's it say? Hello.
Come on.
The fuzzy part is where the microphone.
There we go. One simple thing: it's community. If you don't have a community, meme coins, it's going nowhere. Number two, marketing. You need to know how to market your meme coin. It needs to hit the community. It needs to hit the everyday person. There has to be something that strives to the person, connects with that person in order for them to want to buy the meme coin. Now, yes, we understand that there's be shit coins and things aren't what it's pointless, it's worthless. But communities to me is the key when it comes to crypto in general. When you go back to Bitcoin, it was a community of people that had the same exact ideas. That simple, that right there made Bitcoin go from 50 cents to where we see it today at 85,000. I think that's the price today. I haven't looked at it all. So, but yeah, it's a community of people. Now, yes, they were very, very, let's say, they were very toxic at sometimes, especially to our community. However, they stuck together in their ideas. And that is exactly what meme coins pretty much is. It's a community of people that strive and love the idea. They love the meme. It's fun. People can have fun in the Telegram groups. People can have fun on Twitter. And they just get together and they just love the vibe. So if you don't have the community, you don't have a meme coin, I don't care who you have. You can have the best caller in the world. If you don't have holders, the prices are going to go up.
Yeah, another thing. Check. Check. Oh, here we go. I'm good. Another thing too that's so important. Well, first of all, I didn't know I was going to speak here, but that's awesome. We're going to talk about some meme coins. But another thing that's super important, what catches people's attention is narratives, right? You have something that pops off in the world news or something that happens on PulseChain. Richard Hart says something. When you pair a coin with a good narrative, and that's what we're always doing when we're speculating. We're trying to front run the next narrative. We're trying to think, where is the direction going to go? When you have a good narrative, when it relates to everyone, when everyone's seeing it pushed out on all different channels, then you're catching people's attention. Then the community starts. Roots, we started Shill Tank 3 years ago. It was just pure meme coin, degenerate crypto Shark Tank. It was the first of its kind. It was copied. It was made into killer whales. We were hated on. We were called the worst thing that ever happened to crypto because everybody hated meme coins at the time. Now, all those people that hated on us, all they talk about is meme coins. But with the narrative, we always had guidelines when we were on our show. Have a good narrative, right? You have to have that good narrative because that draws the people in. Then, like B-Root says, you got to have a community. A good narrative will bring a community. Then you got to have marketing because marketing is everything. You have to get people's attention. We're an attention economy, and meme coins are the freaking attention currency. Like if there's a lot of attention on something, it will absolutely moon it. You get the biggest people in the world in the crypto space talking about it's going to go higher. And then what people like to do, which keeps their coin relevant, is add a utility at the end. So, that can keep your coin relevant through the bear market. And, very few meme coins, but there are some will create that new all-time high in their second cycle. So narrative is key. Everybody's trying to look for the next narrative, whether it's an Elon tweet or something big that's going to happen in the news. And obviously, we just saw a big narrative with the crypto strategic reserve. But what did they do? They sold that news. So narrative is something you have to be watching and paying attention to if you're going to be even close to being successful in the meme coin space.
Yeah, so obviously all memes are is just viral ideas is basically what it is, right? I mean, everything's a viral idea. Like you said earlier, Bitcoin, right? Like it was like we finally have our own money that can't be rugged. We're gonna overthrow the government. And instead we're gonna work with the banks now. So as long as they make me rich, right?
And people are cheering for it.
Right. So meme coins are a viral idea. Of course, in the PulseChain ecosystem, we did not take it well. Not very much. We started off in PulseChain as a one god religion. Essentially, we had these hex, and one of the earliest things I was saying to my guys was, we're going from a single god to a pantheon of gods. And that really created a schism in the brain of people in PulseChain. We went from just hex to ehex, phex, PulseChain, PulseX, ink token, and apparently most tires, Cardano on PulseChain, Teddy Bear, multiple iterations of Pepe, and I think it was really the pump that tires. I mean, that like we started a little bit with the Grays. I think the Grays started working people over, Teddy Bear and stuff. You guys did. Shout out to them. The Shill Tank, they've done a really great job in this space, and it's mostly having those because obviously we all know we've all been in crypto forever. We've seen rug pull after rug pull after rug pull. So when you see what I look for when I personally look for meme coins, I look for consistency, right? Because anyone can have a flashy start on the coin, because of course it's fucking zero. It's worth nothing. So it initially launches oh wow, it went from 50 million market cap or 50,000 market cap to now it's 5 million, and it's crazy. Basically the space has been kind of opened up. We've entered into the printing press era. Beforehand, you did even though most developers were just copy and paste developers, just to be honest. But you still need to find a developer that could launch a meme coin for you. You had to really trust them to make sure that they didn't put a little backdoor there, or they gave themselves a printing they could print more coins, or they gave themselves a whole supply. You don't know that, and that kind of barriers for entry, even though it wasn't that great, was enough to kind of we had almost I would say 95% less meme coins per year, which allowed, it was kind of a less competitive era as well. If you actually look even at the king of all meme coins, right, Dogecoin, which I've been saying forever, this entire cycle since 2022, that we were going to get an ETF for it. Lo and behold, we're going to get a Dogecoin ETF. And when that ETF happens, it's looking like it's going to happen between April and May when the Dogecoin ETF passes. That's going to cause probably a 2.5 month, probably like little super cycle in meme coins. We're probably going to see the first $100 billion meme coin, which is Dogecoin. And then we're probably going to see anywhere from 2 to 3 other $100 billion meme coins. So that means coins that are like 100 million market cap are going to all start hitting $1 billion market cap. This means we're probably going to see 100 million market cap, 200 million, 300 million market cap meme coins on PulseChain. We're going to see basically everything's going to do either 2 steps up or 1 step up on the whole ecosystem, which there's a lot of money in that. That also will drag up PulseChain because everything's paired to PulseChain or PulseX, right? And that brings volume and that burns more tokens. So it's this whole thing where like it's like instead of fighting against the curve, we have to. Even Richard was so against meme coins, but still here we go, pumped out tires, right? And that was actually 6 months. He should have launched it 6 months earlier, personally.
2 years earlier.
Maybe 2 years. He did talk about. Yeah. I mean, and then also too, right? Like our version is much better than what's going on Pump.fun. Pump.fun is actually like 0 to 1 moment where like, boom, you can safely launch a meme coin, but the guy who owns it, I think he's an Israeli guy, of course, has dumped almost $600 million worth of Solana and essentially just suppressed the price. I mean, basically he just holds on into enough Solana in order to send it to exchange and sell it. So it's since March, he's sold about $600 million of Solana. That's a lot of selling pressure. The VCs who got into Solana at about a penny. David Sachs, which is David Sachs, a lot of the guys, have you ever seen there's a show called All In podcast? These are the guys that are behind Trump's crypto team. Just look at, so these guys all got in on the VC round on Solana and got in at around a penny. So imagine you got something at a penny and it's consistently over $270, it hit $300 earlier. So it's been a money printer for them. And you just watch where the money goes, right? I mean, they created meme coins, extracted $500 million, and they bought Ethereum. So it's that sort of thing. So there's rotation. So we're about to enter sort of a meme coin sort of like spring right now, and I think it's really going to be behind Dogecoin getting the ETF because this has been a US led market and we're entering a kind of an ETF like mania cycle right now because we've had Bitcoin and Ethereum. No one's surprised about a Bitcoin Ethereum ETF. That's normal, right? That's the blue chips in crypto. Then XRP, then Solana, then Dogecoin. It opens the floodgates and then that causes speculation. So I really believe we're going to have a really explosive like back half of the year.
Awesome. Well, I gotta say it's an honor to be up here with you legends. So good to see you. Good to meet you guys. Appreciate it. God damn it. So virality, community engagement, timing, and having a dev that's like a rug pull. I think everyone sees that a lot. I mean, on ShieldTech, how many people pop up and are always asking or saying that it's a community takeover?
Way too many.
Oh. So, you guys have basically beat this question down. I don't have any more to add to that. It was covered it all.
Do you guys want to get into the talk about community takeover? Some of the grifts, like people are like, oh no, we've gone and hacked you guys, but here we have a plan. The plan is we're going to take it over the supply. We're going to fucking make it really good.
I'm gonna tell you the issue with CTOs, and I've always said this on ShieldTech, is there's no structure. And when you have a developer that is a consistent, now obviously the consistency, you have to have, experience. And with experience, you got to have more than one meme coin. So you would call them a serial dev. However, they've got consistency on what works. So they know how to run a Telegram. They have a group of people that are experienced in being admins in Telegrams. And that consistency is almost like a resume, a job resume. So you can say, okay, this guy took this thing to $50 million market cap. He's taking this to $1 billion market cap. You got more consistency than your average Joe Schmo trying to launch a meme coin on pump.tires that has no idea what he's doing. And chances are they're just hoping, Brew King, will you shout out my coin? Okay, here, I'll shout out your coin. It goes up and it goes straight down. Why? Because there's no structure in it. So, when it comes to CTOs, the reason why I don't like it, and communities know as soon as I hear CTO, I'm just like, next, is because chances are when you got 25 different people trying to be the manager of a job, how would that work? No, it doesn't work. And when you look at community, who's directing the community? Who's getting the community excited? That excitement drives people holding the coin. What does holding the coin mean? There's no sell pressure. What does no sell pressure mean? Number goes up. Number goes up means another group on Solana is sitting here looking at like, what the heck's going on over there? I'll throw it out here. Teddy bear, the #1 meme coin on PulseChain. Shout out to the meme team. That started at a, what did I call it? $40,000 market cap. The liquidity was just jack, nothing. I remember being on stream talking to Ian about it. It was like, bro, there's no liquidity in this coin. However, we kind of took it upon ourselves to, and #1, first things first, I have never launched a coin in my life, and no, I did not create Teddy Bear. So just want to put that out there. But I took it upon myself to say, you know what, let's gather a community around this. Teddy Bear means a lot to the PulseChain community. They just need to see it. And it just came through a group of people that are willing to just shield that narrative, that everything that we talked about, community, narrative. There was very little structure because probably not the best people to structure coins and stuff like that. So, but we were able to get a bunch of people that are willing to hear what we had to say about it. Today, that went from 5-6 people into that coin. It's 26,400 people. So when I show that it's the #1 meme coin on PulseChain, it doesn't necessarily have to be about market cap. To me, I look at that and say that's a massive success because everybody knows I got down like crazy in this community because it was, as DCC said, very hex non-meme coin like community. And then the Moon King comes in and it's like, who is this guy? He's a scammer. He's this, he's that. But I think that shout out to everyone, whether you want to admit it, you're in the community, or you don't want to admit that you're in the community. And I know there's a lot of people because 26,400 people is a lot of people. And I don't see that many likes when I make a Teddy Bear comment. So I'm just saying, I know you guys are out there, but that is a 100% success to the PulseChain community because there's not many coins out there that has 26,400 community members. So take that as a big plus. Whether you're, competing against PulseChain, just take what made that successful. And if you want to make a meme coin, apply it to that, and you can be just as successful as that meme coin.
Yeah, and one thing I want to add too about CTOs, if you see a coin that pumps for like $5-10 million market cap and then just dumps rugs because the dev just sold all the supply, there's a lot of people holding with unrealized gains. So if you CTO it and it pumps back up, imagine you just lost $5,000. Now you just see this coin slowly go back, and now you broke even. These people take their profit back. They're not going to usually jump in the community. But with Teddy Bear is unique, man. Teddy Bear, there's a lot of encryptedness behind it. The dev is mysterious, and it's so liquidity bonded with PDI. And we think PDI could be a major success story.
Here we go.
All right, get on your tinfoil hat.
I mean,
all right. You move on to the next race. I don't know why we're fighting right now. From 369.
I want to put this in perspective for everybody. We're talking about meme coins. I've been talking to you guys about the financial world. There's a real world out there before crypto where we all spent our money and got involved in risk assets and non-risk assets, blue chips, penny stocks. These are the penny stocks of the crypto world. We call them, what do they call them? OTC, penny stocks.
Pink slip.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so.
Pink slips.
But they're necessary. Vegas is necessary. The roulette table is necessary for a financial system. People get fired up, go out, spend their money, make things move around. It's part of it. So although I may not want to get involved with the whole meme coin community and be a big advocate of it, I do think it's necessary. I do think that it's part of our system.
Right.
Now, again, buyer beware. If you're going to go out there and play with meme coins, prepare to have your ass handed to you. Because if you don't know what you're doing, like some of these guys do, then you're going to get wrecked. So watch yourself. Let's answer this question real quick. Why do you think meme coins resonate so strongly with certain audiences?
I mean, I can tell you right away. I mean, you know, the real Cardano on PulseChain is. Oh, I knew that one was good. I knew that one was going to hit because yeah, he apologized. I will give him that. Yeah, he apologized and stuff. It kind of took the fun out of it a little bit.
Yeah, that was a weird deflection. That was a deflection. He knew he was about to get wrecked, so he had
Yeah.
to throw the apology out. The
bigger man. The bigger man.
What's crazy to me is like he actually his coin got all listed up with the U.S. government and everything for the working group, and then he's like, I don't even know about it. They just fucking randomly stop a cap, bro. Stop the cap. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. I mean, like even like you know, shout out to Fresh and Fit and everybody lab, but like even to go to like Mar-a-Lago, you have to go to D.C. to go get clearance to go if you're going to meet the president and stuff like that. Unless it's like a big event or something like that. Yeah. So that whole shit of that.
So why do you think meme coins resonate strongly with certain audiences?
I mean,
price goes up.
just for like money. I mean, look, I live in Las Vegas, right? Degenerate gambler. Shout out. But it's this whole thing where like you need to have some action, right? Where most where you really make all your money is buying and holding good assets. But in the meantime, sometimes there's really not much going on, and you have I always put like 20% of my portfolio into speculative assets. It's meme coins, brand new coins, maybe a VC into some project or something like that, and that's an action, a swing trade, right? So I understand, you know, long term buying, holding good assets, you're going to make tons of money, right? Like, I mean, not even just to go back to 2016 when I got into crypto, right? I saw Bitcoin at $350. Where's it at right now? That's 8 years later, right? Ethereum, I think I bought Ethereum at $5. $5 Ethereum, right? No, $8. I'm sorry, $8 Ethereum. Where's it at today? I know Ethereum's are like a clunky, sack of shit. Doesn't really move. It's at $2,000 8 years later. In 8 years goes like that, right? I mean, Hex is in its second cycle. I don't know if it's ERP. I don't know. I mean, we're going through this whole LGBTQ thing right now. I don't know, but. But as time goes on, right, our ecosystem is going to keep growing and growing, maturing, and then over the long term, right, we're at some point, right, you're going to look back 4 years from now, 5 years from now, and go like, dude, I wish I could buy at SAC or below SAC. Oh my God! Like I can't believe how cheap it was. I mean, like you used to be like at the all-time low with some, and this is like the same thing about viral ideas, right? This is a viral idea, and this is why you want to buy into things that have good community leaders, founders, people promote. You guys do with the Shill Tank. The reason I think your coins are so successful is because you're on YouTube every week working. That's one of the biggest things. If you want to like why I've had such a big hit rate in crypto is because I'm really good at finding out people who work hard. The reason that these celebrity meme coins don't do shit is because they're fucking lazy. They'll work for 3 days, or they'll pay them like $2 million. Oh, my Twitter got hacked. Sorry, you guys. I don't know how that happened. I do not support this meme coin at all. And they just, that's what there's professional groups that come out here that we're like, don't worry. This is what you say. This is the script. We're going to give you a few $1 million. Your Twitter got hacked, and no harm, no foul, and we'll deposit the money after you do a certain amount of tweets or give us access to the thing. And that's wrecking meme coin. Absolutely. It's just spreading it. It's just spreading it to like a crazy extent because it's even cheap. It's actually even cheapening the celebrity power a little bit because now, anytime any celebrity comes out, the only one that people are holding out for is Kanye West, right? That's the last one. I know it's joking around, but I'm serious. Like, you couldn't like Melania. Hopefully none of you guys bought Melania. I never invest in women coins, but terrible idea. Terrible idea, but them launching like Trump, the Trump coin, we made some money on that, did incredibly, literally the president of the United States, right, the GOAT, fucking talking about a meme coin, Trump, and then they decide to launch Melania, and it fucking cucks out the fucking pump. It wrecked the market. Absolutely. And Adam and Eve, I'm not going to go over for you guys, but anyway.
But the thing is, too, what you're saying is, I think what makes meme coins so appealing, you have your story, you bought Ethereum, right, $8, now, it went to 4,000, right? And you hear all these stories, but you have a lot of new people coming into crypto, and they feel like they're late. They They can't put 20 G's in Bitcoin and retire. They can't put 20 G's in Ethereum and retire. They can probably do it in PulseChain, but they don't know yet. But the fact is, they hear all these success stories. Guy put $100 in, cashed out 200,000. Guy put $2,000 and cashed out 12 mil. Like, and you hear all these success stories, and people see this is a lot better odds than a lottery ticket. And for me, like he was saying, the ecosystem, it's good to have our hardcore dollar maxes, right?
Correct.
Maybe they can back off a little bit on hating on the meme coins, which is good they have. And it's good that we have a thriving ecosystem. But it is important, in my opinion, we should be cheering for a meme coin to break $1 billion market cap. Look what happened with Solana, with Bomb. Then another meme coin broke it. Then Dog with Hat broke it.
Yeah.
So when that ceiling gets raised, then you're going to see more meme coins breaking in. When you have these established trusted meme coins like PTGC who are grinding with big but liquidity, we should be supporting them, because when a meme coin blows past $1 billion market cap, I'm over here saying, we flip your coin, we flip this coin, we flip this coin. The Solana DJs are like, what is happening over here?
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, they're coming over to speculate. Now, with multiple meme coins breaking the $1 billion market cap, now we have people just coming over to gamble. But what is it doing? It's bringing volume, it's bringing attention, it's bringing new users, and it's pumping the PulseChain price, which will pump the entire ecosystem. So I think that is super important for us to all get on board with that.
The glass ceiling.
So you just mentioned some successful meme coin projects. So what makes a meme coin stand out among thousands of them are out there? What makes something better than something else? You guys talked about community. You guys talked about, the dev team. What makes it stand out different than the thousands of other stuff that's out there?
First impression usually is what counts the most when it comes to meme coins. One thing I do like personally when I look is the website. Marketing is a big part of my philosophy when it comes to crypto in general. You'll hear me ask, is the DEX tools loaded? Is the DEX screener loaded? That's marketing. You got probably about 5 seconds in these guys' attention spans these days. Like TikTok errors. We're thinking TikTok error. You tell me a meme coin, and I go find the website. I don't see any website. Where's the Twitter? And I see flashy things over here. That's tools. I'm over here. So the things that really pops out for me that makes a successful meme coin to start, because that will allow you to get that initial pump, which is huge. That first pump is massive when it comes to meme coins. Is number one, the website. Number two, Twitter, Telegram, all that stuff is out there. I don't want to see a meme coin that I'm going to launch a coin, and if it gets past $1 million, then I'll load up the DEX tools. Like, that's a horrible plan. So when I see all that stuff in line, other people see that stuff in line. So what I'm looking at, everyone out there, thousands, millions of people also sees it also. So to me, when I see that stuff, that's going to give that initial pop, and then comes in the influencers and people that are known in the space. When they start talking about it, then everyone starts talking about it, and then it becomes viral. It becomes its own thing. That creates the narrative, that creates the community, and that just creates the whole shebang for that big pop. But that first initial impression is massive in crypto. Period.
Yeah, what makes it different? How does it stand out? And momentum, as you say, and obviously that's always, you nailed it as far as checking that on the socials, website, DEX tools, all that. I just, what makes it different, and the simplicity of things as well. Sometimes it doesn't keep it simple, stupid, right? Like, don't get overcomplicated. As we see with Solana, most people just want in and out, just something easy and simple. Maybe it is PulseChain peeps too smart for their own good sometimes. We overthink, we go down the rabbit hole and adding more and more utilities, etc. But yeah, I think it was wise to pump that tires. It should have been a lot earlier. But I think we've seen RH put his bias aside. We know he's not a meme guy, he's not an NFT guy. but it's the market. The market dictates, so you get it, you gotta give up what the market wants.
Yeah, and another thing that creates like an established meme coin, like Viru said, you gotta have that initial pump. You gotta catch people's eye. It needs to go. But then when it corrects 80, 90%, and then creates that new all-time high, how you build that, as people would say, cult-like community. And then you see that the dev is here to stay, the community is here to stay. You have the liquidity burn. You obviously see it's established itself, so it's not, as people would say, a scam, because it is creating new all-time highs. It's printing a good chart. And that's why PulseChain, man, we are the strongest cult community in the entire crypto space, hands down. I don't care what anyone says, because we've went through those 90% swings over and over, getting beat down this whole bull market. And you guys already came from X, so you're already a cult community from there coming to PulseChain. So for me, it's the perfect storm.
Yeah, this before I was Hex Jesus, I was Litecoin Moses. And I could tell you a thing or two about, walking the desert for 40 years to get some gains. But you know exactly right. Like I think as an example, like I'll look at one of the most viral memes of cycle is like Pepe, right? I mean, we were like, if you just look at like why something goes viral, just like obviously now things are getting what's happening now is like we're in the monetization phase of we're essentially monetizing IP right now. And IP can be anything from a viral idea to actually a brand or a celebrity or anything, right? I mean, and then we're also heading into the AI era as well, which this is, I'm not going to scare you guys, but so I have something called cycle theory, which means that we're in a 2-4 year cycle. So we're in kind of an 8-year mega cycle where whatever happens in the first 4 years, you get a crazier version of it in the second 4 years. So like, let's just say if we're in a 4-year cycle, the next all-time high peak is probably going to be in 2029. Roaring 20s. History rhymes, right? But the roaring 20s, right? So we saw a little bit with AI. What's going to happen next cycle, which is going to like just come and spook you guys out, is we're going to have almost all blockchains, half of the blockchain or more is going to be fake AI users with Twitter accounts, with anonymous accounts, and it's going to look real. Fake transactions. There's going to be all this action, all these people talking. It's all going to be bots. So it's going to be something like you're going to have 900 million users with like 100 million real users. It's going to be something like that. It's going to be like your entire blockchains. Everyone's trading back and forth and all this volume and stuff, and it all looks real. And it's a bunch of bots, and that's where we're heading into right now. I mean, we had a coin that launched called like Godius Maximus. I mean, you guys don't have to know about this. It's bullshit anyway. Fuck that coin. This scam. But basically an AI kind of built by Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z Capital. And what they did was, like, wow, our AI decided to make a meme coin. How did that happen? And then they made a meme coin and they put money into it. Oh, wow, it pumped. How did that happen? Right? Wow, like real natural and organic. And then the AI decided to like, oh, what's funny? Let me launch a coin called Fartcoin. And then Fartcoin launched up and stuff. And then A16Z Capital dumped a bunch of. How did that happen? And like, I know this sounds hilarious, but this is what's going to start. It's going to start like stuff like it's going to happen. Eventually, we're going to get an organic, actual AI that's going to actually create a meme coin that does go viral, right? And now, obviously, Godius Maximus. I mean, that's not a stupid name, but like, I mean, it's true. Well,
I hope it doesn't happen.
Like, I knew Chill Guy. You know what Chill Guy? The Chill Guy meme? Yeah. I told everybody here on Twitter, and I told everyone on YouTube, that was a fucking psyop. Like, no, that was not funny at all. It was like, but that's what happens is there's going to be like these psyop coins, and then you get real ones. Because where's Chill Guy now? It's damn near zero.
I think those AI agents were all.
It is absolutely.
Who knows what an AI agent is? Okay, you guys are smart, but retail comes in.
I mean, it's still like 10%.
But usually, if you ask anyone, they're just like, meme coins are simple and they're funny and they're trolling. Right. But you're right. Eventually, we'll move in that direction.
I mean, we're all going to be using AI. Like, you guys have this next bear. Like, one thing that I'm hyper focusing on in the bear market, because it's like the AI stuff is good now, but it's still like it's clanky still, right? It's going to get scary in 27 and 28. That's when the next doubling happens, and that's when it gets spooky. And what I'm going to be doing in the bear market is really learning that. So, like, one thing that because I'm doing research on, because what I'm doing is I'm going on TikTok, I'm going on Instagram, and I'm trying to see what these young guys are doing for marketing for meme coins, right? And they're essentially doing complete AI videos with incredible voices. Now, it's still early right now, but in the next cycle, you won't really be able to tell if it's fake or not. I mean, unless, of course, a celebrity. If you don't, as long as it's not using a celebrity, it's incredible. Like one thing we could be using right now is making like AI marketing videos and stuff on Instagram and on TikTok. But I think really Instagram is where the community should be focusing right now, because that's where all the millennials are at. Millennials and Xers, right? All the young guys under 25 are on TikTok, but they don't have money. They can create wallets and create that, but right now the people coming into power are millennials, right? They're aged 26 to 40 right now, and they're the ones getting into their prime working age. And this is the guys who have like extra income to actually put into coins right now. They're putting into Bitcoin, Ethereum, but they're buying meme coins. And they're trying to buy ecosystems right now because they all want to buy houses. Like what's happening? I mean, I shouldn't have to say this, but like you guys all know that you guys all know a person in your guys' life that wants to get out of their mom's house. And it's not even serious. Like they're good, hardworking people. They got a girl, maybe a kid. I'm serious. Like this is serious shit. Like our entire economic system has been hijacked, and no one can afford housing and stuff. I mean, sure. Like here in crypto, right, we've done very well. Especially we've been here a long time. We've done really well. We can get a house. You can rent a house. You're fine. But the average, you guys aren't average. You guys are the exception. You guys flew to Las Vegas to come for PulseChain Con or PulseChain 369 or to come here and talk about meme coin panel. But I'm serious. Like, you guys are exception, right? And you guys, work hard. I mean,
let me jump in here. I'm gonna change it up a little bit.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong.
You said gonna be scared. I'm scared shitless already, man. So you've convinced me. All right, I'm gonna EES some steaks and I'm gonna go get me some meme coin. Come on. I'm FOMOing in. I got a question though. So with the volatility of the meme coin, with the risk of investing, what are some tactics that you can use to mitigate those risks and start warning people about what's out there?
I got one. Hold on. Someone, subscribers out there, is there something out there that'll help you mitigate risk? Laws and meme coins. Now, if I let this out, subscribers, should I let this out to everybody on the public? All right, I'm gonna be nice today. $30 a month, $1 a day to keep the bear market away. I'm giving you some alpha here. So, all seriousness, this is not just meme coins. I call it laws of meme coins. And I released a video that helped me do very well with Shiba Inu. Everybody knows my story with Shiba Inu. But the key is, number one, taking that first initial profit. So what I like to educate people on is when you get into a coin, when it does anywhere from a 2 to 5x, which is very small gains, I say take 50% of what you put in out. What does that do? At a 2x, you break even. At a 3x, you made some money. At a 4x, you made some money. At a 5x, you made some money. And then I sit back, I chill, and I let that baby ride the way crypto does. And crypto will change your life if you get into the right coin. However, if that coin drops 95%, 85%, 99%,
Did all of them do?
you don't go screaming and complaining, oh, you showed me that coin, because reality, the reason why you're complaining is because you lost money and you did not manage your own portfolio correctly. If you take out your break even or make some gains in that initial 2 to 5x, I guarantee you won't be pissed off. Why? Because you didn't lose any money. So if that coin does its 85% after you do that, and then it goes up in this crazy run that we all have seen before, I usually say 5-6 days on average. It has been cut short because Solana is, their attention span's quick. In the last bull market, I've done some research, and the average coin that went on a parabolic rise was anywhere from 5 to 6 days. So it raised up and goes into the billions of the market cap, 5 to 6 days, that's it, it's over. So what I teach and educate my community is to When you get in that 5 or 6 day time frame, everybody gets a little excited. Take another half out. What does that do? Now let's just say you started off with $1,000. You went up to $5,000 with your 5X and you took 50% out. Now you have $2,500 worth of that coin. So if that coin drops down to almost nothing, what happened with me and Shiv, I didn't care. You know why? Because I had $2,500 that I made. Then the coin decided to do a 1 million X in 365 days from that position. So on day 6, when it's worth, let's say, $100,000, take 50% out. You still have $50,000. Now, how much profit do you have off of your $1,000 investment? $52,500. But you still have $50,000 left in your bag. Say it drops 85% and then goes on another run. Now you have $1 million in your wallet. Congratulations, you are a millionaire. Most people will be like, oh, I'm gonna take that million and it's gonna say 2 million because the double is very easy. What if that 2 million doesn't come? Or I'm gonna wait till 10 million. You take a half off, boom, you got $500,000 in your wallet. How much profit do you have? $550,000, $552,500. That's still a big profit from your $1,000 investment. You're smashing it. You don't care if it drops 95% because I'm just sitting there like, I'm good. And then it goes to a whole nother level that you never thought would ever happen in your life. That happens a lot in crypto. But because that person had a game plan from the beginning, that guy didn't do one of two things, is what I see a lot happen. The first thing, it goes up to $5,000. It goes to nothing. They didn't take any profit, and they sell for pennies. Ooh. Imagine all the people that did that for Shiv at a $500,000 market cap for to be sitting at a $50 billion market cap. Not a good situation. Or it goes up to $5,000 and they go all out. Horrible gameplay. We all know crypto that has to go very parabolic and go crazy numbers, but that person was happy with $5,000. Well, this is a time where you can be greedy during bull markets. It's okay to be a little bit greedy. You just got to have a plan from the get-go, and it can do very well for you. I call it the laws of meme coins, but I've called the top of Hex. I've called the top of many PulseChain. I've called the tops of many utility coins. You know why? Because the mindset of a human being is no different from PulseChain to a meme coin. In reality, not all the same. We're all a bunch of degens doing something different than the many people out there in Vegas right now doing things, or the other person back home working right now. So in a way, we're all kind of degens. We're just in our own little way. Now you just got to create a game plan, which is the biggest key in all of crypto. You got to create a game plan to help you get that parabolic rise, and at the same time, come away with profit so you can live another day. And if that coin is not the coin, maybe the next one is the one you have to play to do it.
The third scenario is what a lot of people will do if they don't have a plan.
Oh, yeah, you're going to round trip it. I've done it many times. Like, trust me, we've done it. It takes a lot of experience to come up with these game plans. Because yes, I've seen 7 figures turn into like nothing.
It's a little baptism through fire, right?
You will never forget it when it happens.
How many multi-million-dollar bags have you fumbled?
I would probably say 1, 2, 3.
It's about the same here. Yeah, literally. Yeah, and everyone, especially if you've been around as long as like B-Roots or me or something, you're going to prematurely sell a coin. You're going to do it, and it's a house. It's just a house of the hard knocks, right? And this is why I've implemented some with my guys, just called the HODL bag or the moon bag, right? Is even if you take profits on a coin, leave a portion of it there, because we're basically, look, you guys, we're all past the all-time lows right now. We are. We're literally in the bull market. This is the bull market year. We're in it right now. Whether it could bleed it to 26, maybe which isn't, it's a possibility you can, but you know, we have like T-minus a year in the bull run, and everything you guys have bought is completely mentally retarded to sell. Completely. It actually, even if like, the other day when PulseChain dumped, oh no, when Richard cut all the yield on Hex and stuff, and then you had the maxis trying like about to jump off a bridge, right? That was funny, right? RIP Rolling Stakes, but you know, all that stuff that was going down and stuff. That's when people fumble bags. It's like you can't, like, we're this far along. Even if like you want, like, even if like I see a better opportunity right now, I need capital. Never sell the whole thing. We're too deep in the game now. If you guys have all been DCing this long, it's one of the stupidest things. Like I mean, in the past, right? Like who's that Dogecoin millionaire guy who threw his whole 401k? You remember that story? Yeah, I had Dogecoin from back in the day. I had more Doge than that guy. That's how cheap it was. It was nothing. Like $30,000, you could have like 13 million Doge. What is 13 million Doge today? A lot of money. A lot of money. And then at the all-time high, it was 81 cents. So it's a lot of cash. Like I've had like a coin called, I was very deep into like crypto gaming back in 2017 and 2019 and 2020. I had this coin called Mana. It was literally went to a fraction of a penny. I had 3 million of it. Things were moving fast enough, so I sold it into Hex. So it did okay. But that coin ended up going to $8 in 2 months. So it literally did nothing. And the last 2 months of the cycle went to $8. That was a $15 million plus bag. And that's happened multiple times. Just, that's that whole thing where, but only in crypto could you fumble multi-million, $1 million bags and still win. But just knowing those hard knocks, you know, no matter, even if you're taking profits, right, on the way down or whatever's happening, because you don't know, this market's so start-stop. We're in a kangaroo market that what happened, everyone's like, oh, it's all over. We sold, you know, let's just say Bitcoin hits 160 or 210 and it crashes down. What happens if it comes back up in the first quarter of 26? Oh shit, it's still going. It's not a 0% chance. We have a really high chance because of interest rates going down, them printing money, the U.S. economy finally going up, the world economy finally like, okay, we're past all this tariff shit going down. Macro's getting good. They're starting printing money. The reverse repo market, which is basically QE, they start printing money again. The money supply goes up. M2 goes up. That's enough, and we're attached to the HIF now. We're on the cart. We're on the macro cart. Like all these, like I see all my students have been crying, right? Like students, I mean, everyone from B-Roots, everyone's crying, right? And the thing I tell them is, did anything happen in crypto really? No, nothing. All these dips that we happened have nothing to do with crypto. Like, okay, crypto wets its ass with $1.5 billion. It's not that much money, right? I know Lazarus Group, you know, jacking that money is horrible. Like we don't want North Korea to get money, but it's no money at all, right? And this is a multi-trillion-dollar, you know, asset class that's going to go eventually to 10 trillion, 20 trillion. We're going to be bigger than gold in market cap eventually. Give us another 10 years, and we're going to lap gold eventually, right? And you guys can all have a piece of it right now. You might think like, oh, I control no supply. I have a little bit of the supply. That little bit of supply can go up so much. We're in the greatest wealth transfer in history right now, you guys. You know,
all right.
Yeah.
You guys got me in. I'm FOMO'd in. All right. I got another question for you. Do you think that the meme coin phenomenon will continue to grow, or are we reaching a saturation point in this here thing?
I'm going to go ahead and say every cycle has a different narrative. You know, Crypto Kings, Ian and I, when we started Shill Tank, I knew without a doubt in my mind that meme coins was going to be by far the major narrative for this cycle. And the reason for that is during August of 2020 was what you would call DeFi summer. And that's actually when Shiba Inu got released. So a lot of people think, oh, Shiba Inu, got it early at February 2021. I was like, no, you have no idea. Like August during DeFi summer is when Shiba Inu was released. That created more gains than any coin in the history of man. in 365 days. There's nothing, no asset in the world has ever created a 1 million X in 365 days or less. Shiba Inu was that. So right there, that year, I said, meme coins are going to be the one. 100% for the next cycle. Why? Because look at the amount of wallet holders that is created in a year. All those people are going to be talking about meme coins. Meanwhile, the general market was thinking utility coins again. NFTs. No. There's one coin that created millions of wallet holders in a year. That hype right there is going to carry on to the next cycle. So that's why I have tweets out there saying there's going to be over 20 meme coins in the top 100. Yep. And everyone looked at me like I was crazy. Oh, you're just trying to shield it. You're trying to shield it. No, I'm just looking at the big picture. The ones that were currently at that time, I wasn't even in those coins, but I saw it happening. I saw it experience. So prior cycle, Hex does well. Why? Because of DeFi summer. Richard Hart was early to the game. Uniswap, early to the game. And therefore, Hex absolutely smashed it. I went against the market and said, hey, I do not think it's going to be utility coins. I think it's going to be meme coins. Well, what do we have? Solana does its thing, creates its pumped up fund, and now all of a sudden meme coins is the thing this cycle. Well, as much as I love meme coins, and it's what really made me for my crypto journey, I do not think it will be meme coins in the next cycle, because every cycle there's a different narrative. So I will be changing in the next cycle, looking for the next narrative that pops up. I'm not convinced that it's fully AI yet. I am actually convinced it's one of, I'll just say one thing. I think privacy coins is probably going to be one of the biggest narratives in the upcoming cycles. And the main reason is because regulation, governments, we're going to go back, in my opinion, to what crypto was created from the get-go. So we're going to kind of like do a little like full circle back to the beginning. And there's a coin that we're all in that I believe is a privacy coin. And I see what's being, underneath, the way you have to freaking go in the PulseChain and go into the bridge, and we got to click on this in order to get into this. It's annoying. However, if that can get streamlined to be very easy, which it already is, but I'm talking about for a meme coin person that will look at it and be like, what the heck is going on? I think we're ahead of the game for privacy. And I think Richard Hart is a big proponent of privacy coins. And I think that's going to be, he's ahead of his game again. So no one sees that. I see it, and I'm calling it.
And so do you think that because of basically we're next cycle, because Trump has basically said there's going to be no central bank digital currency in the United States, but 4 years later, because obviously that's going to be scary. I think that's going to scare the fuck out of people. Obviously,
I voted for Trump. I like Trump, but I ain't gonna trust it like that.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. We're not even 90 days in, but he's kept his word. But we're going to have central bank digital currency. I mean, what is that currency called? XLM. Like XLM, was dead in the water, and it pumped up because Trump basically said, "Hey, we're going to make a peace accord." So okay, cool. So Ukraine's not going to die. XLM is where the central bank digital currency of Ukraine is going to be placed on. It's on XLM, which is a competitor to XRP, and XLM has connections to Elon Musk and the PayPal mafia, Jeb McCaleb, and this is crazy. I didn't even know this. If you ever want to look at some conspiracy theory shit, look up Jeb McCaleb. That's a scary, well-connected guy. He even owns the space pod company that all Elon Musk rockets use. That's how, and all connected out.
We go way out the meme coin.
This is all connected, brothers and gentlemen. This is all connected.
Let me have one thing. Do I think meme coins are done this cycle? The thing about meme coins, you can always find a meme coin that's running, right? There's always a narrative. Even in a bear market, we absolutely smashed it, getting 1000x meme coins, even when things were the most bearish. So there's always going to be a spot for a meme coin. Now, with the Solana, with all the celebrities coming out, VCs full scamming, Cabal just like rinse and repeating over and over and over, and people are just wrecked over there. We see a major flush, right? All of these top meme coins are creating lower lows, creating downtrends, getting absolutely smashed. There will be a few that go back up to all-time high. However, what I would like to see is a meme coin bull run on Ethereum, a meme coin bull run on PulseChain. We saw a little bit of on Ethereum when Pepe came out and had that run. There was a couple coins, but I want to see it kind of go back to that. Gas fees go up. I want to see PulseChain and more in the macro, because privacy is definitely something we have our eye on in the future. But even closer to that, I could see meme coins with utility, which PTGC is ahead of its time on that. So keep your eye out for that. I think that could be another narrative. In the last cycle, we had meme coins, and then they would have an NFT raise, and then they would just make some jank utilities. But we're seeing utilities fall off the map completely. But the meme coin that could capture the attention, added with the utility, could potentially be a narrative in this bull market, like in this year, like coming soon. So keep your eye on that. That's all I got.
I'm gonna let you guys put yourselves on the hook now. The question is, you guys all gotta give me an answer. In your opinion, what will be the most successful meme coin in 2025? All the answers only.
I mean, do you guys, is Doge and Shiba Inu dead, or is it gonna play?
I think
the
they'll.
most X's from now, or do you mean the highest market cap? We want X's, right? Let's talk.
Oh, man,
Let's talk about X's.
Yes, sir, I X.
From here, or from
here to end of 2025, all of 2025, who's gonna kill it? What's gonna kill it?
I mean, I'm gonna give two answers. I'm gonna give a PulseChain answer, and then I'm gonna give like an outside of PulseChain.
The politically correct answer, and then my answer.
Yeah. I mean, this cycle successful, probably Pepe. Probably it's already the most successful meme coin this cycle already. It's the first meme coin this cycle outside of Doge.
You think that is going to do the most X's right now?
Well, from the bottom, we're
saying right now.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, but I'm saying, man, I don't have a question answer, right? How much Pepe you got in your bed? Oh, I got a lot. Right, the coin went from 0 to 11.2 billion at the top. It's a beast.
It is the number one performing meme coin this cycle so far. But we're saying from right here, right now,
from today,
the end of this year, what's going to do the most X's?
It's either going to be as once Doge gets the ETF, we're going to go into that. We're going into that meme coin cycle. We're going into that meme coin cycle, and we're probably going to get probably a brand new coin or an existing coin on PulseChain that's going to do a ton of gains, and then we're probably going to get a brand new coin out of nowhere on Ethereum that's going to go to like Shiba. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, PulseChain. I mean, look, I just want to be real. He's fighting it hard right now. He's fighting it hard.
All right, man, let's hear it.
All right, man. All right. Listen. Teddy bear.
And Peter.
So I'm gonna go with 3. But my number, and they're on PulseChain because all my main bags are on PulseChain. So I'm just gonna call it how it is. I'm gonna put the money where my mouth is, and what I'm about to speak is where my money's at. So I'm gonna say once again, I think the number one meme coin on PulseChain. Whether you want to talk community, whether you want to talk market cap, I think it is going to be teddy bear. I think a teddy bear relates to anybody in the world. That simple. The narrative is there. If the community can grasp onto it and shield on it and keeps doing what they do, I do think teddy bear is going to absolutely smash it. It is only a $24 million market cap, and we have been through the ups and downs. We've had multiple 95% drops, and when it goes down, the FUD comes hard, and right now we're just like, when's the next run? So for me, as I see it, I just really grasp on and takes everything that we've talked about meme coins today. I still think teddy bear on PulseChain has what it takes to win. 26,000 wallet holders, that means 26,000 people can talk to one other person. And then all of a sudden, wow, boom, we got 52,000 wallet holders. And that takes the next leg up. Number 2, I'm going to have to go with PTGC. Now, somebody, I don't know who, but somebody got it ranked on CoinGecko correctly. And PTGC is, I believe, a top 25 meme coin in all of crypto. In my opinion, it will be the first meme coin. I know a lot of people are going to hate on me with some PTGC and meme coins and try to put it together. But in my opinion, it will be one of the most looked at coins on PulseChain because in its next run, and I'm not saying if it has its next run, and this is not financial advice, but in its next run, it will creep up. If it does what it's been doing in the charts previously, it will be the first top 100 PulseChain coin that is not created by Richard Hart. That is a massive success, in my opinion. And number 3, I still don't think it's a meme coin, but PDI. It's a meme coin until it isn't. It's definitely the best narrative because people are definitely looking at it from all blockchains. Coinbase apparently is looking into it because there's hundreds of millions of dollars that was set to a certain organization, and Coinbase has to list it in order for it to happen. So when it comes to speculation, Moon King is the speculation king. If I were to guess, PDI is going to surprise a lot of people, and what that will do is bring more eyes to PulseChain. The more eyes to PulseChain means more money coming to PulseChain. More money to PulseChain means utility coins, meme coins, loan coins, core coins, core coins. We'll all do well. And I think those 3 will play a big part.
Any last words? We got one last minute here, 30 seconds.
I agree. And I think it's going to take those, and we know PDI has a strong narrative. You guys are doing great getting teddy bear out there. It can, we're going to get the eyeballs. They're seeing it. PTGC and UFO are that. And, with the way their technology, daily technology works, like it'll get the attention of the whales, right? And they'll come into PulseChain. And so we're PulseChain is set up for success. It's just a matter of timing.
Right on.
It's going to happen.
Thanks, guys. All right. We get ready. We gonna announce lunch? Well, they didn't let me.
Right. Well, I didn't finish the PulseChain one, so I will hear you. It was gonna be what's called the grays, right there. Yeah, just because once it can get to the top 100, because I think that's actually going to be pretty easy. That gets a lot of eyeballs on PulseChain, and then that could bring a lot of money on board and stuff with like 5% to buy, 5% to sell, and how smart they are with liquidity pools. That coin can actually get to a very ridiculous market cap quite quickly and stuff like that. And I think that's really good for the ecosystem. But just me saying, like, outside of PulseChain, I have a bias, so it's going to be Pepe. But for PulseChain, I have a Graze. And I think it's going to do very well and everything. It's just because of that, the listing, as well as like how well it's been managed. Like that's a very unique coin, very unique.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, you gotta do it all.
Did you still want to do something with your belt? Were you still trying to do something with that belt?
Who wants to get loud real quick? Who wants this? I'm serious, y'all want it?
You trying to give away a belt?
I'm about to give away my Ethereum belt. I definitely want to give away my PulseChain.
Let's go through the Swanton.
I just have a few announcements before we release the lunch. You guys can head on down. You're good to go. Lunch will be in the room on the other side where we had the party last night, where the vendors are set up. Lunch is in that room, unless you are a VIP, then the VIP lunch is in the VIP lounge. What's that? Oh, I'm still not loud enough? I'm sorry. Okay. In addition to that, please don't leave until you hear all the announcements. Liquid Loans is doing a 1,500 token giveaway. Like the USD value is 1,500, right? So you should go to their booth. Their team is there to enter into this opportunity. I'm sorry. They're doing a whole lot in the back with the belt. Anyways, you do a little video. You do an interview, right? That's how it works. You talk about liquid loans, what you know about it or whatnot. There's two different prizes. One is for the best video, and then there's another random draw that gives everybody who participates the opportunity to win these tokens. So if you want that, please take part in that. There's also the Crypto Quest on the back of your badge. That is also for additional crypto giveaway. So please go and see all the sponsors in the lunchroom to get those stickers so that you can come to me, get a raffle ticket, and then on the last day, we will announce the winners of all those crypto prizes. Anything else? Yes. The QR codes over here give you the contacts of all the speakers that you'll see today and tomorrow. So if you're looking for anybody, the best way to find them is to use that QR code over there. Thank you.
Yeah, I started from the bottom, now I'm counting racks. Mean money different, matching switching tracks. Money on my mind, ain't no looking back. I was broke, now I'm ballin', homie, that's a fact. I used to chill hard, 100x at home. I got the V12 bristle nights, that shit cold. No more 9 to 5, I'm on a private jet. They wanna see me fall, haha, that's a losing bet. Got the mean money, they can't touch my grind. I used to worry about the bills, now they all behind. I'm on a jet B, I'm on a yacht cruise, I'm on the throne, I'm in the zone. Cause I'm the Captain Moon, cause I'm the Captain King. They keep on hating, and I keep stacking. They not the same, they see the fame, they see the cause, they see my game, and now they realize that DJs run the chain. DJs run the chain. DJs run the chain.
Panel 4, The Anatomy of a Hack, Lessons from High-Profile Crypto Breaches and Preventative Measures, Queen Wiki, Crypto Artie, Gabriel Vleisides, and Yellow Cake.
For PLS had about 1.4 billion PLS, had hex stakes, PLS stakes, hex stakes on PulseChain, hex stakes on Ethereum. The emergency ended all of that I've had for years. And took my Ethereum, took all kinds of stuff. Now, I'm a techie. I have a master's in software engineering. I know crypto. I know blockchain technology. And one of the things RG just said was, sometimes we get a little, I kept saying, I'm going to get a hardware wallet. I'm going to get a hardware wallet. And believe it or not, after the hack, my hardware wallet came in the mail. And so I had to think, what do I do? Where do I go from here? And what I decided, after I cried for a minute and a half, I don't cry often, that was a lot. And I was stumbling around the house, what do I do? And so I said, well, you just have to start over. And so that's exactly what I did. I started over. And the good news is the price was low. The price was below SAC, so I did fine there. But we hear a lot of things. For example, Lazarus, what happened in North Korea just recently, right? With the, you talk about the Libra token and all these things. Many of the quote unquote hacks are really social engineering, where it's about phishing, someone sends you a link, or you click on the link in an email. That's not what happened to me. I still haven't figured out what happened to me. But a lot of it is social engineering, DMs, Telegram, social media. Very rarely any of us will get hacked, right? What happened is you social engineering, not paying attention. And I'm going to end with this. I talked to Captain yesterday. I said, you know, we love the decentralization thing, but we hate it. It's a dual-edged sword, because if I have a bank account, I lose my debit card. Hey, dude, I need another debit card. No problem. Give me your code, whatever. Give me your ID, and then you get that back. But with decentralization in crypto, you're not getting anything back. You can track it on the blockchain, have fun. I'm not, because I won't get it back. And so we just learn to be more careful. There are a lot of hacks out there, but most likely they're not hacking you. They're hacking bridges. They're hacking middlemen. They're hacking big guys' wallets. You know, I mean, big guys. We ain't nothing compared to them. I'm going to pass the buck.
You want to just go down one by one? Well, I'm going to testimony, so it might take a couple of minutes. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I brought up some valid points. Like I'm a big proponent of the idea that social engineering happens, and it's on these little pieces, you know. So, you know, for example, having a secure network, little things, you know, is the little things we can do to start off on the right foot. Because what happens is when you start to habits, you know, you're only as strong as your weakest habits, you know. So you know, developing these habits where you're going to use a trusted network, you're going to bookmark your sites. You know, you go to places like one of the biggest hacks that happened to me wasn't particularly a breach, but it was, you know, a custodial risk. You know, like there's these type of things where, you know, I lost everything in Quadriga CX when it went down. I thought I was being smart. I was in cash and I was just waiting and thought I was being smart. But there's, you know, the habits of having all your eggs in one basket in one place, and you know, being able to diversify your wallets and your risk, to have, you know, to make sure that you have you know, separate wallets you're using for building a, you know, interacting with decentralized applications. So essentially, when I was building one of our protocols for PulseChain, you know, we have an option to set limits on the you know, your wallet by default, how much you know, your spend limits are, your approvals rather. And what happens is, you know, sometimes it gets annoying when you have low limits when you're building and testing, so you end up putting unlimited spending limits on the application just so it's less annoying. But what happens is people, you know, just kind of want to give you the goods, so they click on approve, and they basically, it's like writing a blank check, you know, having no limits on your spending. So, you know, there's little habits you can do just by, you know, day by day actions to limit the amount of the risk that you're putting on the table in any one given situation. So the having, you know, a separate wallet that you're using for, you know, for a decentralized application while you're testing out a little bits. If you accidentally approve everything on there, you know, at least you're not going to lose your whole pot. Because I was talking earlier with Access, he brought up a good point. He said, you know, sometimes like in crypto, like loss can happen very quickly, and people don't necessarily always have the time to, or they think that, you know, they're going to set up their security, but the you know, all of a sudden before you know it, you know, you got everything in one wallet, and you're just connecting to all kinds of different applications. But yeah, anatomy of a hack, I think, is kind of the key in the sense that social engineering happens. It's you know, start to target little pieces and get as much as you can on an individual, and then before you know it, you can take advantage. So There's habits. Habits would be the keyword.
I go back pretty far in cryptocurrency. I helped my brother build the very first FPGA Bitcoin miner, and then we also released the very first the first ASIC Bitcoin miner as Butterfly Labs. And the government came after us, so we gained a lot of experience through all that. But one of the things that, from a real simple standpoint, is remembering your seed words, recording it, passphrases, all these different things. So we are one of our biggest enemies. And having that simplicity of putting it down, like for instance, just having a simple titanium plate and putting your password in there and then putting it somewhere like in concrete and sealing it up. If there's a storm, there's an earthquake or whatever, you're still going to have something there, even a fire. So that's some simple things. I've got some other things to talk about as we go through on the other side, but I think that's a really simple thing is keeping things simple with your passphrases and the seed words. They basically give you the seed words. You can't pick which seed words you have. Now, newer wallets, you can pick the seed words like a DeFi wallet, which I've worked with for the last 5 years. I have a joint venture with them. But typically you don't pick your seed words. So I'll discuss more about some other security layers later.
All right. Want to shout out someone I follow and glorify, and his name is Jesus Christ. So right off the bat, he is my answer and my way of everything. So that positivity is very important. So I don't the evil one comes at me even more, but I try to steer away from that because the closer you get to Christ, the more evil is going to be coming at you because he's going to want you. So I wouldn't say I was hacked, but it's a funny story because I was coming back from a trade show, clothing, from West Palm. And I told my beautiful wife, Lara, shout out over there. And I said, listen, I got a bridge over, right? So I got to go to my office and pick up my treasure. So I was tired, I was exhausted. And I also had a Bible study that night. So I'm on my Bible study and I'm like, all right, it's time to bridge my other laptop. And I had my IPFS downloaded with PulseX on other computers in my office. And I was like, boom, bridge PulseChain, back to my Bible study. And I go, where's my transactions? I don't see the bridge. I go, wait a second. Did it just autofill to bridge.PulseChain? I was like, wow. I was like, well, you know what? I'm not going to get upset because first, I mix God with money. You can't do that. That's one lesson. Second lesson was if your pride gets to you and you think, oh, I won't get hacked. I've done this X amount of times. I'm top-notch security. Guess what? Drop your pride because it could happen to anyone here. And it happened to me. And once it's gone, it's gone. So I started reaching out on Twitter. And it's funny because I got DMs. Once you start talking about it, you think people are going to help you. Oh, give me your words. Give me your words to your wallet. I got that. Send me $7,000 and I'll do it. So I was like, well, if you need a wallet, I'm going to give you a wallet, give you words, but it's going to be empty. So it's important to have multiple wallets, multiple addresses. I used to be in the days of Atomic and Trust Wallet, but hardware wallet is the way. My favorite go-to is Treasure by far, and add your encrypted password. And again, don't have all your eggs in one basket. Spread it out. God forbid, one wallet gets hacked. you got the other ones. So yeah, be careful, guys out there. And by the way, we all won. We're all winners here. Your portfolios might not indicate that, but thank God, you know, I said the two biggest things need to happen. One, Trump needs to win. And two, our SEC case we need to beat. And we got those two down. Everything else is going to be awesome for all of us. So we're all winners. And you know what? It was a great thing. I onboarded my ultimate poker dealer. He's like, oh, you must be chilling now, you know. And I've talked with him every year. I come down to Vegas, and I was like, yeah. I was like, our ecosystem's still down. He's like, well, what should I do? I said, you know what? Sometimes it's easier, and I get it. It's complicated to bridge through PulseChain, etc. But all I said was, get your Ethereum, link on Uniswap, and start with Hex.
Nice.
And that's what I did. So I onboarded. I'm a walking onboard. Love that.
Deal. All right. What role does user education play in protecting crypto assets, and where should beginners start? And I'll start with that real quick. And it's seed word protection right off the bat, you know, and you tell this to people, you teach them, you show them, and you still end up with them with a sticky note with their seed words on their front of their computer, right? And I guess you never really know until it happens to you. I've always been very secure with what I've done, and the one time I leave my guard down and share a wallet, you know, amongst a group of us or whatever, for whatever reason it was, got hacked. And so I think that going all the way to the very basics and ingraining that into, you know, your new user is what's important. Is those seed words are sacred, because what's good about DeFi, which is what we were talking about earlier, is also what's bad about DeFi. It's yours, you own it. Nobody else does. But that's just it. It's yours, you own it, nobody else does, and there's no FDIC going to give you your money back, and there's no bank that you can call to shut your card off. Everything is gone, and there's no worse feeling than seeing a wallet get drained or stakes get unstaked that you've been sitting on for 3, 4, 5 years. So yeah, seed words, guys, seed word protection.
Absolutely. One of the things I just wanted to touch on, because it does boil down to the basics, and like you know, like don't take screenshots of your seed phrase and store it in the cloud. Like these kinds of things that seem logical, but sometimes when we're just want the goods, just want to get it to work, you know, people kind of tend to take shortcuts. But like I said, developing those habits early on are important. One of the things, how many people here are MetaMask users? I'm just curious. Yeah, and I'm not going to ask each individually why you're still using it, but like Ravi Wallet, one of the things I just wanted to mention, like, is because it does a simulated transaction, so it'll show you, for example, what would happen if you executed the transaction ahead of time. So this would be an example of a simple thing a user can do, you know, without going in and looking at all the smart contract interactions. Ravi Wallet has a built-in feature that allows the simulation results. So it'll show you you're expecting to make a trade with $1,000, but it's simulating that I'm going to lose all my wallet money here. It's like, wait a second. You know, it kind of gives you a little bit of a layer of protection that you wouldn't otherwise have. So there's some basic things users can do to protect themselves that seem obvious, but you know, it's very user-friendly feature. I'm not going to get into all the reasons you should use Ravi or get away from MetaMask, but there are some simple steps users can take. Like I'd stored my seed phrase one time when I started out with my first hardware wallet. Thought I was doing good. I put it in one of those you know, white envelopes that has sort of that blue kind of coating on the inside, so you can't see through it. I had it in a safe place for a few years, and then one day I needed to reseed my wallet, and I go and, oh yeah, I got my seed phrase here, and I go and, it had actually, the humidity it actually stuck to the envelope. And I tell you, like, I had to throw out a pair of underwear that day because take this seed phrase off the wallet, and it part of the envelope was stuck on it. So just having, I was able to kind of like see from the indent. Thankfully, I used a ballpoint pen, but having it in multiple places, or having metal, like your seed phrase, treat it like your key to your vault. But at the same time, you want to, redundancy is good. So there's some basics that users can do to help keep safe.
So I love that story. That's great. Real life things that happen. It sticks in people's minds. You can just tell people specifics here, do this, and that. But when you hear a real life story, it sticks in people's mind. They're like, okay, yeah, that can happen to me. And that is a great example. Back to the question, seed words and user education. So I'm going to ask a question here. How many people here have Ledger hardware wallet? Okay, so I'm just going to help to keep your hands up. Okay, so we're talking about maybe 30, 40, 30%?
That's it.
30%? How many people have Trezor?
Oh, Trezor.
Okay, so we're pretty much half and half here. How many people use both? Okay, we're down to 1/8. Okay, so this is on user education. Has anyone heard about that your seed words can be taken out of your ledger without your permission? Do you know about that? Raise your hand if you've heard that before. Okay. Now, Ledger says, it's okay, we're going to take the seed words out only with your permission, and we're going to give it to 3 different companies. So no one can put it together, it's going to be okay. But just the fact that it can go out of your wallet is not good. How many people down that line in the hardware manufacturing, the firmware, all those things can take advantage of that? And who can hack those 3 different companies, pull those seeds together? So then Trezor also, a lot of people don't realize that these hardware wallets have been bullied to basically they're trying to force them to be money transmitters. So if you are classified as a money transmitter, so if you have a hardware wallet and you say, look, move the money there, do this, swap, different things like that, and they want to categorize that as a money transmitter, and so you've got all these laws that go with it. And so they've been forcing, and so in order for them not to be considered a money transmitter, they've been forcing behind the scenes to do a lot of things. So every time you connect to the Trezor software or you connect to Ledger, all those, that's metadata, and they're tracking everything you're doing. You say, that's no big deal, I'm not doing anything wrong. But then later on, all these things start to come together, and it's a control mechanism. All of a sudden, you got to do KYC to do this swap. Over here, you can only do so much, and all of a sudden, these things start coming in together. So look for hardware wallets. They're open source. You can verify things. There's a lot of good examples. But having the ability to keep track of all the things that are going on with user education is not easy, and they hide it. Trezor and Ledger are the mainstream, so all of these influencers are on the hook. They are good wallets. They have to have some functionality and purpose to be able to continue being used. But there's behind the scenes, without people realizing it, it's being taken over, it's being centralized. There's a lot of things that are going on that are against us. And it takes some education. And so you read all these pundits out there, and they will try to convince you, this and this and this. And you really, through your own efforts and time, you'll start to see an open source solution as the best solution for security to verify things. And it's the only way that you can make your own decisions and not let some company make decisions for you.
So I have a question.
Yes.
You talked about Pitfalls.
Yes.
I remember Pitfalls from years ago, back to say.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, he convinced me to buy it.
So this is a great question. Go ahead with your question.
So my question was, is Pitfalls on par in terms of technology? Is it open source as well?
Yes, it's open source. It's the only hardware wallet in the world that does not save the private key on your wallet. So to make it real simple, the private key is everything about security in everything. So your private key, and everyone here, most people here are educated on all these things, but just to make it as a simple thing, when I have a check, I sign my check with my signature. That's my, unique thing that they verify and say, is that the really signature? Is that really it? And then so when we sign any transactions, we're using our private key. So all the hardware wallet manufacturers, they have chips that save all of these certifications, all these things to hide and hold that private key in that hardware wallet so no one can get to it. Now, there's a company called Celebrite out of Israel that they have mobile devices that you can just plug in your Trezor and your Ledger, and we can see this through court cases and other things. And there's a reason why the U.S. government has so much Bitcoin. It's not because people just gave it to them. They took it. And there's court cases, and I can show you a whole bunch of information about that. But it's true. I mean, it's really true. There's a reason why they have more than 200,000 Bitcoin. And more than that, we don't know really. Once they do an audit, who knows if they'll really tell us how much Bitcoin they have. But anyway, getting back to McAfee, since this wallet, you type in your SALT, which is 10 characters, and then your passphrase, and it's a minimum of 30 characters. So that entropy, meaning the amount of space that you have to guess, brute force a password, is so great that even NSA level computers takes a million years to break this SALT of minimum 10 characters and this passphrase of 30 characters. And you can choose whatever passphrase you want on DeFi. So that's your private key. It never stores it on the device. The moment that when you type in your passphrase, it will convert it into the private key for milliseconds, does its work, and then it erases the private key. So a lot of people don't realize this, that chips can if someone can write 10, 20 things on there, and you can go back and get that data off of there. Through electron microscopes, the dedicated technicians, you would not believe the things that you can do. So for 5 years, they studied this and used scientists at DeFi to figure out how to not allow that data to be on there. And so it's basically about milliseconds. So if it's on there for milliseconds, it doesn't have time, and that there's a whole process that they've gone through, and so the whole wallet is blank. So I can have, a hardware wallet, this BitFi wallet, in my house, in my office, and wherever, and any one of them, I just type in my SALT and passphrase, and it establishes my wallet right there. And that's kind of a unique thing. Now there's other wallets that you just have like a little memory card that you stick in there that has your private key. So there's other ways of doing it. Open source, you can build your own wallets, but BitFi is one of the most unique ones. So back to your question on McAfee, and apologize for taking so much time, but this is really interesting because the whole world is against us. The manufacturers, all the swap services, all these different things. So we have to find open source. We have to find things that we can validate in security so that we can know that things are for us and not against us. But McAfee said, hey, this hardware wallet, and this is made in America in Florida, and Daniel, the owner, he basically had a lot of companies, and he got into crypto big, and he was so scared of having his crypto stolen. He had multiple hardware wallets, and he said, hey, I've got to come up with a better solution because I don't trust these people in these companies. So back then, we didn't really have an open source system. They're just, saving it on a USB stick, and it just came out with Trezor and Ledger. And so he created this wallet. And McAfee saw it, and he had a big problem. And if you know his story, McAfee would travel around the world, and they'd hit him everywhere he was at, take his money, all these problems. He's a flawed character, but he was about liberty, and he would tell the truth about what the intel agencies and a lot of people don't realize that these intel agencies were created, put together by global banking corporations. And so one of the primary tools, or one of the primary things is for these global banking corporations is to defend their monopoly. Their monopoly is fiat currency and the systems in there. So if anyone tries to make a bank you will be stuck because of the laws, of all the things. They basically insulated themselves. And then they paid money to all the people running for office so that they would then appoint people and then help them with laws that would further insulate them from that monopoly. So when cryptocurrency came out, it was a threat to that. And then they created centralized crypto on their own. So it's a very confusing area. And so we're the only last hope for humanity. It sounds pretty stark and amazing to say this, but PulseChain is the last chance for humanity with IPFS gateways that no one can stop us. The decentralization, the modularity of how Hex was put together, all these wonderful things, PulseChain, and then basically Ethereum is our test ground where it shows you everything that's going on, and they come out with a new advancement, and then we just add it to PulseChain when we know it works. So I'm going on about.
Yeah, let's get back to hacking.
back to hacking. And so John McAfee offered $100,000 if you could hack the wallet. No one could do it. It was like 3 years of nonstop, everyone trying to do it, and then he raised it up to I think it was 300,000. And so they just attacked everything he did. So they basically lied, saying that, we hacked it so many different ways. But the problem is that I can go into a house and break into a house, but if I get into the safe and there's no gold or diamonds or anything in there, then it doesn't matter if I hacked into it. So the private key is not left on the hardware wallet. And so your question about McAfee, he went through that, but they basically said anybody that talks on Reddit about BitFi, they would kick them off and they would censor it. Same thing with PulseChain. So it's in the same group. When you have something that threatens what's the establishment monopoly in the economic world, they will attack you through media, crypto media, every way possible. And so that's why it's so important for us to understand in this user education.
Well, let's educate everybody a little bit and answer some of the questions. And we have a bunch of questions here that people ask. We're running out of time. How can individuals, what security practices should users follow when connecting their wallet to decentralized applications? Let's tell them some specifics.
I just wanted to touch back on that because I was talking about the spend limits, and that's what I think really important thing. If one of the friends you should become familiar with is an application called revoke.cash. And I remember first time going to that site, it's like connect wallet, and I'm like, but it does speak to ensuring that you're on the proper website. Get it from a reliable source, a friend, a link, bookmark your sites. Make sure you're going to the correct website.
Never Google search any of this.
But so what revoke.cash allows you to do is take back those approvals and those spend limits you might have inadvertently given to the applications. A lot of people were turned off when that Ethereum gas prices were high because you had to pay a gas fee to go through it. But you think about the cost of losing everything. So it's a good habit, good practice to just clean your cache on your computer. Go to revoke.cash, take back the things the permissions you've given, and just kind of be aware of what you're signing when you're signing a transaction. So. Does that kind of address? Yeah.
Also on MetaMask for the old school, people still love MetaMask and your permissions. I was with my friend's house the other day. I said, first of all, your MetaMask, you didn't even close it. Close your MetaMask and all the permissions. This guy had like 10 sites connected, and I'm like, whoa, these are simple, easy things. You don't want to be lazy. If you're lazy, it's going to all catch up to you. So,
and I believe the Rabby wallet has an approval tab where you can see all of your approvals, wallet to wallet to wallet, and you can actually revoke them from within the wallet.
Yeah, you'd be surprised if you've never actually gone to the site. You might be surprised at how many permissions you've granted over time. It just kind of collects up, and that's another reason to have a separate wallet that you're using when you're interacting with a new application or something. If you're testing the waters, this way, you're not. If you accidentally sign something or you weren't watching what you're signing, you're not inadvertently giving permission to a malicious site to take everything.
And if you're transacting, revoke cash is without a doubt the next thing to do. Mm-hmm. If you're not familiar with revoke cash, that's one of your best securities.
Mm-hmm. Because once again, there's another question here that kind of lays into this. This is, are there ways to recover stolen funds from self-custodial wallets, or is prevention the only viable strategy? And the truth
Prevention is the only viable strategy, because you lose it, you ain't getting it back.
Yeah, I mean, there's rare cases where people have tried to negotiate with hackers, but yeah, it's prevention is key. Yeah,
Nobody's giving it back to you.
especially if it goes through a Tumblr or something,
Even if you watch where it's going, you're still not going to get
And
it
you
back.
got to move
You're
on.
just watching.
You move
So,
on.
You guys talked about Revoke Cash, but what are the top tools or platforms you recommend for self-custodial wallet security and monitoring?
Yeah, well, D-Bank is a good one. But just being aware of what you're connecting with, what you're interacting with is important. So if you're not good with working with block explorers, like there are other tools, like I said, D-Bank's a good one. It kind of shows you everything that's going on under the hood.
And I think we talked, someone mentioned that we don't use Google when you are looking for hex.com. It's kind of like utilizing a map when you already know where you're going. It doesn't make any sense. You know you're going to hex.com. Why are you using Google? Why are you using the search engine? Because what happens is a lot of the scammers, what they do is they buy sponsored spots. And in Google and almost every search engine, the top 10, 15 are sponsored ads. Google is not checking all of those. They just want the bread. They want the money. They're getting the Benjamins, right? And so the first one you see up there, you think, oh, that is the real deal. Most likely not. And so it's highly recommended for someone in a group that you're in, or here where we are now. There could be scammers here. I don't know. Don't trust anyone.
God forbid.
But we know where to go. We know hex.com. We know whether it's an .io or .com. We know an L can look like an I, can look like a, right? So be careful and bookmark all of that, or even write it down as well. Don't go to Google. I'm going to reiterate. Do not go to Google looking for a site. I did that for another protocol that I'm involved with. And I tell you, I got that darn bridge. Again, right? So we've got to be very, very, very careful. And this is one of the, we talk about the double-sided sword. This is the thing, you want decentralization. You want to own your stuff. But with, right, freedom comes responsibility. You can't blame anyone, even if you choose to buy a token or you choose to participate in a staking ecosystem. Whatever is your choice. Don't go to the guy who introduced it to you. We're all here for freedom. We're all here to act as if we are adults who make our own informed decision, and then we act upon that, win or lose. Because if I tell you about Hex, if I tell you about ABC, and you win, I bet you don't come knocking on my door giving me $1 million. But if you lose, you want to be loud and knock on my door because you couldn't hang on. But I digress to that, but that's true. But I digress. But we just have to be very, very careful with Google and search engines. Revoke.cash, my bread and butter now. Because you use revoke.cash, when you use it, they'll show you all the approvals. Oh my God, USDT, I'm approving $500,000, right? You get rid of all of those approvals for everything. But there's one other piece that people miss. It's called a permit, signature permit. It's a remnant, I believe, from Ethereum. Get rid of that too. Get rid of that too, because later the scammers will come in and manipulate that, even though it's not a quote unquote approval. They'll use that signature permit and they'll get into your goodies.
Just one quick thing to touch on too, like a lot of people might not realize, you can, when you go into an application and like I was explaining earlier, sometimes your default is set really high. You can change that. You can just approve just a certain amount. You don't have
the
to.
transaction itself, yeah.
So you can, just approve the amount that you're willing to.
So with that leaves a couple minutes left, and here's a good question. What is one habit everyone in the audience can adopt today to better protect their wallets? Now I'll go and say something that kind of off of the subject here as far as what we've been talking about security. But something that happens often, and you will lose your funds doing this, and that is not double checking your transaction with some real fine tooth comb. And I mean, every single transaction you make, go over each detail before you click that button, because I've done it. You could forget to bridge and send your USDC to your Coinbase wallet that's actually PUSDC. And guess what? It's stuck there. It may not have disappeared, but you've wasted a transaction and you sent money somewhere or crypto somewhere where you never see it again. Could maybe never see it again. So I say check your transactions over and over and make sure before you push that button that you know that transaction.
Yeah, and that's why those ones, the tools that offer simulated results are really helpful. Like, yeah, Ravi's one of them. There is another one I can't remember.
So there is one thing as far as a habit is look at the last 4 or 5 characters in the wallet address that you're sending to. When you go to your hardware wallet, it purposely puts it on your hardware wallet so you can sit there and say, is that the address I'm sending? Because everything past the hardware wallet, they can change that address and send it somewhere else. Through the websites, so there's all these multiple areas that they can change that and you're not realizing it. Only on your hardware wallet, if it has a display, you can see that it is where you're trying to send it. That's one. The second thing is, and if you have a piece of paper, I would write this down. Go to rekt.news, REKT.NEWS. Now, all you have to do is you go there and you sign up to get news of what is the latest wrecked. You know, if you lose everything, it's wrecked. But this is giving all the information about the latest hacks and what's going on. Usually people rely upon their hack news from Twitter, people that are influential on YouTube and all these areas, and they can give good information, but these are good, solid, dissecting what really happened. I can't tell you how many times that I've read about hacks and be like, oh, forget that hardware wallet, or forget this website, or forget this. And it was just a way for the competition to attack the other side. So it gets very confusing. So it's very important to have information coming to you that you can trust. And then continue looking for other sources, because different sources change over the years. But this is a really good source that I use, and I would recommend.
I want to say one thing about your first recommendation, that we check the last 4 characters in your wallet. You will get wrecked. Why? Because there's the ability for us to have custom wallet addresses. So someone could create a wallet address similar to mine, first 4 or 5 characters, last 4 or 5 characters, because that's all you normally see, and then the middle ... Right? And so what happens is you just sent your money to the wrong place. Never also, don't ever go to your transaction history, let's say Etherscan or PulseChain or whatever you're on. Go there, say, oh, I have a transaction here, that's my wallet address, let me copy it. No, because people are sending you crap all the time, right? And they're sending it to your address, but your address looks similar to their personalized, right, vanity address. Don't copy it from there either.
Now, there's a technique. So what you can do is you can create a bunch of wallet addresses very quickly and get the last 4 to match.
Yeah.
And you do this very quickly. And so they can come up, like you just said, and so increase it to 5, 6, 7, whatever. And you can look at the front and the end of it.
I'm looking at the whole thing.
Yeah, you can look at the whole thing as well.
All right. Well, thanks, panel. Appreciate you guys coming up and talking about security. All right, guys, take it away. We're on next week's crypto market trend.
What's up, everybody? This is AJ here from SparkSwap, and I'm bummed that I can't hang out with all of you at the 369 conference. Unfortunately, I have a hard time traveling, but maybe next year we'll definitely be represented. But I hope all of you are having a great time. I wanted to make a quick video with an update and a little bit of alpha on SparkSwap. So we're happy to be a sponsor this year, really trying to push the bridge. Our SparkSwap bridge is still one of the only Arbitrum to BSC to Pulse bridges out there, and most transactions complete in about 3 seconds or less. So we are definitely the fastest bridge. The liquidity can be a little hard to manage, so just make sure that you're double checking the liquidity, and we always recommend using the DI-SDI pair from PancakeSwap on BSC or USDEX to USDEX on Pulse from Arbitrum. So those are the two most liquid pairs. And we have a bunch of tutorials if you need help as well. But some alpha I wanted to release for all of you at the conference is we actually are migrating to a V3 DEX. So SparkSwap will become what we're calling DEX Swap. That is our new brand, and we're already live on BSC. We'll be live on Arbitrum hopefully in a week, and then Pulse is next. So this is an effort of making a multi-chain V3/V4 DEX that supports Pulse and opens up a ton more opportunities to bring over liquidity through our bridge. So we will be supporting the top EVMs and be compatible with all of them to be able to build liquidity and bridge from any chain into Pulse. So really exciting about on that front. We have a lot of killer developments in the works, and we're continuing to support and build on Pulse as we move forward. So please definitely join us on our socials. We'd love to hear from you. And right now, everything is business as usual for Spark Swap. Visit us on sparkswap.xyz. Go to the bridge. All the farms and our token, our Spark token, will eventually be credited in our new DEX token. But for right now, you can still farm and generate some yield while we're waiting. No need to do anything or remove your liquidity and get ready for the migration. But we'll have updates on all that as we go. And we hope all of you are having a great time. It's a wonderful time to be in Pulse. Richard finally getting the justice he deserves. And cheers to a year of hopefully up and to the right from here. So, all right, we'll talk soon, everyone. Have a great time. Bye-bye.
All right. Next panel today is by the Actuator Protocol founders. We have LaPrise and RJ. Guys, come on up. We'll get you mic'd up and going. Hold on. Do you guys have mics? All right. All right, down there. Ticket. Obviously, top is the mic. If you want, blue is unmuted. Top button here, muted. Red is muted. Blue is live. And the top button. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we can pass. You get to. You guys good to go? Do you have any slides? Yes. All right. Sitting in those. Yeah. Ready with slides?
All right, testing. Presentation view?
Yes.
There we go. That's what we're looking for. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bill LaPrise. A number of you. I go by C3 Works, out of the wild of social media. And today I've got myself and my partner, RJ, to talk with you about our topic of HEX as a reserve asset on PulseChain. First, a little bit of background. The two of us come as co-founders of Actuator, but we both come out of the traditional finance background, full careers in traditional finance. Myself, I came out of directing sales, trading, and analytics for institutional bond portfolios with clients inside of some of the largest clients in the world, family offices, private wealth, money managers, and helped them identify and implement bond portfolio strategies, risk analytics and management, and construction inside their portfolios. RJ, on the other hand, also came out of TradFi as enterprise software development, where he built a lot of the software types of systems that guys like I would use in working with the largest clients in their bond portfolios. So we bring a TradFi perspective, also over 10 years now in crypto experience, and day one hexagons, through all the drama that you've probably seen in Hex and beyond, PulseChain, all the rest of the things that we do here. And the presentation today is broken into two parts. I'll begin by giving you sort of a 50,000 foot level of our topic of how this team views Hex as a reserve asset at PulseChain. What does that mean? Where does it take us? What's the significance of it? So I'll start with that and also sort of fill in the gaps of how that becomes an inspiration and a design criteria that we built into the Actuator protocol. So it'll show you what we hope Actuator accomplishes for the community. Then part two, RJ will come up and he'll take it back down to the very practical level for us as individual investors. What does the Actuator protocol do mechanically? How does it work? And how does it help you as individual investors? And I'll give you a quick short answer to that right now and we'll develop it. But at the 50,000 foot level, we believe we're going to bring the tools and mechanisms that attract large capital into our space. We come from TradFi, we've invested with those folks and helped them do it. We know what they're looking for, we know what they function like, and we can see the gap that needs to be filled in our space. We want to attract that capital. Quick differentiator. There are things about TradFi we don't want in this community, right? We've heard about some of those here at the conference already. So we don't want control, we don't want any of that stuff. So when you hear me talk about TradFi or bringing in large capital or institutional investors, not talking about that stuff, when I'm talking about the capital that we would like to have come across because we enjoy that adoption. So in part two, RJ will talk about the two critical things you get as an individual investor, namely liquidity, flexibility out of your tokenized Hex space. And that's a really important thing to get. So let's jump into this, see if I can make my technology work. Oh, and we plug it over there. So it did work right before this. So I don't know. Am I going to be able to just point to someone and have you click through it? Click through it? All right. Let me try it one more time. Oh, it's working now. All right, very good. So let's begin with this question. What is the trajectory of the PulseChain ecosystem? A little bit of a trick question, right? Because it's not a singular vector. It's not one direction, right? We're going to present our perspective with a TradFi view of what that is. But of course, we're acknowledging the whole ecosystem defines this and develops this with many trajectories going in many directions according to all the work that people are working on. So it's really more of a space that's being filled out and a volume. But nonetheless, we'll talk about it from the standpoint of a TradFi background. What is that trajectory? Well, look at that. It worked a second ago. Oh, there we go. All right. For those who were around at the beginning of the Hex experience, Richard Hart once said this back in 2019 or shortly thereafter. If you want to compete with the banks, you have to replace their services. Anybody remember that comment when Hex was first coming out? That was a design criteria. That was something that he envisioned and that we embraced in the Hex community. And notice that that actually has three parts that we want to grab onto. It has an ethos. We want to compete. We want to come alongside and engage that space. It had a scope. At the time, the banks. And it had a method. Replace their services. That was a very defining approach to what Hex was here to do. And those who were involved early took hold of that. And that was very good. Now, over the next 2 years, Hex worked flawlessly. It was great. Of course, you might remember that there was some drama on the Ethereum chain at the time. where scaling and gas fees were out of control and developers on Ethereum took a turn in their programming that was designed to solve that. And yet it harmed some of the best projects, the most efficient coders, in particular hacks. And so Richard Hart made the decision, we're going to take this whole thing off chain. And he did a stateful fork of the entire Ethereum ecosystem. And we have that now as PulseChain. Well, what did that mean about this original construct? Well, we took, Artie would say, by extension, what we have is we still have the ethos to compete, but the scope got bigger. Suddenly we have this whole layer one vertically integrated top to bottom system. And now we're facing and leaning into the entire global financial system. And the method got bigger. Instead of just simply trying to replace banking services, we now have to replace both the reserve asset and all the associated critical infrastructure associated with the conventional traditional finance system. That is much bigger than most people understand. So what we're going to examine quickly is what is a reserve asset and what is this critical infrastructure that the ecosystem has to develop. That's all of us as developers and projects. If we have this view of competing against the global financial system and replacing all those critical services. We're going to answer that here in a minute. But first, let's take a look at some data to understand the market we're leaning into, the global addressable market for digital assets. I've used this very slide countless times with large institutional clients in TradFi as they begin to understand what digital assets are. And you can notice at the bottom, with digital assets are about $1 trillion market, which is small on the world stage. And as you start to go up, you see the world that the institutional folks and large private net worth, this is what they understand, and this is what they're investing in today. You can see global commodities around 7 trillion, equities around 75 trillion. Going up the stack, you see global base fiat, somewhere between 95 and 135 trillion. And these numbers are actually a couple of years old, so it could be even higher from here. And you go up the stack all the way to the top, and you see global derivatives, which is measured literally in the quadrillions. That is not a number that's easy to understand. But TradFi looks at that, and they sort of now are beginning to get comfortable with the idea that Ethereum, their addressable market, is sort of connected to commodity layer. They're a layer one, it's been described as digital oil. They sort of focus on Ethereum, addressing that part of the market. Bitcoin, they sort of see as touching, like many of us would, the fiat layer, and DeFi and other verticals seem to be engaging on the rest. That's the idea. Of course, within the PulseChain ecosystem, we would like to see this. We would recognize that PulseChain is engaging on the same space that Ethereum would be, which is maybe that commodity layer as the underpinning of all of the stuff that the infrastructure is built on. Hex is focusing on all the details associated with the fiat system and store of value. And of course, the verticals of DeFi that we're building out would engage the rest. But notice the blue box. That blue box is important. If we're going to do those things, then TradFi is expecting critical services that are available to them that they're using today in this space. They need to be able to do things like portfolio construction, an important one, risk measuring and management. We're going to talk a lot about that. Market depth and transparency, liquidity solutions, collateralizing of assets, and capital efficiency. These are things they're accustomed to. And if they don't have those tools, don't expect any significant investment of capital into your ecosystem. So these are things that were on our mind as we seek to try to move forward in developing Actuator, helping the community, even while we do things for the individual. We'll focus a lot on risk management. So let's start with the first term that I mentioned. What is a reserve asset or a reserve currency? We hear that talked about from time to time, but what is it? Well, I said, why don't we go to Grok 3 and see what it thinks? That's a good starting point. So I did. I typed, so what is a reserve asset or currency in Grok 3? And this is what it told me. So let's focus on a part of that answer. A reserve asset or currency is something governments and central banks or financial institutions hold on to as a kind of financial safety net. So there's a safety component to a reserve asset, right? Think of it like a gold standard of money that's value, that's widely trusted, especially in times of crisis. So it's this comfort layer. It's the go-to spot for your wealth. If things really go bad, where do you want to be? And it's the lowest level of risk. Sometimes that's called a risk-free rate of return. Now, that doesn't mean there's no risk whatsoever, but it does mean that it's the lowest risk you're going to get. So this blue box here might tell you that it's the quantitative benchmark for risk. That's how you think about a reserve asset, or it's the thing that indicates a risk-free rate of return on a relative basis. Everything else is riskier. So that's my baseline. That's what we want to see a reserve asset be. I'll give you a quick graphic that's kind of fun and makes one other point. A reserve asset also makes the glue for a global economy. So if you look at this picture down at the bottom in that yellow triangle, or that yellow square rather, there's a little person sitting on a sofa next to a pallet. That pallet has stacks of $100 bills on it to scale. And each pallet down there, like that one, would represent $100 million per pallet. And then you can see in context to scale what the three largest, richest people in the world are worth, measured in pallets and stacks of pallets of $100 bills. I think that's Carlos Slim and Bill Gates and who's the other guy, Warren Buffett. So they're worth a lot of stacks of pallets of $100 bills, just visual. But now focus on this. This is all the world money. And this is effectively equivalent to the circles I just showed you at the beginning, except here they depict it as an inverted pyramid. Notice at the base of the pyramid, that gold thing they're depicting here is actually gold. That's the reserve asset in this depiction. And then moving up that stack, we won't dwell on it because it's just meant to give you a visual, but you move through those other layers of equities and bonds, and all the way up to the top is the derivatives and the quadrillions. And then they flatten that on that area with all the stacks. You can see how, if you look at this piece, the base of the pyramid is about equivalent to the base at the bottom on the left. Moving to the right, you can see in the context of actual skyscrapers in New York, how many stacks of those bills it would take to really fill out these markets. So it's a fun image. But the point is at the bottom, that HEX combines the store of value capability and scarcity that the gold market or Bitcoin would bring, but it combines that with protocol layer earnings from income, as you stake it, that the treasury bond market would bring in TradFi. So that makes it an ideal suited potential reserve asset. It brings a lot of good value for that purpose. But we still have the second piece to deal with. What about the critical infrastructure? Quick analogy on critical infrastructure. If you're going to build a physical house, you've got the house you have in mind, here's the smiling face of the carpenter, and you got your toolbox ready to go. Your toolbox probably has hammers, wrenches, and saws, and drills, and tape measure. And you need those things, right? That's equivalent to a financial manager, a large portfolio manager. They too are building their financial house, their portfolio. And they too have and expect the equivalent of those tools. They have their versions of hammers and wrenches and saws and drills and tape measures. Notably, both need tools, and neither one of the builders, portfolio manager nor the builder, are going to be tool-centric. They don't start by saying, well, let's see, I want to build a house based on the fact that I really like hammers. I don't like wrenches. They don't go about building their house that way, right? They want the full suite of tools, and they want to be focused on the house they want to build. And the tool's job is to help them and not let tools say the hammer thinks it's better than the wrench and the wrench is better than the saws. So our job is to be able to build out the fullest suite of tools we can for the financial manager that they can achieve the goals they want in their portfolio. And that's exactly what they're going to expect us to do. And a yield curve, here's the punchline on this, a yield curve in reserve asset terms is the financial measuring tape. So that's the image I'm hoping to put in your mind. What is a reserve asset? That's safe, the lowest risk item. And what is the yield curve? We'll look at that in a minute, but it's going to serve the function of a measuring tape, right? And that's what we see being developed here in reserve asset terms. That means it's got to be the lowest level of risk that we're measuring the time value of money for. So back to our first slide, what we find here is we got two parallel systems there at the bottom. The global financial system is measured in dollars, and individual treasury bonds are the distinct tradable cash flows, and we see that in a market. In the PulseChain ecosystem, we would have HEX with individual HSIs that are tokenized as those distinct tradable cash flows, and native HEX and its yield curve emerge as that tape measure. So quickly here, I'm going to show you what that looks like. This is a yield curve. Notice you've got the yield going up the y-axis and maturity in years going across the x-axis. You fill in all the individual treasury bonds. This is what it would look like. And then you carry the baseline curve to the bottom, and this would be the reserve asset yield curve that doesn't have any other risks built into it. And on top of that, you get all the other markets that have their yield curves, and risk premiums get assigned based upon the difference between their curves and the baseline risk-free rate of return. That is how you measure risk. That's the measuring tape. And in order for large capital to care to come in and put its investments into places at sizes that are bigger than a lottery ticket, they're going to need a way to measure and manage risk. And the Actuator protocol brings the ability to produce this over time here. And it's already in place. And there's a lot of different risks that have to be managed. So to finish this section, all I want you to take away from all of that was that the Actuator protocol is going to bring a 50,000 foot advantage in that it's going to begin to create those tools that large private wealth needs to feel comfortable that it can manage risk in its portfolios of things that it's doing. And to the individuals, as I say, I'll have RJ step up here and he's going to explain the benefits to the individual investor, the way you get liquidity and flexibility in your portfolio.
All right, thanks, Bill. Good job. So yeah, as Bill said, I'm the developer for the Actuator protocol. It's always risky when you trot out a developer onto the stage, so I'll do my best. So the goal here with the Actuator protocol is really to put into practice the theory that my co-founder here just talked about. So the Actuator protocol, what is it at a high level really quick? So it's a protocol built on top of PulseChain. It's operating on mainnet as of this past fall. And we have 2 security audits, a financial audit. The code is immutable, open source, no admin keys. It's all built on HEX, as well as the HSI system for tokenized stakes. So what does this protocol enable? So in brief, it is going to enable you to achieve efficient liquidity on your HEX stakes, your tokenized HEX stakes to be specific. And that by efficient, we mean that you'll be able to buy or sell at a market-driven liquid price. And it's going to accurately reflect the underlying asset. So this system works for new or pre-existing HSIs. And the other byproduct of our system, which is going to enable less sophisticated users, we're going to be able to onboard new users who are less sophisticated through this system, through this discounted HEX. So this byproduct is this ability to buy these ERC20 tokens that are essentially HEX, but they are not redeemable immediately. There's a time delay, and thus enabling users to buy discounted HEX. And those tokens, these special tokens called HEX time tokens, they're going to you'll be able to achieve fixed returns in native hex terms. And you won't incur any counterparty risk through any of this process. It's all a decentralized process. So what is the core innovation of our protocol? It really comes down to this concept of a hex time token. So this is a new type of ERC20 token, if you will. It's unique. It hasn't existed before. And the only reason it's possible is because of the hex staking mechanism that we're able to create these tokens. So what is a hex time token? In short, it is a hex token, but it is not redeemable for hex until a future date. So if you want to go back once. Got it. Thanks. Looking at this slide, so a hex time token is a token that's backed 1-to-1 by hex and redeemable 1-for-1 for hex at a future date. So you might be asking the question, okay, so it's just a hex token with a delay. Presumably it trades at the same price as hex, right? Well, that would not be true. And as my co-founder here talked a little bit about this idea of a yield curve, when anytime you have an asset that isn't redeemable for its underlier until a future date, the market is going to demand that it trades at a discount. And so this concept is known as the time value of money. So if you look at the chart in the top right of the screen there, at the top you have the price of hex. That's just the past few months, the price of hex in dollar terms, and below that you see the price of one of these hex time tokens that's created through the Actuator protocol. And you'll note that it trades nearly at a 1-to-1 correlation. They're highly correlated in their movements. And this is expected because the token at the bottom in blue is redeemable for hex, the token on the top. But there's a delta there. There's a gap between the two. And the reason being is that token at the bottom is not redeemable for the underlying hex until a future date. And so the market is, and this is all trading live, by the way, on PulseX, and the market is currently demanding a discount on that token because of the delay. And so there's an interesting property that should be highlighted because of this. So because it's redeemable 1-for-1 for hex, at a future date, you can know rigorously what the APR is going to be on this token. So it allows you to experience this fixed return in native hex terms. And there's no variability there. You could buy it at a discount and you lock in those fixed returns because that orange line and that blue line eventually have to meet in the future. So these are some of the unique properties of this token. So you have this guaranteed yield in hex terms. And as we mentioned before, the reason why you have that yield is because of this concept of the time value of money. And the longer time redemption, the larger the discount that the market is going to demand on the token. And so you can imagine, so the token in blue is redeemable in 8 years. However, we have several types of hex time tokens you can create. And the difference is it just all comes down to when you can actually redeem the token for hex. And so on the bottom right, you see a table of 3 different tokens. They're all hex time tokens, but redeemable at different future dates. And the larger the time to redemption, the larger the discount to hex, which means the larger the implied APR on those tokens. As you can see at the bottom there, the hex time token, HTT for short, one HTT 5000 is guaranteed to equal 1 hex token on hex day 5000, and that's just simple arbitrage. At the end of the day, you can't, if it's redeemable 1-for-1, then the market is going to necessarily trade 1-to-1 on its redemption day. But until then, there's going to be a yield. So this token, it's kind of we see it as a novel breakthrough, not just in PulseChain, but really all of crypto. Its equivalent doesn't really exist anywhere else. There isn't a Bitcoin time token or an Ethereum time token, if you will. There's a hex time token, and the reason why why the Actuator protocol is able to mint these hex time tokens comes down to hex stakes. So it's really hex stakes is the underlying innovation here. We're just acting upon what's already been built. And so hex stakes, they're normally not fungible. If you're familiar with HSIs, those are tokenized hex stakes, but they're also they're NFTs. They can't be traded on a like a DEX, like any other ERC20. But our system allows you to what's called delegate your tokenized stake. Your HSI allows you to delegate your tokenized stake to the protocol. And from there, you can mint these hex time tokens against your stake. And the number of hex time tokens you can mint, you can't just mint as many as you want, you're capped. And the amount that you're capped by is based on the intrinsic value of your stake. So every stake has a principal and accrued rewards to date. None of that's a secret. You can just go to the Hex protocol and determine what your Hex stake is worth at any given point in time. And obviously, it's always increasing. Our protocol simply reads from the Hex protocol, determines what's the intrinsic value of the stake in Hex terms, and that's the number of Hex time tokens you can mint against it. And so that's what enables this property of all these interesting properties of Hex time tokens. Hex time tokens are fully backed, and they're fully redeemable thanks to the end stake proceeds of the underlying stakes that back them. So you might be asking, well, so there's these cool Hex time tokens, but what's the price actually going to be? How do we know they're not going to go to zero, or how do we know they're not going to just be unpredictable? The reason being is that this is a unique market. It's a two-sided market. So Hex time tokens, if they're too cheap, if you will, the market can rigorously know that, if you will. So because Hex time tokens are going to equal 1-to-1 with Hex at a future specified date, we know, at what rate and at what time to maturity they're going to equal that Hex. And therefore, if they're too cheap, the market is going to be compelled to buy them up to lock in that yield. If they're too pricey, this is a key point as well. If Hex time tokens are too pricey, that actually advantages a different side of the market, and that advantages owners of tokenized stakes. Because if you own a tokenized stake, and tokenized stakes allow you to mint these Hex time tokens, well, and if Hex time tokens are getting super pricey, well, that actually gives you the ability to increasingly monetize your stake, knowing that you can mint a token that's really expensive, if you will. So this is all thanks to the Hex stakes that make this mechanism of Hex time tokens possible. It's really not easily doable against any other asset. And so this is important because this is going to open up avenues to entirely new users who are interested in Hex. Because if suppose you don't want to get involved in Hex stakes, it's just too risky. You want to think simpler, you just want to buy a token. Well, these Hex time tokens, like I said, they're tradable on the dexes, and you could buy them, and that's it. You just hit buy. And you're going to experience that appreciation relative. You're going to outperform Hex guaranteed over a particular time horizon. And so you essentially get to experience the benefits of Hex staking without actually making a Hex stake. And the secret, though, is that when you buy a Hex time token, you're incentivizing more sophisticated users to create new stakes to offset the increase in market demand. So there's this give and take in the market. And what's especially important is that it's all infinitely scalable. There's no cap on how many Hex time tokens you can make. There's no special minting window. You can mint as many as you want, however many you want, and the market can continually accommodate new and more demand. So at the bottom of this chart, you see that's a snapshot from the Actuator DApp, which you can access right now. It's app.actuator.finance, and it just shows some example stakes. So there's things that are familiar to you, like the principal and the accrued rewards to date, and then there's other properties that our protocol that builds on top of your stakes. It's new functionality, this ability to mint new tokens against your stake, and that's what you see in the two right columns in that table below. The amount you can extract and the amount you've already extracted. So this is staking with special properties. Your Hex stakes now are very versatile now. You can stake larger and longer for longer time periods, and you can do it with confidence and flexibility because you now know that your HSIs or your tokenized stakes have an efficient market that you can always trade into, and it's all reversible. So you can mint these tokens against your stake. You can sell them into the market, and then you can unwind that and regain full control of your stake. So it's a non-destructive action. So, and you can, we've all been there where, you'd like to stake longer, but you have other short-term needs, or maybe you want to seize a short-term opportunity. What this protocol allows you to do is to take advantage of those short-term investment opportunities by taking a loan out against your stake, in effect. So you could collateralize your stake. You receive those tokens, and then you can deploy that capital to take advantage of that short-term need. So you're not tied up for the long term, if you will. And then also you're able to, another strategy here would be you'd be able to increase your T-share exposure. So when you stake, you get T-shares, but if you could mint more tokens against your stake, you could use those tokens to create new stakes, create new T-shares, and then again, you can go through this cycle of creating a stake, minting the Hex time tokens, sell them for Hex, and then repeat this process. So there's different sides depending on who you are and what your investment strategies are. Since it's a two-sided market, it kind of is a choose your own adventure. You have a lot of strategies available to you. And then, of course, the ability to avoid an EES on your stake because you can now extract that value against your stake. So, and some of the snippets there to show you some of the highlight, some of our flagship Hex time tokens that you could purchase that are all trading live. And another interesting thing, another kind of emergent, interesting property of all this is the opportunity for liquidity providers. So if you're a liquidity provider, obviously your biggest risk is going to be impermanent loss. And it's especially painful for the RH ticker or tickers that are more volatile. And what's unique about this project is you can take your tokenized stake, you can mint your Hex time tokens against the stake, and then you pair those Hex time tokens with Hex into a liquidity pool. And that is special because those two tokens, as we saw a minute ago, are highly correlated. So, I mean, it's if you were to look at the price of two stable coins, obviously they'd be perfectly correlated. This has some similar properties where Hex time tokens are highly correlated with Hex, and thus you get to minimize your impermanent loss while providing liquidity. So you get minimal impermanent loss, you still get the fees, and not to mention you get to be holding this this high quality asset in Hex at the same time. And it's like stablecoin pairings, except that you're in the asset that is obviously going to appreciate. So the other aspect of this is that if you have Hex time tokens that you minted against one of your stake is also continually increasing in yield. And as that yield grows, you can mint more Hex time tokens and you can thus increase your liquidity. So there's this daily increase that allows you to constantly boost your LP position. And then thirdly, the Actuator protocol is distributing its Actuator token to users who are providing liquidity. So you effectively can achieve 3 income streams in one investment. You make a stake, you mint the Hex time tokens, and then you provide liquidity, and then you can earn Actuator on top of that. And the Actuator token, in brief, it basically is the sole collector of all fees generated by the system. So owners of the Actuator token can collect the fees generated by the protocol. So we've talked about the Hex time token. The idea here is to, in a sense, the protocol is simple. We were talking to somebody last night how it's a simple protocol, but it's a complicated protocol. It's simple in that you could just buy a token and then you can appreciate and you can outperform Hex on a particular time horizon. But what's interesting is that when you think about all the different time horizons, you can you could take all those Hex time tokens and you can view them across all the time horizons that are relevant. And what emerges is this yield curve. And as we talked about, this concept of a yield curve is hugely important. And it's this yield curve is what we're trying to establish because it is this core tool that investors use to make some really important financial decisions. And the reason being is that it allows you to put value on time. It allows you to put the time value. It expresses the time value of an asset. In this case, the market's able to express the time value of Hex. And that curve you see on the chart there on the screen, you can see the different APRs across different Hex time tokens. And given the recent actions of the OA, some of the Hex stake yield plummeted recently. However, the Hex time tokens are still yielding pretty generous APRs relative to Hex staking. And not to mention those APRs are fixed. So you can lock those APRs in today and it's all in Hex terms. And so with this yield curve, you can you get just new types of strategies. So a lot of you are familiar with this concept of these laddered stakes. With laddered stakes, you can have you can put your portfolio across the full time horizon, and you can have the laddered hex stakes fall off at different times. Similarly, you can now have an even more flexible portfolio of hex time tokens, and these hex time tokens across different maturities will be redeemable for hex at their redemption day, but they're ERC20s, so they're flexible. You can move in and out of them. You can adjust your time horizons as needed. Not to mention these hex time tokens, you can ratio trade against them. If you think one particular hex time token maturity is trading at a premium to another hex time token, then you can do what's called this curve trade, where you can trade one for the other if you think the shape of the curve is going to adjust. So those are the ideas. Again, we're trying to increase the tool set. There's the financial house that you need a full tool set in order to build, and this yield curve is one of those core parts of the tools, core tools that we need to bring in some more sophisticated users. But at the end of the day, we also want to enable just a larger tent for users to participate in hex and hex staking. So with that, I will pass it back to my co-founder here, Bill.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Let me just sum up a few things here. I appreciate that. Thank you, RJ. If this looks like it's complicated, if this is your first look, it sure feels like it, doesn't it? Well, let me simplify it a little bit. I can't make it easy, but I can make it as simple as it can be as an individual investor. The protocol brings you the ability to get liquidity while growing your hex bags, giving you flexibility in your portfolio. You like those ideas? Is it good to have a portfolio that's earning native hex, that's flexible to adjust, and that you can maintain liquidity as you go? Those are really important traits if you've ever been through different life circumstances or markets or situations, or you just want to be able to diversify and use other types of investments without losing your tokenized hex stake. Lots of good options. Additionally, if you want to keep something simple, you could just buy and hold these HTTs. They are hex. That's the thing to remember. And they're hex at a discount. So it's guaranteed that you are growing your hex bags by buying HTTs. And they have their different maturities. And yet you can sell an HTT. You can speculate on an HTT. If you bought an HTT at a deep discount and a week later it moved to a much narrower discount, that's profit to you, whether you wanted to just sell it right there and move on. So there are many simple ways, without getting too complicated, that you can take advantage of these kinds of strategies as the individual investor. And yet on the flip side, I hope you also saw that while all of us are pursuing our individual goals with this protocol, collectively, it's setting up a yield curve that's going to lay the foundation for large capital to begin to come in, because they now have risk management tools available in this space. They can measure risk and they can manage risk, so they can allocate with some confidence like they're used to. I see Crispy over there really dying to ask something. Question.
When I try to redeem for, say, the top one, here's the number, okay, and it worked fine, and it gave me what I had basically earned back. And then every day it seems like it's giving me a little bit more because not available to withdraw a little bit more. My earning that potential to withdraw. Then I made one for $5. The second one. And as soon as I did that, it gave me all the extra that was available. And then it said you're at risk of forfeiture time. I did early. I didn't do anything different. All I did was click on the $5. Then I did try to do the third.
Okay, great. Let me answer that one offline, because there's some complexities in your particular case I want to help you see. But let me explain his point and tell you what is happening there. This is a fairly sophisticated tool. There are a lot of things you can choose to do that give you advanced strategies. One of those advanced strategies, and I'm telling you a few now, but the documents lay all of this out, by the way. You can go find those answers at docs.actuator.finance, and it will address all of these specialty cases that you can choose to use that give you finer tuned control in your portfolio, but with some element of risks you might have to bear, depending on what you choose to do with your stakes and what you choose to take out as HTTs. So the short answer is, if you align the redemption date with your stake date, that's the simple case. And that's what we've been talking about. But the protocol allows you to have a difference between the redemption date of the HTTs and the end stake date of your stake. If there's a difference, then nuances come into play. So, and those are outlined in the documents. All of them are easy to understand and then manage in the way you choose. And there can be some really good, advantageous ways to do that. For example, all HSIs can use this protocol. All the ones from the Hedron contract, anything you might have bought in the last several years, those are all applicable here. But of course, those are all different types of HSI structures. If you bring that and say, I want to try and take out and mint HTT 3000, well, maybe there's only a certain amount of that that is extractable from that particular HSI, maybe 5,000, maybe 7,000. So you have choices of what HSI structures to use with what HTT. And you have one of those circumstances. So I'm going to show you offline what that means. But rather than confuse everyone that's just trying to learn the basic protocol, if you just go and stake some hex through the app at the HTT that you're going to choose to take out, none of that complexity matters. If you're an advanced user and you want to see how to really get fine-tuned control, the docs will help you understand that. Come by the booth and we can help as well, or go into Telegram. So good question. I'm going to have to break us here, and let's talk offline and we'll look at your specific circumstance and you'll understand exactly what you can do from here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a great time at the conference. A little introductory. My name's Dave. I'm a member of the UpToken team. But prior to discovering crypto, I spent 35 years as a math teacher. Now, I fell in love with the math of cryptography. And like you, I wanted financial freedom. And, you know, let's take a quick pause here. It's like, let's congratulate all of us. Richard's victory over the SEC shows the world that crypto is all about freedom. You know, we won. Crypto is about financial freedom. Richard's going to go defend those freedoms for us, and we are going to embrace those opportunities. Now, the last time I shared our ecosystem with you was at Maddie's recent Hex conference, and it's great to be back with you. I want to state that our goal over at the UpToken team is to build the tools we need to make blockchain, in fact, PulseChain, the #1 blockchain in the world. You know, UpX are part of a larger ecosystem called PlusX, and within PlusX, we have this protocol called Validator X, where you can stake your pulse and earn a yield. And today I want to share some of our recent updates to that protocol, as well as some of the other builds that we have going on in our ecosystem. PlusX is the larger brand of the ecosystem we're building over here. And we have a list of products. Here's our landing page, plusx.app. And if you scroll down, you can see the products. We've thrown a few out there. These are 2 tokens, Up and UpX. The rest are protocols. We got the loan alarm bot. We have smart vaults. We're going to talk about LPX in a little bit. But the one we're looking at today is Validator X, because we got some new upgrades for this one here. Validator X is a place where you can take your pulse and stake it and get more pulse. And that's what we're after. We want a better yield, or not a better yield. Well, we're going to give you the better yield, but we want to grow our pulse stacks. That's what this is all about. The yield we received last week is about 20.9%. So the individuals that are partaking in our Validator X, they've taken their pulse and they're growing it. That's the goal, to make more pulse for yourself. And it's as simple as coming over here, connecting your wallet, typing in how much you want to stake, you know, throw a number down there, and then hit stake pulse, and you're in the game. And here's what we got going on so far. We have 667 validators in here currently. And we're going to get to 668 because these validators are earning a yield, and it's compounding. So as soon as it takes about 3 to 4 days, we should have another $32 million worth of yield, and then this validator number will tick up to 668, And we just keep stacking yield over here. 20.97% yield last week is what we earned. And again, we take that 1 week the 1 week total, how much it is, multiply it times 52 to figure out how much we would have for a total of 52 weeks. And so we extrapolate each week out. And if we do this, the APR for the total time we've had Validator X running, it's about 18% yield is what we're getting if you participate with our ecosystem. Now, that's the best damn yield you're going to find in liquid staking on PulseChain. It's incredible. In fact, we did a little search through all the other chains, and in the entire ecosystem of crypto, I think we're the second best yielding crypto out there in terms of APR for your liquid staking tokens. Now, a couple founders have approached us and said, hey, you know what? I like the yield you're offering here. This is phenomenal. But can I take some of that yield and buy my token, the token I founded, and burn that for my community? So, can I shave off like 30% of my yield instead of compounding all of it? Can I shave it off and go burn my token? So that feature's coming next, and that's new. And you as a user, if you want to say, hey, you know what? I want to take part of my yield, and instead of keeping it all in Pulse and stacking Pulse, maybe I want to go buy token ABC. Can I shave off a portion of my yield and have that allocated automatically to go purchase token ABC for me and shove it in my wallet? And the answer is yes. And for your excitement, here's the preview of the new DApp interface that we have currently running and testing on testnet. We'll upgrade this to mainnet soon, and this is where you're going to be able to scrape off a portion of your yield and send it wherever you like. So that's a new feature we're going to add to our Validator X ecosystem. And we are able to offer this great yield because of the compounding and the fact that we don't take a lot of the yield in order to maintain the servers and pay for the utility costs. We tried to knock this down to a minimum. We want to give the users the yield, not the ecosystem. This is about financial freedom. And that's not all we want to show you today. We have some new builds that are coming to testnet real soon. All right, and here it is. We already have the tile. We have this running within our ecosystem. It's called LPX, ladies and gentlemen. This thing is basically single-sided staking for your token. You take your token, you place it in here, and there's an automated market maker that's going to go sell your token at a high, buy it back at a low, sell it at a high, buy it back at a low. Sounds like a freaking gimmick, but it's working. Within this tab here, you can go look at the UpX LPX pair that we have currently working. This is a game changer in the land of crypto and liquidity. And it only exists on PulseChain, and it's going to be launching on testnet soon. Now, if you want to learn more about Validator X, LPX, and any of our other protocols, please reach out to me or our team. And you can find us over at our Telegram room at t.me/UpABNS. That's up, always buying, never selling. UPABNS. Come find us. Let's talk more about this LPX. It's revolutionary. This is going to change the world of crypto, and it happens on PulseChain.
I heard about a token, name's Up and UpX. Folks call me crazy, said that don't make sense. They said ain't no way that a bot buys your bags. Now they're stuck on the sidelines watching me brag.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, CJ. All right, guys, next up for our next panel, we got crypto market trends, identifying opportunities and avoiding pitfalls, excuse me. For this one, we've got Crypto Sloth, we've got Axis Alive, Cultivate Crypto, and Dollar Cost Crypto. Gentlemen, if you'll please make your way on up to the stage. Go ahead and give them a round of applause while we wait for them to head on up. Where did my other mics go? Oh, all right, cool. So, gentlemen, are you guys running your own panel, or is Artie going to be asking you questions?
I have no idea.
All right, sweet. Well, there's your microphone, Charlie.
Here's for you.
Yep. It's all going to zero. Sorry.
Hello, hello. Bill and, oh, there we go. Excellent. You guys try to sneak away with my microphones. Appreciate it. All righty. So just so you guys know, blue means they're hot. Red means they're off. Shouldn't have to turn them off. It's all about a hand. Bam. We do it live. All right. There you go.
Do I need a microphone? I just
Oh, shoot. I think RG3 said one.
This one's still good.
Yep.
Testing, testing.
So we just fill in where we need to fill in. Team spirit. All right. First question. How has the crypto market evolved in recent years, and what trends do you see dominating in the near future?
All right, I guess I'll just start it off. So at least from when I got into crypto, it was a much more simple market. We basically had one app here in the States, and that was Coinbase. You could really only buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. That's about it, basically.
The crypto stuff, right?
For crypto, yeah. Like you could, like it was the sort of thing where, like, unless you, I mean, the exchanges were very simplistic. You had very few coins. Binance, a lot of the other exchanges just seemed really foreign to people. They were still pretty small as well. The only other place you could really buy altcoins were basically pretty small at the time Asian exchanges, and just people weren't going in. So the majority of capital was staying within the majors. And when we got in, there was really like 16 and most of 17 stablecoins didn't really exist. They started in 2017, but you didn't have hundreds of millions and billions of dollars until middle of 2018. As people were, cashing out and exiting positions, that's really when the whole stablecoin market happened. And as things evolved, I mean, we had a much more simple model where Bitcoin would pump, then Bitcoin would stop pumping, then the alts would pump, and then the money would rotate back into Bitcoin. It was very, very like simplistic, sort of a positive feedback loop. But when stablecoins got basically injected to the space, you now had a way where capital could just stay over here, and you started getting kind of more stop-start kind of kangaroo markets.
Yeah, that's when you got futures too in 2018, right? And that some people speculated whether that was a way for government to try to control the market by having extra leverage put in the system.
Wasn't that the top one of the day?
Yeah, technically. Yeah, I think it was. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody from a three-letter agency who basically was like, "Yep, we did it."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I heard the same. They had to shut it down.
Head of the Treasury, right? Was it head of the Treasury?
It was somebody up in the
I don't
financial
even
sector.
like
Kaylin, look at you.
trying to slow.
Had a little emergency.
Your dreads are so beautiful.
But but yeah, so what we got like today, right? Like we got the the White House Crypto Summit with David Sachs. I think Sergey Nazarov was there. We had who else? The Winklevoss, Sailor. A lot of people from the industry. Not everybody, but a good fair chunk. And so like from that, when it was just after, I guess, like the cycle after Ross Ulbricht went to prison, Mt. Gox happened. Crypto is pretty much down in the dumps in terms of public perception. Now we have, Rachel Maddow late to the curve, basically saying like, hey, these are beanie babies. Bitcoin sucks. It's going nowhere. 10 years from now, she's going to look like, she already looks like a fool for us, but like for everybody else, she's going to look absolutely, ridiculous in about 10 years with the United States has billions and billions of dollars in crypto. Or
Charlie, this internet's bad.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's exactly. It's 1999.
Yeah.
The internet is not going to amount to anything.
But
this iPhone's not good, bro. It's BlackBerry all the way, dude.
Dude, I love my physical keys on my keyboard.
But from your guys' point of view, do you feel like this cycle's been kind of like stunted from like Wall Street coming into the play, or like what do you think is different?
Even versus 21?
21. I mean, 21 was, so 21 was a unique cycle. That vertical move, no, that's just different. Yeah. But it's more sustained, longer term, and way more up.
You think it's more because of like the Bitcoin 4-year cycle, or you think it's more like
I don't really subscribe to the Bitcoin 4-year cycle anymore. Like I've been saying 26 for 3 years now, and now I start to see 27 and 28 even. Like you're redenominating the world in Bitcoin.
So for you, what's different this cycle in terms of like altcoin seasons, because we've kind of got more.
Well, I think altcoin season looks like tons of little micro alt seasons that are very sub-community specific. Memes have done well, but there's not all these side ecosystems take turns popping off instead of there just being one super cycle for alts. And I think people are missing that component. Like how much has your group made? How much success have they seen in a market that's quote unquote a bear market? You definitely see a chart that looks like this, but there's like 10% or 15% that's winning. That's what's happening on like the guys that. This is why this whole component of with the 08 making this big moves is such a big deal for this particular ecosystem is because it's a full-on system reset that opens up opportunity for new guys, allows old guys to redistribute huge APRs to a new class of holders, and this all leads to huge price appreciation for the ecosystem. There's no other way to look at it. So that's exciting to me. And so then you have to ask the question, okay, so PulseChain is a unique case where we're super bonded to Ethereum. Are we totally married to it, or can we sort of have our own little season inside of there, which we saw in 2024 between January and March already, so that, if the right amount of capital is injected, you're going to get that. But the bull markets tend to work better when everything's moving together.
Right. But like, no, and I agree with you too. But like, to me, the cycle doesn't seem that different. The cycle doesn't seem that different, except for Ethereum's not moving, which is basically the collateral for the whole system. Like all of DeFi is based off Ethereum, and even PulseChain is Ethereum 2.0 fork. And obviously, Treasury, the PulseChain has, and most treasuries of most chains are holding a ton of Ethereum or RC20 tokens, basically. Even Trump's holding wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum.
He's not buying it.
But
it's a cheap asset right now, right?
Yeah, it's a cheap asset, but Ethereum is really cheap right now. But it's a sort of thing where like, yeah, you're right. But that's normal. It's Sonic season, PulseChain season, Arbitrum season. That's pretty normal, and that's not weird to me. It's just because of the lack of Ethereum pumping. It's essentially that's really what's kind of messed up the whole cycle so far. And I think on purpose, actually, because all the major funds are acquiring Ethereum right now. And why isn't it moving?
But when you look at it, is this thing working? I don't think so. Yeah, that's right. When you look at how Bitcoin pumped, we see BlackRock announcing, "Oh, we got our Bitcoin." Nobody knew. It wasn't a market buy. It was all OTC trade. They actually sold out all Bitcoin. And now, all of a sudden, we get a run. It wasn't a retail run. That was a crypto bro run. So we didn't have a real kickoff to the bull market traditionally like we usually see. This is a weird situation where a very big financial institution, globally financial institution, OTC traded a bunch of Bitcoin, filled their bags, announced that they had it all, and then we seen a little pump, and it wasn't retail coming in. And that's usually what we see is retail coming in to make that bull run go and go strong. And then when that retail comes in, the crypto bros go, "Hey, time to take our blue chips and run into the meme coins," and the meme coin market pumps. And then, we see the cycle do its thing and fall on its face and blah, 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 and all the retail investors get scared and run to the hills and we crash. And the other big guys took their percentage going down, their percentage going up, but we're not seeing that yet. And I think that's why Ethereum was stalled, because it didn't have that pump priming like usual with the retail investors and the crypto bros moving around. And Ethereum has been kind of left on the shitcoin space, left on the back burner.
Yeah, there's a lot going on under the hood with Ethereum. From the consideration of leaving proof of work and moving proof of stake and the economic consequences of doing that. You got to think, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment to GPUs and mining equipment, hardware, and liabilities and expenses, and so all this has to get paid for somehow. And one day you come into your company and you're mining Ethereum, and the next day it's off. Well, then there's going to be implications where there's going to have to be naturally some sort of plan to capture some value back, and whether that's through selling hardware, selling Ethereum that was mined over the past 4, 5, 6, 7 years in some cases. And so I think that's acted constant pressure on prices. A lot of these old miners kind of resituating and reformatting and figuring out the space going forward. And in addition to the mining component, I've never seen so much opportunity on other, there's so much interest in layer twos and protocols with sunk ETH in them that are soaking up all the ETH. And so even though the price isn't moving, it's not representative of the utility of the asset. And so what we're just seeing is a repricing that's occurring. It's taken a lot longer, and it's been a messy cycle because of some of these kind of components playing out. And it's clear that nobody really had the answer going into it, but that things are going to probably turn the corner here soon.
I'll say one thing I think people are really forgetting about Ethereum is that it's the second biggest amount of liquidity or TVL in crypto next to Bitcoin, obviously. And so because of that, the on-ramp for significant amounts of money pretty much has to go to Ethereum. If you look at the L1, L2 chains, like the shadow funds, for example, they all have some kind of liquidity set up with Ethereum that's heavily incentivized. And that's because they need the railroad, other DeFi money, if they want it to come onto their chain. The way for significant amounts of money to do that is through Ethereum. So even if, we say Ethereum's old tech, it's expensive and nothing's happening with it, it's all moving to L2s or these other chains like Solana, Sonic, PulseChain, et cetera, just having that deep liquidity is value in itself because money can move through it. And that's why we're seeing these big institutions accumulating it, because that's the base way to get into anywhere you want to go from that point on.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to go on to the point where you're saying about the L2s and stuff, it's been proven already that so basically what happened is in 2021 we had tremendously huge fees. It's one of the reasons why we have PulseChain, why we invented PulseChain, because we couldn't. It was just becoming too expensive to unstake just regular hex on Ethereum. It really wasn't viable. You would have to have a massively large stake, and for most people, they don't have that. That's not feasible. You shouldn't be paying $500, $3,000 to unstake hex. That's ridiculous. Or even paying $50 just in the transaction. That's ridiculous, right?
Or $900 to start a liquidity pool. I did that once.
Yeah, costly, right?
It's like, my God, I blew it. I don't have any money left. So essentially Ethereum didn't have the upgrades ready, which does fall on the Ethereum Foundation. They've had a long time to really update Ethereum, but I know they have to move carefully. But so kind of a band-aid solution was, let's scale L2s to move all the transactions over there. And basically what's been kind of proven for like Dune Analytics and a lot of these sort of like, tracking firms in crypto is that these L2s are taking all the Ethereum fees and then just dumping the Ethereum on exchanges. All of them. Literally all of them. Every single one. So, from Arbitrum to OP, just think of any L2 on Ethereum. They've been dumping Ethereum the entire, just like Pump.Fund, just like all these other, they've been dumping it all in all the Solana. So this is the reason too. So I've said this a bunch of times on my channel, is that, like, as an example, right? Like Solana has been like the favorite for the normies, right? The cycle. It only went, like, its all-time high is 260. It only went to $300. Do you know how weird that is? Like, you have to understand, imagine if we had everybody in crypto talking PulseChain. PulseChain would be, it would be like 2 cents right now, a penny at least, right? A massive, we have to understand how much money that is, billions and billions of dollars. Pump.Fund, as an example, does about $2.1 billion of volume a month. And that's just on these little microcap meme coins, not even talking about the big coins either, just what's on Pump.Fund alone, right? So if we even had a quarter of that, or even like the same amount of Solana, we'd be at a massive price. But there's so much selling going on there that this has been my big complaint. Is like Solana should have been $800 right now, and this is without an ETF, right? So I think it's going to do well, just like the rest of crypto is going to do well. But it's essentially these VCs and a lot of these token founders and they're essentially L2 farm basically. They're just extracting all the money out with fees. And this is why it's even Vitalik's is now basically fired most of the Ethereum Foundation and is replacing it now. He's like, I'm getting rid of all the OGs because they're basically stuck in old land, and essentially, you guys made your money, get the fuck out, enough. And and it's basically proving that the L1s were enough. L1s are enough to like help out basically the congestion on the network. The L2s are just too much. It's too much throughput now. We have too many places to go. It's sort of like the same thing that happened with the meme coins, right? There's so many meme coins. Like with last cycle, we had more concentration on meme coins, so you've got much higher prices on a few individual coins versus there's probably like 1 million meme coins at $1 million market cap, right? Instead of there being like, there should be like an extra 10 at a multi-billion. And so that's kind of what's happening there. So I think that's getting course corrected. And some of the stuff that even was done with Pump.Tires on PulseChain was, to increase the burn on PulseChain and take, we've had a 77% reduction in inflation on Hex on both of them. We've had a reduction of supply on PulseChain through the burning on Pump.Tires. We've had an additional burn added to PulseX.
So if you, and then a 97% reduction in inflation on ink token. So we essentially across the board about an 80% plus reduction in new supply on every token on PulseChain. So this is going to start having a very positive effect because as dollar cost averages and as new people on board, this starts really helping out. And then also you don't have this consistent selling pressure from people doing rolling stakes or people just dumping ink token, which is bonded to everything, right? So I think we've essentially I think what Richard's done in the background is it's going to start creating a squeeze that's going to start having a real positive effect on PulseChain.
It's allowing the ecosystem to equilibrate at a higher level, in a sustainable way for cheap. Like it's not going to take as much money to get up there. And then when we get up there, it's going to be easier to sustain the level. So it's like we equilibrated down here, and then because of the inflation rate, it's hard to move up. We move that up, and then the next level of equilibrium is going to be a little bit higher.
Do you know how much money was taken out of the pools, the PulseX pools?
Decent amount, like off the top of my head, tens of millions, basically.
I think Pulse, the main Pulse PDI pool has like 8 to 9 million in it right now, and it used to be somewhere around like 30 to 40 million.
So it just takes much less to pump the ecosystem, but it does add a little more.
Yeah, if you put in a vacuum, if you put $8 million in the Pulse, you 4x the price today.
10 into Hex was like 20 cents or something crazy
What
like
was
that. 20 cents. Something crazy.
How
like
much
that.
was it?
10 million.
10 million?
Net.
20 cents. That makes sense back in the day.
Someone's got 10 million.
Yeah, it's so easy to pump these things. Like who's jumping in first? Yeah, so I mean, this is super positive. Like it's actually really going to be hard on a lot of us because we're going to have to make some hard decisions on what coin we want to let go of and which ones we want to keep. Because there's going to just be so many opportunities. Eventually, you have more opportunities than units you can deploy, and that's what we have not had the issue of for the first year and a half of PulseChain. Because everyone, I mean, not everybody, but your top 20% had free DCA money effectively to basically make moves on the chain. And so like if you weren't one of those people, now you have more power. Now you got more power back. But then that means also that you have to be really considerate of like your token, your portfolio allocation, and how you're going to move now.
I mean, not to do a little sidebar here, but like just look at what's happened to PulseX. PulseChain and PulseX are basically at parity right now. Yeah. Who would have thought? Right?
So
the most hated coin on PulseChain. Somehow.
So let's we can sit here and get into this stuff deeper, but let's throw some of the questions out there so you guys can, because people want to hear what you guys have to answer for this stuff. So what are the most important factors to consider when developing a crypto trading investment strategy?
Well, trading and investment rate is totally different. So I think when it comes to trading, right, the key is risk management. I mean, in the course that we do, we talk about making sure that you're not trading any more than 20% of your bag at any given time. Because, I mean, first of all, as, Richard would say, like a lot of people, when they trade, they overtrade, they tend to, make mistakes. And so really you have to be pretty damn disciplined in what you're going to do. And you have to have like a very specific time frame on it and a very specific amount of money. And then it's kind of like you're going to the casino down here, right? Like have a certain amount that you're willing to risk, but like a goal that you're trying to gain. And so if you actually do that, like if you go to zero or if you like lose half or whatever on a bad trade, it's not so bad. You can come back from it, right? But what most people do is they'll take half the portfolio, they'll put it in a short-term trade, they'll get wrecked, they'll leave the market, they'll get rinsed, right? And so what I like to do specifically with the market is find stuff that is somewhat correlated with Bitcoin and Ethereum. Ethereum has a pretty decent correlation. And then the 60-day cycles, which is from Bob Lucas, tends to do pretty damn well with once every 60 days, you have a good time to buy in the market. And once every 60 days, you have a good time to take profit in the market. And so as long as you're patient, you're mainly swing trading, you're doing this type of stuff like slowly but surely, you can cultivate, you can compound, you can make more money, and you can, get more coins, which is the ultimate goal. More coins before more dollars. But that's a very different strategy. And we're teaching this in our course like this quarter, like how to do it exactly with the 60-day cycle. I mean, Bitcoin just went to, $78,000. It's back up. We have pretty good price action here. We have a good shot where we're at right now for a trade, I would say over between the next 2 weeks to about 40 days. And like, that's a nice little, maybe 80% gain on some altcoins, maybe 20, 30% gain on Bitcoin, possible, right? If everything goes right. But yeah, that compared to a DCA strategy, you want to do both at the same time. I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit because like, you know, that's going to like your trading is going to be your minor strategy and then your main strategy is going to be your investment strategy.
Right. So we obviously always have, it's like an 80-20 split. So either you have to decide, the 80% is always kind of buy and hold, more or less with the DCA over time. And you have dynamic DCA versus just like a static DCA of like, oh, I can only do $100 a month or $100 every paycheck. And that's definitely okay. That's more of a normal DCA versus someone that has a little bit more money or they have a huge chunk of cash that comes in and there's a major crash. Then that's what they DCA down there. That's a dynamic DCA. But everyone has to choose whether they're the high risk altcoins, meme coins, or they're going to be more of a swing trader or and you know, me and Charlie, we do not advise, of course, leverage at all because you don't really need leverage when there's so much money to be made in the market. It's kind of insane, really.
PulseChain is your leverage.
Yeah, PulseChain is your leverage, right? But there's
and PDGC.
Yeah, PDGC. Exactly. There's just so much in the market to make money on that you don't really need leverage. And the places that you feel safest to use leverage are the most manipulated markets, which is Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stuff. So if anyone that's doing any deep size, the exchange, I mean, you guys already know this, but anyone on any of the exchanges can just exactly tell where your stop losses are or where you can get stomped out. And if there's enough money there and it's profitable enough for them, they will send it because the exchange has a different price than other exchanges. So each exchange could literally be off by $100 or $20 or $30, and that's enough for them to just, you know, play around with it and everything like that. And then on top of that too, as you're trading, or people, here's a big one too. Everyone, every quarter we get guys. Hey Miguel, have you heard about these up tokens or like Ethereum 3x or you know, I mean, this is a real thing. These are really being shilled quite a lot, and they're going to be adding some of them to Robinhood actually, which here we go, right? They're adding, and the problem with these tokens is if it's going in the right direction, you're making tons of money, right? Because it's like if you have let's just say Bitcoin 3x, right? As it's going up, you're roughly going to make, let's just say the price doubles, you're going to make 2.5x because they take a big on the, you know, for lending that leverage. But as it goes down, it's this whole thing where like, let's just say the price goes from 100,000 to 50,000 back to 100,000. You've lost, I mean, like you don't have, you're not back up to the same amount of money. You're actually below where you started because of the fees, and also it compounds the wreckness on the way down. So it's something like you can be like, I should be down 50%. No, brother, you're down like 85% down. And then when it goes back up, now you're below, you're only 45%. You're like, if you had 100,000 starting, you might be 35 to 45,000 after it got back up to 100. So then it has to do this other dramatic move just for you to break even again. So, and that's what these guys don't understand. And then the longer you're in these tokens, they're charging you fees, just like if you're taking out leverage or you're like borrowing a lot of money. These extra fees are coming out and stuff. I don't know if you guys want to jump into it a little bit.
Sure. I teach that trading and investing are two separate components. Investing is your broad stroke, macro process, what you want to acquire over the long term time frame investment horizon. We're talking like 5 to 10 years, 5 years minimum. You should be thinking 10 years out, I think, in this space. And then your short-term trading strategy is very specific and very unique to each one of us. You could use just general indicators like watching the RSI and only buy oversold or overbought or sell over bought conditions, or probably speaking Greek to some of you, but it's not that hard on PulseChain to just not get wrecked as long as you buy things that are cheap and sell things that are high. But you have to act though. So like so many people say, I'm going to get into this trade and I'm going to be in this trade and here's my target. And then they get their target and then they get 2x their target and then they get 3x their target. And then they're like, dude, I'm 6x on my target. I'm not selling. And then they write it all the way back down to 1x. Yep. So like because they changed, like they started as a trade and then all of a sudden, oh no, I'm an investor in this now. So, I mean, just, and then obviously best practices, look through the tokenomics, understand the founder, understand the mechanics of the coin or the contracts involved, have a dev nearby that you can talk to that might be able to say, hey, this is good code or this is unverified code, or talk to somebody who's here today, somebody who's got insight. And so then just remembering not to step on your own shoes as you're thinking about your investment and your portfolio, and not to blend the lines between a trade and a long-term position.
That's also why I think community is so important, right? Because especially when people are starting out, like they need people to bounce ideas off of if they're going to the short-term strategies, because they are highly risky compared to, you know, the long-term investment, right? And so like if you're just like kind of doing it blindly, like it's pretty hard from the beginning, right? So you definitely have to kind of follow along and kind of like find out like, okay, Axis does you know, this particular strategy. I really like this component of that. Like I like the cycles here. I'm going to take part of that. I'm going to take, you know, part of what somebody else does here. You kind of like make your own blend eventually.
Yeah, just don't let emotion be a money killer. Don't let your emotions kind of control your strategy. Let the strategy sit well with you and stay firm with it. And even if something's not going your way, have like a plan for if something's not going your way, how you're going to exit that position. So, I mean, I think like what's the bottom line here with this kind of question is like, it takes a lot of work and effort to be the best you can be, but not everybody has to be a profit maximalist to make big gains. If you're just patient and you buy good things, and that really relies on your own intuition about the founders and the code and stuff like that. So
if I can just give one, like, I know this is going to sound so stupid. It's like, here's the alpha right here, right? One part of it is like immutably 100% true. The other one is these markets are very hard. So all-time highs are very difficult. All-time lows are very simple, very easy. So when everyone,
speculation versus actual value.
correct. So when everyone's sad, that's when you buy. I know that sounds. So I know it's like that's so funny, but no. When everyone's crying, like even a little bit ago, right before we had that pump right there, right, and then the pump could have kept going, but it just, you know, we went right back down. But when everyone's crying, oh, it's all over. I never want to like the simple thing. I think, you know, we just have B-roots in here, right? Like everyone does this. I say this on my YouTube channel. Fuck, man, no one stops talking about PDI. God damn it, everyone's PDI. And when everyone shuts over the PDI, that's when you should buy PDI. It's super revolutionary idea. I know, right? When everyone stops talking about it and it's 80% down, all right, time to take a position. Wow, I'm up 5x on my money. Everyone's talking about, oh shit, everyone's talking about it.
Maybe time to take profit.
It's time to take some, cultivate some crypto, buy some PulseChain, right? But it's easier to do like that if you just focus on that part. But okay, everyone's sad. Is the bull market still on? You know, check Bitcoin, make sure, oh, we still doing okay in Bitcoin, all right? Because that's our thermometer. As much as you want, like we want to say everything. If Bitcoin today crashed to 20 grand, that's it, bros.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
The cycle resets again. We'll have about a year and a half of just bad, and then we'll be back to normal again. But that's, I mean, the real bear market. If you really look at it, right, we topped 21, and we were the bottom of Bitcoin was December of 22 in the same year. It was actually like 1 year, but it didn't feel like it because it's, you know, we had every bad news possible happen, and then some L1 were crashing down, and some coins had bottomed out. But you know, we've been technically in a bull run since 23, 24, and we're in 25 now. We're in the awesome year, you know, and a bunch of money's been made. But the thing is, all that easy money was made by essentially, I mean, you know, having essentially the kind of the you know, the cojones to actually just buy because it looked horrible. Absolutely everything. I mean, like, even if, you know, I know Ethereum's been like last lackluster, right? But Ethereum hit like $780 on the low, $800 low. You could have bought it under 1,000. People made a 4x really rolled. I know tons of people that took their profits, rolled it into PulseChain, made quite a lot. Were yield farming Inc., building up these LP positions, and then now own the ecosystem. It was all paid for by a simple DCA or a big buy, Ethereum or Bitcoin. Tons of our guys bought Bitcoin at 15,500. It went up to where 109 grand. 109 grand, and that's on the most stable coin you could possibly get. I mean, and so that's kind of the power of paying attention in the bear market, and why, like, we can just, none of these guys, everybody here on this panel, RG and all, you know, all the way to Sloth, we were all here in the bear market. You guys pay attention, and we were able to do very well. Take that capital, those easy X's that the market gives you, and then go into stuff, because like opportunity looks like risk when it's an opportunity, right? And yeah, I don't know if Sloth, you want to add something on to that, but it's
one concept that I found to be really helpful in at least alleviating some of that discomfort when it comes time to take profits, or at least planning to take those profits, is a concept I call like life ratios. You value your crypto portfolio or your financial portfolio relative to pretty much things in the material world, whether it be debt, monthly expenses, some purchase that you want to have, and then when you have a portfolio size where you can easily take out a percentage of that to service whatever material you want, that's a good indication of when to do it. Because oftentimes I find, at least for me, but I see other people that I talk to, it's the potential of more that stops you from hitting the sell button because it can always turn into a little bit more later. That last 2x, that last 50%, whatever it might be. And sometimes that's true. You sell early and there's like multiple X's that come after. So that is a very real fear that to have when you're going to hit the sell button. But I find if you're selling for a specific reason or that money has a purpose, you at least in retrospect, if that scenario happens when the price goes up, you could say, I made the correct decision in the situation I was in with the information I had. And that would quell some of the discomfort that comes from watching price go up later, because there's the pain of watching your money go away and vanish into the ether of crypto. But there's also pain in having a bag that could have changed your life and then you sold it too early. That's a very real pain.
All right, I'm going to change it. I'm going to put another question out there for you guys, get your minds going in a different direction. But first, my quick answer. If you look like these guys, have at it. If you look like me, have gray hair, wrinkles, your hands shake when you hit the buy or sell button, stay away from trade. Where is that question at? Okay. How do you guys identify emerging opportunities in the crypto market before they become mainstream? Miguel.
We could talk about Sonic as a use case.
Well, look, so obviously it takes a while to get experience, right? But usually, if like what I love so much about PulseChain and Sonic and some of these are like two very specific good chains where DeFi is the big thing, is that you see a lot of brand new ideas here. And the way we've been trying to make money is sometimes we start seeing ideas that happen on Solana or over here and start moving the PulseChain, and we're able to like, oh crap, that worked over there. It's going to work over here. And we're able to take advantage of that. Or we some ideas that we kind of that we know about. Like one thing that I made a lot of money on was, Richard and everyone explained T-shares. The market actually copied T-shares, but couldn't really actually copy it one for one. So they created something called an X pool system, which is they're a bastardized version of T-shares. So I was able to, like knowing Hex, was able to figure out that these kind of pooling systems that the price always goes up on X Blue or X Shadow and stuff, or X33. These sort of things can actually, it all came from Hex actually, because it went from Hex, then X Sushi did it first, and then Blue did it, and then now Sonic. So I was able, by knowing Hex and kind of knowing how T-shares work, I knew that what they were trying to do. I talked to somebody, they're like, yeah, we got the idea from Hex, from T-shares, but we couldn't copy it one for one because they didn't want it to be staked out, 15 years in between. So they wanted some kind of like in between system. And knowing that, we were able to, take advantage of that. And that's the sort of thing. So it's a thing is like, well, how do you know what music, what good music is? Because you already know your favorite type of music, right? So it's pattern recognition. Every single person here is like, that's what we do. Like, it's our algorithm. It's like, you know what's kind of good to you. You see, and you'll start noticing patterns as you have more and more time in crypto. You start seeing like everything is just the updated version of something that we already know. So everything rhymes over time.
Yeah, I would just
Nothing new under the sun, as they say.
Say it again.
There's nothing new under the sun.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to go to too as well. You want to know crypto history, right? So if you have these two concepts, crypto history from the birth of Bitcoin to the birth of Litecoin, Ethereum, to the birth of DeFi in 2020, to the birth of Hex, which helped DeFi out a lot, to the birth of PulseChain, to the birth of like all these other layer ones. If you follow that technology kind of like along the curve, you're like, okay, well, Bitcoin did it first, Ethereum did it next, and then these layer ones are doing it. Well, like, how are they going to copy what happened before, and then what are they going to do differently that's going to make them better and avoid mistakes? Like that right there is a simple one that takes a lot of time, but like once you put in the time to kind of like have a broad knowledge of things, then you can bring it specifically to, this chain is specifically because it's so young. I feel like we're kind of in that zone of like, 2013 when nobody would listen to Andreas Antonopoulos, and Bitcoin was a brand new chain practically, in terms of the eyes of the world, and everybody was like, no, this like is going to work. This is like how it's set up. And I kind of feel that PulseChain, what Richard Hart is doing, is exactly the same thing. It's just taking a little longer because the law, did hold it back quite a lot.
Yeah, so we were talking about What was the original intent of the question again? Because I think I had something to add to that.
How do you identify emerging?
Yeah, emerging, and then so like for me personally, and this might not work for a lot of people, but that's why we're all here, is like the networking component is super important because people have information. Everybody in this room has some information about something that somebody else doesn't know. And so the deeper you go into the web, socially and on the blockchain, you can pick up some cues. You can kind of see where trends are going. And on the cutting edge of where development is happening, and talking with actual devs, there's insight. There's like the guys on the edge that actually can see a few steps forward. And so like privacy pools and doing those. So like anything privacy related around blockchain, you're going to want to have some sort of eye on that. Whatever news you hear, that could be a huge catalyst. So like that's just one idea. Or like, if a founder you like, you hear he's working on a project, they're probably talking to other dev teams too. So they know they're trying to implement the best components of other people's protocols to the best of their ability into this blockchain. And so like, I honestly think the network part of it is probably misunderstood and how important it is. And that's all social. And like, look at like Moon King, with these guys, like they're out there building a community of people that's working together, and that ends up paying dividends. So it's really more simple than you think. Just finding these opportunities early. And like when it comes to like your home alone on the computer, good luck. Like you might strike out 9 out of 10, but then that 10th one is like the 100x. So that's the part we want to have a little more hit rate than that.
So you're saying it's the friends that we made along the way?
Friends with benefits, I think.
It was always just my initial thought to that question was like, you can't. Now, obviously, these guys here have pretty good hit rates overall, and you can find different factors to increase the probability that the thing that you are investing in or trading with is going to produce returns later. But the reason why I say you can't know what happens is because until it happens, there's no, like, you don't know until it happens. Like you're putting in money into something that you think other people are going to come into later and push the price up after you. And you don't know that's going to happen until it actually happens, no matter how good the narrative, utility, etc. it is. So there's always this variability of randomness that can interfere with the probabilistic, the assumptions that you make and the factors that you put into making a probabilistic bet into something. And I think that degree of randomness is something that I've had to contend with a little bit more, because it's not always as simple as finding patterns that are repeatable in other areas or ways in which it's been improved upon. It's not totally clear, but that element of randomness, I think, is become more apparent to me over time.
And that's where risk management is really key, right?
Exactly,
Because it's
yeah.
like, okay, PulseChain is like extremely successful. And if it's, 20% of my portfolio, it should become closer to like 40, 50% of my portfolio, right? So do I need to put like everything into one opportunity? No. But if I could spread across the ecosystem, that's even better. Then if I could have other bets that are, a little less newer in terms of technology, Cardano might not be, PulseChain's already kicked Cardano's ass, which is great in terms of tech, right? But in terms of price appreciation, in terms of like what their whales are doing and like kind of how they have that part of their ecosystem, that's something that this chain's still building. So it's like, okay, I'm going to go make some money over there, but then I'm going to bring that capital over here. And then I'm going to, increase my bet, buy the lows and do it that way.
One thing I think I say a lot at least, is risk management is the answer to uncertainty. So bet sizing, position sizing is how you manage how much certainty you have or don't have into it, or how you manage how much you think you might be right or wrong considering unknowns. I think someone called what you just said Johnny Appleseed. I don't know if you guys know what that is.
Say it again.
Johnny Appleseed. I think I heard that.
Oh, Johnny Appleseed. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's good. Yep.
Yes. Disregard everything we said. Just go all in on one play.
Well, sometimes it works.
When it works, it works. Going all in on black works, and until it doesn't.
Let's jump on another
Also
question,
X.
because people are going to want to get some kind of specifics from you guys on this type of stuff. How do you stay updated on the latest trends in the crypto market, and what indicators do you rely on the most, and what tools or resources do you rely on?
Well, at least for me. So obviously, me and Charlie have our group that we've kind of, no pun intended, cultivated. But, you know, we have the Citadel. We've got like 650 members in there, and these are all guys that we've trained over the years and stuff. So they're kind of, it's kind of a hive mind now. That's like they're picking up news articles. Like, did you hear about this? Check this out. Look at this joke. So we're seeing a lot of meta crypto jokes and kind of crypto news in there. But in terms of my own personal research, I really believe Twitter's or X is probably the number one source outside of like more concentrated, like I would say like personal like conversations that you would have inside of like private Telegram groups and stuff like that. So like I would just look over, just start following. I mean, maybe one of your favorite influencers, see who they follow, start following some of them. Like I wouldn't just only follow Hexagons as an example. I would want to get some more general news as well. Like I think a really great resource is actually Bloomberg Crypto. Bloomberg has got such a good hit right there, but that's a great one on YouTube, on Twitter to follow. And then from there, start getting more of like the TradFi corporate news on that side, on the crypto side, because you might find some really interesting data. Sometimes this guy does this huge report on like, I can't believe how much Trump is bought, how much Trump is buying. Go follow that person, right? And then over time, I like once or twice a year, I kind of look over who I'm following. I unfollow a couple of moving accounts because you follow somebody and it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, but it is that sort of thing where like, I mean, you try to have fun with it, you follow your friends and everything like that, but you're good because you guys are follow Hexagons, of course, right? But if you just like 20% of your follows on people like more macro news wise, you're gonna hear things that you wouldn't hear at all. And I always like going towards guys who do like kind of like informational thread posts and stuff, which are really interesting to me. And that's how I'm able to find stuff out. Now, just to go one layer deeper is from there, this is where you making those friendships. Like the reason that, I created a YouTube channel, or Charlie as well, and stuff, well, me personally as well, is like, I didn't have anyone to talk crypto with, like at all. I mean, no one in my personal life gave 0%, like at all about not even investing, not even crypto at all. Like, so it was this whole thing of like almost out of loneliness. I was like, I look for a community, and you don't get the community you want, you get the community you deserve, right? So we found Richard, we found the Hexagons, and it's been. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is incredible. It's like 2019, and it's 2025. We're still here.
Really, really awesome turnout, guys. So pat yourselves on the back. I agree with you. I piggyback off that the macro charts really drive a lot of my thought process and decision making and analytics. So I'm looking at like the dollar index. I'm looking at these Twitter threads that are like these epic posts about, BlackRock's falling X amount here. There's this much volume per day, or like, oh, global empty money supply is about to break out. By the way, in case you forgot, you get those coming through. And so a lot of this stuff starts to stack and compound. And so for your guys like us that have been in this a while, like we have like a running memory bank of like all the stuff with the engine boosters. Where's Cordillera at? I don't see him. The rocket boosters, like there's like this, and they each start firing off. Like, okay, this is getting bullish, and so I'll forward it to my group. Yeah, it starts to stack. Like the macro really kind of gives you a lens or a window frame to look through. Myself, like, personally.
And you mean crypto macro? Or are you talking about more like global
macro?
Gotcha,
Yeah.
global macro.
And then that sets the overtone, and then inside of there's like three components, right? So when you're analyzing something, you're looking at the broader scope, global. Then you got like the risk assets of equities and crypto and stuff, and how they're playing off against gold or the dollar or oil or something like that. And then that balance between these different asset classes can kind of give some insight into what the next 3 months might look like, or 6 months.
Yeah, I think organization is key. So like, I would do that in two ways, right? From what's like most macro high level stuff, like, the global liquidity market, global, money chains, money stuff, in terms of like stock markets, in China versus America and other stuff. We're in a global market now, like especially crypto, it affects everything. And then all the way down to, your meme coins, right? And everything in between. But in terms of like what sections within crypto are important, I think what people tend to do is they sometimes fixate too much on one area in terms of technical analysis, fundamental analysis, and on-chain data. They don't look at all three. And like one thing that we teach is like, if you think of a Venn diagram of those three areas, usually if you get like an intersection of on-chain plus fundamentals plus technical analysis, that tends to kind of give you the best bullseye confirmation of like the target you're looking for within crypto. And then obviously, like you said, take the other stuff into account.
This is just one little caveat. This is specifically for all you guys in PulseChain, because I saw this all over. Because obviously I follow a lot of guys in PulseChain, obviously, right? And I saw it kind of blew my mind when I saw this, and I don't think most techs could realize. So I kept seeing this all the time, and this is over the last 2 weeks. Why are we dumping right now? And and it was this whole thing where I don't think you guys realize that Bitcoin went from like 100 grand down to 78,000. And it's like, why are we dumping? This is bullshit. Every pump we, bro, Bitcoin just dumped like 30 grand in like 2 days, bro. Like if you get a small dump in Bitcoin, it doesn't do PulseChain anything. But usually what happens if Bitcoin really dumps hard, PulseChain's like a day behind, which is good. But then eventually the whole market gets scared because it's scary. Like, and the Ethereum goes down, everything goes down, and then some of the whales in the ecosystem start selling off, and some smart traders go, let me take some profits right now, and then that's what happens. So that's where the important thing is. Like, you guys should also be watching. Like, you don't need to be heavy in Bitcoin or Ethereum if you want to be, right? But you should kind of like notice, like, oh, why is the prices down? Oh, Bitcoin just took a dump. Got it.
Well, just remember, every time that the crypto dumps, a cryptopian gets a Lambo.
Somebody's a bear gets a Lambo.
Let's jump into another quick question here. What is the importance of understanding tokenomics, and how does it influence your strategy in this? Now let's talk about the tech bros.
Yeah, I mean, I think tokenomics generally are pretty important. I think they fall into two categories: the traditional tokenomics, which is like supply distribution, where's the supply going, team, liquidity, marketing, etc. And then you also have what's, I guess, more traditionally known as utility, the exact mechanisms of the token. I think both are important. The traditional tokenomics of supply distribution at least gets to give you an idea of how much overhead is going to be going forward into the future. The unlocks, our tokens being sold for marketing, inflation rate, things like that. So it gives you an expectation of what to expect in the future if you don't get subsequent buy pressure to match whatever overhead that there is. And then the utility part of tokenomics fits more into the narrative side of things. So what is the reason why, or what is the market that specific token is trying to address or trying to attract? And then you can kind of decide, is this a market that can garner a large enough network effect relative to the overhead that it's producing, as well as whatever strategic reserves it has for liquidity providing and market making. So those kind of things are what I initially think of with tokenomics. But the big picture, I think, especially in the utility part, is that there really is no special fun function you can put a smart contract that is going to program buy pressure in. So all of it are cogs in the machine, and the buy pressure is the electricity that can go. And so the way that it's set up can tell you about the efficiency capital movement once the cogs are moving. But you have to have that electricity to see it work in the first place. I think that part is forgotten about a little bit, and I'm a victim of that as well, because I get really involved into those mechanics. But you need that effect to see the power and effect of whatever great might be looking for a specific project.
I agree with a lot of that. The other side of that story is that if you're mean chasing, that tokenomics is like the last thing you care about. Like, you're literally just looking for a pump, and so that's a different strategy. It's a trader mindset. You're in it for a short period of time. You don't even know the tokenomics. You don't even know the founder. You might lose all your money. So it's different. But if you're investing for the long haul, tokenomics is the most underrepresented thing that has no universal system for understanding these tokens or contracts or anything. And so somebody's got to come along and organize this stuff. And provide the language so that tokenomics are every day, everywhere. Like on Dexter, you should be getting a full list of all these different mechanics and stuff, breakdowns with this stuff, so that you could actually know what you're investing in. I think that's like one of the things that the SEC really hammers down, is that they want the disclaimers, and they want every little facet of a launch to be public knowledge, and you're not going to get that. So good luck. But yeah, it's underrepresented right now, which is your opportunity to capture by doing the research and studying the stuff and finding the opportunities.
Yeah. So in terms of like, we're talking meme coins, why not, right? So initially, like, I mean, what I do is fundamental analysis. That's like my forte. That's all I do, pretty much. And try to teach, right? And one of the things that I mean, honestly, traditional fundamental analysis, where I would deep dive into a, it's blockchain, its history, its holders. I would do so much more. I mean, literally, I'm doing like 90% less research now. Because that's how simple the market got simpler. And that's I mean, I was kind of crying about it in 23, but I just got over it. But and we made money, but it's just it's like Simple Jack makes money, Gigabrains make money. The guys in the middle get slashed. So, but there's important things, right? Like even if you're just looking at an important thing, how did it get launched? Was it on pump.tires or on pump.fun? Okay, cool. Now we know there's a margin of safety here where there's no way that they can be printing tokens. The max supply is out. That's a very important thing. There's something they say in like bodybuilding, right? You can't outwork a bad diet, but in crypto, you can outdemand a bad tokenomics. Let me put it to you, right? So let's just say a token launches, the founders have they VC invested and they have all their tokens unlocked immediately, but it's a hype token. It just shoots up like crazy and the guys are just dumping the whole time and they can just keep dumping. And then eventually, once that demand goes away, the token goes to zero, like ICP, right? That's one of the worst damn near rug pulls of all time. The token literally launched at $900, crashed like $13. And I'm talking about like investment forwards took out like $600 or $800 million. And the next day said, hey, we're launching an $800 million VC fund. The day after the ICO then launched on Coinbase. Horrible. But it's sort of, so what I look for in tokens is the whole supply out. Okay, cool. Who's the largest holders? How much are they holding? Got it. So the very simplistic thing you can look at is that, like, what's the total supply? A million or a billion? Billions. It's on PulseChain. It's on average. The average meme coin on PulseChain is a billion token supply. Very simple. Right? So very easily you can calculate how much coins you need if you want 1% supply, a quarter of the percent supply, and how many holders. Wow, it's one holder holding. Who's that holder? Oh, it's Richard. Cool. Safe. So now this is, wow, there's only 20% of the support. These are very positive things because if you're able to figure that stuff out very quickly, like, oh, wow, this is actually not as high as it should be because people don't realize there's not a billion tokens, there's 2 million tokens. God, there is FA to coins, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is demand. And this is why influencers and why marketing, why Twitter, why Telegram group, and why games, why you need a consistent push because finished products, things are like, once the meme coin's out there and it's out there, if it doesn't do anything, actually people lose interest. And that's very bad for stuff. So this is why this is why you build these communities and everything else, and like Twitter personalities are so important and stuff. Why it's kind of this thing why people follow influencers, because like, of course you're going to follow an influencer because that's how you get in and learn. Right? I don't know, Charlie, you want to add something?
The only thing I would add, I like the network effect idea because I think that's what a lot of people outside of crypto don't understand. Like, there's nothing back in this stuff, right? But no, like if you look at Bitcoin tokenomics, you look at the white paper, you look at how it's built out, it's built exactly opposite to the US dollar, right? It's a deflationary asset at the end of the day now. And so it's one of those things where it's like, okay, where are we in the network effect, right? Like, are we super early? If we're super early, we gotta be patient. We got to, continue DCAing. We got to keep buying. And then if the tokenomics, if we believe build it, then they will come, then the network effect will happen naturally over time. Versus Bitcoin, right? Like, people are in that for a month and they leave. So watching what whales do, watching what the community does is absolutely important. But you don't have to be early to everything, right? You can be like, wait for a coin to be anywhere between 6 months to a year and a half old. And generally those are a lot easier to see.
Hey, real quick, this is our last one. You guys a minute each to answer this. And by the way, what's backing these cryptos is the dead bodies of all the traders that gave their money up.
The carcasses of all
so you can pump your bags. All right, this question, a minute each, you guys. How do you manage emotional decision making, especially during high volatility or market crashes, which is 99% of the time?
You just got to lose 7 figures one time and then it just goes away. It works. It just goes away. Hello, darkness, my dear friend.
I mean, if I'm just going to be, for me personally, it's like I have a checklist in my head. Sometimes it's writing things down is a little bit better, but kind of just going through, it's like kind of like when you're flying an airplane, right? Like if you're flying an airplane, you're going to be like, okay, I'm going to make sure there's gas in this thing. I'm going to make sure that all the components are working correctly. I'm going to make sure that everything, is just so before taking off. And I'm going to do the same thing when I'm landing. Same thing in crypto. So like, why is the market doing this? Well, what's my knowledge base on this in the past? And then how do I go down that checklist logically to be like, okay, the market's actually, like if you look at RSI and Bitcoin right now, it was 24 just a few days ago. The last time it was that cheap, the last 5 times it was that cheap, it went up for about a month afterwards. So, like that's part of that logic.
Minute each. Give me a minute.
Basically go outside, turn Twitter off. There's a thing I always say, I don't get out of bed for 2x. Well, I don't look at the charts unless we're down 30% anymore. It's that whole thing of just treating yourself like you only buy red candles, right? Buy red candles, and then you don't have to sell. You don't have to sell into everyone being happy, but over time, that's how you really build up a really decent portfolio. So as people are crying, the price keeps collapsing. It's being there when that crash, because like cryptos go, all our cryptos go up 15% every day, 15, 5. I mean, they're just going down like this and stuff. It's when you get a sustained real big drop, like if it's like, wow, I've never seen the price this high. Okay, once it's down 80, it will crash 80%, and when it's down 80%, that's a really great place to buy.
You could always try not having a soul, but that sucks. Not recommend. No, I think you just got to stay in the game and if you can have a long-term mindset and be patient. That's not everybody, but that's kind of where you have to come at. Otherwise, you're gonna have trouble with the emotional turmoil of the volatility. But how many people in here don't like 50% drops? How many people here do like 50% drops? Okay, those people the people before should pay attention to those people. So
I like them both and I hate both.
Yeah.
I think for me personally, general mindfulness practices. So like identifying whatever emotions are coming up from a certain price action that's happening at that time, and then kind of figuring out like, what about this price action is eliciting this emotion in me, and that usually can help resolve the discomfort to a degree, or at least illuminate a path of further, introspection. That's general self-help stuff. At least for me, I found is the incongruence of what I thought reality was and what reality is actually presenting to me creates a lot of dissonance in my mind. So I found that's probably been the biggest source of like psychological or emotional challenges in crypto investing for me.
Right.
One last thing, like if you're always buying, you ain't selling, right? It's that whole thing. So if you just I just bought this bottom right now. Why do I feel sad about it being at this price? Who cares? I just bought. We have guys. There's a lot of people who they're saying, "Oh no, I'm a buy and hold investor," but really they're more just trading. Or like how they psychologically feel about their money is like, I have this huge amount of dry powder, and then as they allocate, they don't allocate very often. So it's usually people who are not DCing very often and are just putting one big chunk in or a chunk here and there when they can. They're actually the most emotional because they're not really reaffirming a lot. Like, why am I rebuying this? Like, what is my thesis? They forget the thesis of everything. They go straight to emotion. And because Twitter, that's why I'm saying it's nice. Like, you look at Twitter a couple times a day, you look at the news, and then it's just starting to get negative. Just throw the phone away. Go look on Netflix. Go outside and do something. But I just want to say one little quick thing, you guys. At 8:00, you guys, we are going to have the official after party for the 369 PulseChain conference. Chee! It's going to be at
everybody give Miguel congratulations. He just had a beautiful young.
Why snitching on me?
He's doing really, really good.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Hey, my answer real quick to this is develop a strategy, stick to a strategy, and apply that strategy, and it'll help the emotions out. These guys right here, they all teach. We all teach different strategies, trading and investment strategies. Find somebody who matches your energy, what you're looking for, what you're doing. Develop, strategize, stick with a plan, and it will take a lot of the emotions out of it. And I know it's hard. All right, guys, take it away. Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, get your tickets for the after party before they sell out. There's still some room.
Hey guys, CC here. I'm really excited to be part of the PLS 369 conference. I know that RG3, SJ and Kaylin have done an enormous job of bringing all this together. We're really, really proud to be supporting the conference. So guys, Dave and I would love to have been at the conference, but we've been busy in the background sort of developing another project that'll be available for the community over the weekend. So we're really excited about that. We've got 4 of our team that are going to be there. So whilst Dave and I can't be there, Connor, Hayden, Nico and Lewis, some really fantastic team members, they'll actually be at the conference, so they'll make themselves known. But primarily, these guys are actually PulseChain members. They are using the Liquid Loans protocol. They know the protocol inside out, and particularly they're also aware of this project that we're launching. So if you want some more information, reach out to these guys. They'll make themselves known. They're fantastic team members, and they'll be supportive of anything that you put to them. They're very well versed in how Liquid Loans works, and also will be able to share a little bit more about the new project. On that note, I think we're also very excited about the outcome of the SEC case. Obviously, the courts have dismissed that case, which is a really fantastic outcome. So really excited to be part of the conference. Couldn't have timed it any better. So RG3, I think you must have some intel. I think the fact that this is all happening now, timing couldn't have been better. So we're really excited to be part of this, and we really hope that you enjoy the content, the camaraderie that you're going to experience over the next few days. So congratulations. So guys, I'm going to be sharing some really exciting numbers with you, and this reflects the last year. So in 2024, we were able to generate through the protocol, there was an issuance of close to 17 billion pulse that was issued through the protocol. So participants that were using Liquid Loans were able to access that. And look, the exciting part for us is people that have been participating either as just staking their loan token or providing stability to the protocol have been able to access over $8 million worth of benefits by using the protocol itself. So really excited about the fact that we've been able to generate, even in these times, good returns for those that have participated. And we'd argue that going forward, we're going to see those returns increase exponentially as we're hoping that Richard comes back and starts streaming again. And I think you'll see that there'll be a lot more people participating in the community. And certainly we'd like to think that they'll participate further in Liquid Loans and other projects that we roll out. This was the reason why we developed Liquid Loans. We wanted an opportunity for people to extract value without having to sell their pulse. So we're really proud that people are actually using the protocol for that purpose. To give you a little bit of context around that, obviously people lock up their pulse. If you're a validator, you lock up your pulse to be able to validate the chain. But what may not be commonly known is that 29% of pulse that is actually locked is represented by people that are actually using the Liquid Loans protocol in that way. So it's exactly why we developed Liquid Loans. It has been providing that opportunity for people to generate yield, but more importantly, not having to sell their pulse. So guys, the context around why you never sell an appreciating asset, another analogy that I might give you is to say, look, if you own your own home, you're not going to sell your home to buy a car, right? You'll take a borrowing, buy your car, and then, effectively look to repay that loan in the future. But the intent is the home will continue to go up in value. You would never sell that asset to acquire something else. You would extract value. And that's the intent of Liquid Loans, is to say, guys, we all value the pulse. We value pulse. We don't want to have to sell pulse. And for a lot of the community members, that's exactly what's been happening. So guys, 29% of the total PLS that's locked is actually locked up in the Liquid Loans protocol. So we're really proud of that. And it just means that people are using the protocol as it was always intended. So it's a really good thing. People that are using the protocol in that way are able to extract value, do so safely, and at the same time means that, the pulse that is being locked up isn't available to be sold, which has a really positive price impact on pulse as well. So again, all of the right reasons for never selling is you're never selling pulse, you're extracting value, and you're doing so safely. So guys, when we were building, we obviously had our original intent was to develop Liquid Loans, but Dave and I are Pulsicans. I mean, we are members of the community, and we always had intention to continue to develop really important tools that we felt that the community would end up benefiting from. And so we're really proud of what we've been able to provide. And obviously some of that I've mentioned. PulseChain Safe, a really important protocol. It's effectively Gnosis Safe on PulseChain. The intent there is to enable you to actually transact in a multi-sig. Very good for projects, but also good for holdings, particularly for families that may want to protect an asset and use a multi-sig in order to do that. If you're not familiar with PulseChain Safe, go and have a look at that. I think you'll really benefit from at least understanding how that works, but more importantly, particularly if you're wanting to protect your assets, it's a very good way of doing so, is having a multi-sig in place. So have a look at that. Obviously, we're about to announce the new project that we're launching. And again, we're really proud of what we've been able to achieve there. And again, reach out to the guys. The guys are there, they'll be able to help. So if you're not familiar with any of those tools, reach out to the team and they'll be able to support you. So one of the important things I think is this community is a very strong community. No doubt the work that RG3 and the team have done, this is representative of the strength of the community. And we just want to be able to give back and make sure that we can continue to evolve going forward. The other exciting projects that we sort of have developed, and it's in support of the community, is gopulsechain.com. Now, we're all familiar with GoPulse.com, and I think there's some really good stats on that particular website. Our intent with GoPulseChain.com was basically provide the community and people outside the community a way of telling the story of PulseChain. And it's not just about, obviously, Richard being the founder, but it's also all the projects that exist on PulseChain. And so we have a number of projects that have started to promote themselves on gopulsechain.com. And it's almost like a calling card as to say, hey, this is why this chain is so valuable. And so whilst you can have data and it's very well presented on gopulse.com, we're just wanting to provide something that actually helps to market and promote the chain. And so hopefully if you get a chance, go and have a look. A number of the projects have already started to populate that particular site, and we'll continue to evolve that site as well. So we're very proud to have provided that, and we hope that it does help to attract more people to PulseChain. Guys, one of the aspects of gopulsechain.com, which is, it's kind of fun as well, there is a social media leaderboard. And if you have a look at that, it actually ranks people based on how much they're talking about Pulse. It's actually a fantastic leaderboard, and it's fully driven by data independently. And I note that RG3 is actually in that leaderboard. I won't tell you the number. You can go and find out for yourself. But there's a whole bunch of folk there that have been doing it all they can in a social media sense to help promote PulseChain as well. So have a look at that part of the gopulsechain.com. Guys, I know you've been waiting for me to talk about the announcement. So now let's have a chat about what's going on in PulseChain and what is this new project we're talking about. So tomorrow we'll be making available live a new way for people within PulseChain to earn extra yield. It's a project we've been hard at work at, and we really can't wait for you to get your hands on it tomorrow. So this tool will complement liquid loans, but it will also complement a whole range of other projects on PulseChain as well. And it will give everyone in this community a new way of earning passive yield. So guys, I'll be back tomorrow to tell you a little bit more about this project on launch day. Enjoy the conference. It's a really good time to be in PulseChain. Wish you all the best, and I'll look forward to catching up tomorrow.
All right, the next panel coming up, we have the PulseChain Cabal with Vets in Crypto, Fast Step Duel, and Triplet Dad 007. All four? Yeah, we got an extra. Probably closer to 2. What's up? Markets, yeah.
These are all live. Got the ones now. Make sure you guys hold them just about speaking or legit. You know, just kind of listen to the speaker. Are you those questions? You guys are going to do that.
All right, gentlemen, it's yours.
Well, it's the PulseChain Cabal. What do we know?
Why are we called Cabal, bud?
Maybe because we're a hybrid of two fucks, CR, king, queen, vets, and what else? What's the main reason?
I would say that 1970s orange drink, Tang, right? Started to embrace Cabal and call all of us guys Cabal for a while, right? And we kind of leaned. You and I came up with the Kango Cabal, and you came up with Camel Clan, and then I think Cabal just.
PulseChain is full of all kinds of cabals. I'd like to be in as many as I can.
We are.
I really
Cabal. Yes, we are.
So one more cabal. What's it going to do? But I think we've kind of embraced the concept that you can take meme coins and you can add DeFi utility to them in one way or another. Whether that meme coin is as a reward token, which typically that is done. The soda token, done with the camel token. Just little extras that can be added on top of something, or whether you have a meme coin community, such as vets, Dewey, Preventive, and you give them utility by putting them in a finance scenario where people can actually make yield in utility coins in this case off of meme coins, right? So you can definitely marry the concept of meme coins and the utility protocols by making meme coins part of an ecosystem where they actually do stuff, right? With third-party protocols like Two-Factor.
It says on the screen, DeFi utility, and you guys have definitely done better than me and I, right? I mean, I'd say you're probably DeFi, right? And we're probably utility.
I think there's a process.
Yeah, there is.
They can all be DeFi. I think we're great. We're good on that part. But yeah, you and I.
Yeah. For those who are familiar with Magic Carpet, right? We do a staking protocol, right? Stakehouse. Stakehouse is a pooled stake utility for Hex, so you can group together and create your own pools, or for lack of a better explanation, those who are familiar with perpetuals, right? You can create your own maxi with your own end date, with your own start date, and your own timeline on how long it takes for people to join that pool, right? So we do that. We also have some other protocols that collect yield from them, right? So we are very heavy on utility, very heavy on utility. We also have an OTC, and we're very friendly with Two Fucks, and he's the only non-RH token we accept as payment on our OTC. So it's pretty cool.
For the audience, OTC is over-the-counter exchange.
True.
Yeah. So it doesn't happen on the DEX. This is where you could sell a token like kind of privately. It's different. It has like a safety margin you wouldn't have by just making a deal with someone and sending the token and having you send payment. So what's the word for that again?
Sending
the OTC. It's fulfilling what position in the trade?
I don't understand. What position in the trade?
In the trade. Yeah, like it's man, it's slipping my mind. It'll come to me.
All right.
But it's a much safer way than just sending the coins to a stranger and hoping they send you the other side.
Oh, look at that.
Escrow.
There you go. Escrow.
Like an escrow service, except for automatic. There's no human hand that's touching it to make the deal for you, and it doesn't affect the chart in the same way you just sold that coin on the DEX, right? So what's better on DEX? Not a bad way to get a token to make something else. We have a lot of good options for what we put up as payment.
Sales and trades are showing up on that screen at 13 done on the OTC, right? So that's awesome. So the majority of the Glide tokens that are out there, at least in my wallet, have come from the OTC. It's pretty slick. The buyers pay 0 fee. The seller only pays 1% fee on the amount that he has sold. So it's only calculated after the transaction has happened. And if he stakes an NFT that we released a while back, that fee is taken down to 0.5%. So pretty solid.
Yeah, quite reasonable. It's a good tool. We need that on the platform. I know it's not something that everybody's looking to do right now, but as we get further and further into the bull market and bear market after, it'll be extremely helpful to have that sort of safe trading option. You're not affecting the chart. You're looking to take profit, but you're still want to stay in contact with the community, you don't want to right, this is a good thing.
And for Steakhouse in particular, those steaks that you create on Steakhouse are tokens. So you can get out of it anytime you want, right? So you can put them on the OTC and have a buyer and a seller, and that transaction can take place. Any liquidity token, which those would be, right? You get one token per hex that you put in those pools. You're not going to be able to go on to 9-inch or 9mm or a PulseX for that matter and create a liquidity pool because there's not enough money on each side of that transaction. Those types of transactions are perfect for OTCs.
Fair enough. Now, Vets, we can't make you as the meme guy with no utility. However, when I think about your line of products, tell us about the Vets token.
Yeah. So Vets was born just out of me trying to find a niche in the community, and as far as all the number of military veterans that are in crypto in general, and just trying to highlight that fact. And I see it, and I appreciate and love, when people come up, introduce themselves, say what branch, how long, just shooting the shit, right? And the overall concept is to pay it forward. There's a public donation address on DBank, and the idea is to send that once it gets to a decent point to a charitable organization. So I have created a profit corporation, 501c3. I have to be the middleman at some point, so I don't want to be responsible for taxes. But the other caveat to that is those that are willing to dox themselves, I can send you a letter acknowledging the donation, and then you can use that to submit and support your IRS deductions. So, and hopefully that's going to be a big problem for everybody, right? So,
did Glenn help you set that up?
No, that one I did that one on my own. I went to fucking LegalZoom.
Really?
It was easy. That one was easy. As far as that goes. So that's as a reward. Want to ideally use it as a reward token. There is a 2.0 version that's in the works right now. It's going to have a DAO. It's going to have some games in it, and just thinking of some new ways to generate fees that will go into a donation address, and then people can vote on, let's say quarterly, where the money would go to, like what charities. They will have like 4 different charities up, and people can vote. The highest number of votes, it will sub the fiat to that sub charity. So how many people in here participate in 2Fucks? Show of hands. 2Fucks fans? Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully that number is going to grow. He's always out there pushing the product. The purple pimp here, looking good.
Fortunately, Richard's done me a big favor. That's probably why he did. He reduced the inflation on the farms by quite a bit, so they're really not paying very much. I believe his intention was so that people would pull from the farms, thus reducing liquidity, making the prices easier to pump if someone were to attempt to do so. Strictly speculation, not advice. But it's left space open for people. People are looking for more farming options because PulseX, honestly, in almost every case, it's not a win. And permanent loss versus the ministerial that you'll receive, it's likely not going to be a win. As I see it right now, the information we have at our fingertips. So 2Fucks, providing additional options for you at farm. What we're going to do, and what's in there with the PHUX team is in the coming weeks, we'll basically launch duplicates of the farms on PulseX. So we'll have PulseX to Pulse and PulseX. Everything you see right now, we'll have this. So we'll call them the PulseX replacement farms or something like that, and we'll port over there. And we'll see how it goes. Say at the moment that this would be very likely, but we'll have to wait and see how it turns out.
What about Brock?
Oh, yeah.
Give us, you've been up here, what, I think today already?
I have, and I haven't.
And we haven't been able to talk about any of your protocols at all. Right?
Well, I've talked to you about things.
Yeah, you have. You're going to be on tomorrow, and you haven't, and that's not for your protocol either. That's on the panel.
That's true.
Yeah. So tell us a
How
little bit
the bribes work.
about.
Yeah. So the Bribeberry protocol, the website is bribeberry.io. It's not actually live right now. Open beta. We just haven't told anybody about it. I have some other things going on, I guess, right now. So I didn't want to do the media tour on that. But basically, the Bribeberry protocol is making on-chain bribes possible with smart contracts so that they're both safe and traceable and very, very open. So I think it should be adopted by governments worldwide. But the focus is actually on, for the start, the PLS exchange as well as Fox have a voting system, a DAO system, where the liquidity pools that get the most amount of votes are the ones that pay the most. So the votes, you're voting on money. So it's very much attached to a financial thing. And because of that, whales and founders, people who have interest in pumping liquidity pools, make pay more, will likely be incentivized to put up a bribe for users, blockers of the 2 Fox or Fox tokens, to be able to take that bribe by delegating their votes for one voting period, which is every 2 weeks for 2 Fox and every week for Fox, in return for a bribe. So that would be the benefit, like extra yield for 2 Fox blockers in particular, but also for Fox blockers, and it will result in different revenue streams. So this isn't a new idea. We forked something called Hidden Hand from Ethereum, and people make bank over there with this concept. Like some people make between 3 and 10% of their bank a month taking bribes on Ethereum. So I think this will be a market on the PulseChain. So once we start talking about it, start looking at it, it will be an interesting change. Will give additional utility. And think about this: what if PulseX became a DAO? What if the Ink token became a voting token, and you were voting on something like which liquidity pair gets to be the next farm on PulseX? How much would those votes be worth, right? Who would be interested in that? And we have just a little plugin on Bribeberry where we can add the next thing in line, be it the 9-inch exchange when their voting starts, which is something they've talked about, or whether it's PulseX and Richard Art makes it where we're deciding on certain things. I think those votes would be worth money. And yeah, we'll give you some options.
And the Builders Guild, you did a deep dive into the Ink contract with some of those dev guys, right?
Yeah.
What did you find?
Oh, well, basically, the Ink contract is set up to be a DAO specifically. You can delegate votes, and it measures votes. It is the actual purpose of that contract. I put it through AI to see what AI said, and it said, yeah, this is a perfect token for an ecosystem to use as a DAO for decentralized rewards, right? And because of the delegation option, it gives you, different things can be built on top of it, like Bribeberry, for example, in the DAO scenario. So yeah, I'm excited about Ink, which is why the other protocol I'm working on is called Ink Printer, which is a fork of Liquidity. So like Liquid Loans, Earn, or Flex that we have on PulseChain, there's stablecoin protocols. It uses the Ink token, Richard Hart's Ink token, as collateral to make stablecoin. So it allows you to take loans out, 0 interest loans against your Ink, right? It allows you to leverage your Ink or set a stop loss effectively against your Ink. It's going to be basically a tool, right? That people can use to, to make a multitude of different strategies. Immutable code can't be changed once it's launched, no min keys. So very similar to Liquid Loans, Earn, or Flex, with a couple little extra things that we've put into place to make it, in my opinion, work a little better. Not that the other ones aren't working fine. They're always very close to $1 as far as that goes. We're going to try to reduce the redemptions, which I won't get into in great detail, but basically, it's where somebody redeems the stablecoin for the dollar worth of the underlying asset. We're pausing that for the first 45 days of the contract. 14 days is the standard on the other liquidity forks. And so it'll allow people a safe time to comfortably play with the protocol without worrying about redemptions. Right? So I think that's going to give us a very big bootstrap in the early days, like millions of dollars stablecoin paired against DAI from Ethereum, other stablecoins. That's going to be the focus, which you'll be incentivized to do as well with farming rewards, right, on likely multiple protocols, including inside the Ink Printer
protocol itself will have built-in farms. And during that time, we'll get so many stablecoins paired together that the amount of redemptions that have to happen will be minimized in the future, because there'll be a big pool where you won't get as much of a dip when you sell your stablecoins to get into USDC or DAI or something else that you can bridge out and cash out on Ethereum, for example.
Deep liquidity.
Deep liquidity.
Yeah. How about
So-
your shirt shot?
Yeah.
The what?
The
Well, first I want to talk about one farm or one pool that I have a very interest in. It's called the Agreeable Index. That's on 2Fucks. It pretty much stays on the first page, roughly probably about 150 APR average-ish.
Yeah, it's almost always over 100% APR, and it's seen over 300% on some days. But I'd say between 100 and 300%, which is a comfortable range in my opinion.
What are the tokens in?
So it consists of 2Fucks, Nope, Yep, Scuba Steve, which is a Steve, and Vets. So that makes up the Agreeable Index Cabal. So if you're over there, check that out. It's a good one to be in. And then what we're trying to change, we want to be more encompassing and welcoming of women in crypto, right? So that is where being a co-founder with Crypto Combustion and Rip City, we are highlighting the queens, the women in crypto, and that's the whole idea and the concept behind it. There's a lot of smart women. This is, we want to change the tide. It doesn't need to be a male-dominated thing. So let's, support the women, highlight them, and bring more into the fold, and we can change that narrative. So it's gonna happen. Let's go.
So that's the Queen 2 token. That's the ticker, right?
Yes, Queen 2 is the ticker. And then there's also King Pui. So King Pui is just a straight ERC20, no fee or tax, where the Queen, there is a buy, sell, and transfer tax as far as that goes. She's just doing her thing.
What happens to that tax?
Well, it goes into liquidity pools, and it also rewards PLS. So I kind of look at it as an onboarding tool. So I bring somebody on, they buy Queen. Well, just from holding Queen in their wallet, they will be rewarded PLS into their wallet. So they'll have gas, right? So a lot of new no-coiners, new people that come in, what do they usually do? They end up maxing it, and they don't have any gas, and then they're back to asking somebody for help, yada, yada, yada. So in my opinion, it's an application for the Queen as far as that goes.
And do they have to do something to get that pulse, or does it just show up in their wallet?
Well, just like with PTGC and UFO, you want to keep at least one Queen liquid in your wallet to receive the PLS rewards. So at least keep one, because if you also LP Queen with wrapped Pulse, that is another avenue for you to earn PLS rewards. The third one is when you LP King and Queen together, that as well yields you PLS rewards.
On which decks?
PulseX, yes, that is a key thing on the PulseX, right? So go where the money is, right? The more volume, the TVL. So yeah.
That's interesting. In my head, and I haven't done a deep dive on this with tax tokens in the past, you pretty much had to have it in your wallet to get the fees. But you're saying you can liquidity provide with it and still get the fees?
Yes.
Drop to you?
Yes. So the Queen Pui smart contract is based off of alien technology, right? So utilizing those guys, thank you, and definitely grateful to Hayden and everybody on that team. Putting that into the liquidities, it helps regenerate or add to the LPs themselves on the buys and sells and transfers of it. So all that money is going back into the ecosystem. There's no marketing wallet. There's no developer wallet. I mean, the team is not earning anything from it. It all goes directly back to the protocol itself. So
cool. That's you and I have been talking about setting up some more farms for the King Pui ecosystem. Do you want to touch on that a little bit?
And refresh my memory on that.
Meme index concept.
Yes. So yeah, shit, there's that as well. So yes, there's two of them actually. There's the king of memes is out there on Fox, and then there is the queens of crypto as well on Fox as well. So hopefully it gets gauged. Fingers crossed.
I know a guy.
I know it needs more liquidity.
Right.
So if maybe people pitch in and help, it's pretty interesting.
And I think with those ones, don't you have some of the recent launches that maybe we could attribute to Richard Hart paired against those?
Yes.
Pump.tires?
Yes. So we have most Trump, I think Pump Tires. Pump is
I
in
think
there.
Pump. Most Trump Pump. I think those are the three.
Yeah. And then, obviously Queen and some rap Pulse, etc.
Sounds like good stuff.
Very much so.
We got to give Vets a break. He broke his voice. Yeah.
All right. I guess the only other thing that I'd like to talk about is we've seen a lot of people working on doing a random number generator for PulseChain. Vetch has worked on it a little bit, the Liquid Loans team, right? They are forking Teller, which is basically using a Bitcoin hash rate to generate a random number. Those random numbers, if you've seen the Bitcoin hash rate, it can be sometimes 20 minutes before the next block is mined, just if that network's congested, right? And Vetch was going to be a fork of Teller, which is utilizing that. And the Signum RNG that was going to come out is basically the same. We are doing a native on PulseChain RNG called Whisper, and it's utilizing technology code from the BRRF that Chainlink offers on most chains, right? That's not visiting our chain at this point in time. So we'll be able to generate random numbers in 6 seconds, 2 blocks on PulseChain, which is a far cry above what everybody else is doing or trying to do. Charges for that will be in Pulse. We're not going to have our own token for that, right? So you would be able to pay for those random numbers fairly quickly and easily without having to keep a giant stack of an asset that you may not use otherwise. Pretty cool. And what for those who are in here that aren't really sure what a random number generator is good for, you're playing a game, and let's just say the Mafia game, for instance, right? And I'm trying to attack Vets. It's basically a Dungeons and Dragons thing, right? I'm rolling the dice, and that's the random number generator, and I see how many times I shot him or he evaded it. That's one thing. Gambling, of course, is the big thing, right? Any of those games, cards, dice, any of that, wheels, those use random numbers, and that increases volume on our chain, right? Whether you like gambling or not, it is a lot of different transactions that are buying and burning stuff on our chain all the time, right?
And this is fast. It's not like the Bitcoin hash rate.
It's 6 seconds. Oh, very, very fast.
20 minutes.
Yeah, pretty quick. We're proud of it. It's actually live now. We're scaling it up to handle more nodes. We're looking for people that are interested in using it. So if you have any questions regarding it, really the only other time I've spoken about this publicly was on RH Max's stream the other day. So if you're interested in it, want to get more information, I can get you tied up with our devs that are working on it. And that's about it on that.
So, like, I'm down with your gambling and Dungeons and Dragons applications. Clearly, we need both those things.
100%.
But why do we need your random number generator? Like, why can't I just be a random number generator? 23, 17, 44.
So let's just say for one, let's say you're using the Bitcoin hash rate, right? Imagine spinning the wheel and watching it go for 20 minutes before you find out if you lost or won, right? That's the difference. If I threw a barrage of bullets in Vet's direction to take all of his bullet factories, right, on Mafia, waiting 20 minutes for that to happen, not good, right?
Okay. And this makes it fair as well, or safe? Like,
yeah.
Can I hack it? Like,
No.
Where are we going here?
You cannot. It is the same technology that's being used on Ethereum, and even on Ethereum, it's a little slower, right? Because that block rate is not as fast as ours.
Probably a lot more expensive.
100%. And you have to keep a stockpile of either ETH or Chainlink in a wallet, or to make sure that you get those random numbers or price calls sometimes too, right? For Chainlink.
That makes sense. Go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the big things is we're on the Queen Pui side. We're such fans of PTGC and UFO that we are burning 0.5% of PTGC and UFO inside the Queen Pui smart contract as well. So just our tip of the hat to the alien community.
That happens on buys and sells, burning PTGC?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Yeah, not bad. Triplet Dad, what about you have the restaurant theme protocol? So we mentioned steakhouse. We mentioned
we built them in reverse, right? So we had buffet out first. Buffet is there to collect. Actually, we had barista out first, right? Which is a front end of liquid loans that helps you stabilize the stability pool. It's a fork of what's on Ethereum called B protocol. And it's basically there if you have stable coins in that stability pool and there's a liquidation and you receive a bunch of pulse, it turns that pulse back into stable coins. It's very simple. There's that. Then we launched a buffet, which collects fees from all the dApps that we've launched. So we ran a sacrifice at one point in time, and we distributed MCR tokens for that, right? So if you have your MCR tokens staked in the buffet, you get a percentage of any of the fees that we get out of all of our dApps. We receive no money from any of our dApps. We don't have a team fee. We don't get an extra 3% or 0.5% or anything like that. Our project tokens are staked in buffet, and that's how we get paid. And if you have MCR tokens, that's how you would get paid.
So what tokens do you get for staking MCR?
Right now, it's so many I can't even list them all. Right? It's all the stable coins, because any of the stable coins that are accepted on our OTC get issued as fees, that 1% or 0.5%. Hedron comes in from Steakhouse. USDL and Pulse come in from Barista. So a bunch of different tokens come in from all over the place. Even one of the Tang Gang members gave us some of the OG or whatever that is, and that kicks HOAs out of our contract all of the time. Right. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool. It is a true buffet of tokens.
Here's the key though, game theory, right? We've released all of our protocols on Pulse and ETH, right? So that's kind of cool. So the same MCR token that you can stake on PulseChain over here, you can bridge, stake it on Ethereum. So, but the buffet on Ethereum is only collecting fees for the OTC and Steakhouse, right? So our hex staking protocol as well as our OTC on Ethereum are going to be sending fees to buffet on Ethereum. It's pretty cool.
That's really cool. Congratulations, man. You and Ty have been working just diligently.
He's my favorite Aussie.
Yeah, I bet he is. He's a good guy. Anyway, go off on a different tangent. Yes. So, bottom line, though, we're here at PulseChain conference. Love everybody coming up here. hearing everybody's different protocols, explaining it more in depth. I know, like with Actuator, I mean, I'm still wrapping my head around it. You know, this is my second in-person presentation I've sat in front of with Bill and Actuator there, and it's coming around. I really like it. I think it's a very solid protocol. I don't know if you guys have any.
Probably our third or fourth one, because he's explained it at least twice in no permissions group, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. So, yeah, man, it's just great seeing a lot of familiar faces. You know, we always tell everybody that in real life meetups are the best as far as shaking hands and getting to know a person. Because how many times do you see somebody just typing and texting, and you don't know how to frame the context, right? Things get taken out of context. So it's definitely good to see and meet people and understand their personalities, because, you know, there's a lot of typing going on in telegrams, right? So I find it very helpful to put a face behind a character, you know, PFP, etc.
I love being in the booth yesterday, because people come in and say hi, right? And they go, triplet debt? And I go, yeah. Because I was in your pools, and I was going that, and that's how we got started, right? We started doing big pools for PulseX liquid loans, and he goes, my son told me to go into your pools, and I've been in your almost every one of your pools. I was in liquid loans, I was in PulseX 9-inch. It was kind of cool.
Everybody just keeps saying to me, I thought you were short.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think you were as tall as you were until I saw you in Panama.
Fair enough.
Jesse's short.
Could be. I've met him.
Yeah, I have met Jesse. Jesse's short. 100%.
Sure, he'll appreciate it.
But definitely, I'm glad you touched on that, because, and thank you, because like, how many millions of dollars came through your pools?
28
million?
28 million.
Damn, dude. So that alone, like, you know, just massive respect. You know, you guys did it, and took care of everybody, and even refunded in at least one situation.
In one case, one of those pools didn't go through. The project didn't go through, and we sent all funds back and the P copies.
Wow.
I just want to touch on that real quick, because I don't think you guys got nearly as much credit. And when people are evaluating a founder, like, look at this guy's resume. So he ran the sacrifice pools where people could pool together for PulseX liquid loans, 9-inch,
internet money,
and then the one that can not be named because they did not come through.
Yeah.
Where there was a refund issue.
Yeah.
And it was over $28 million.
No fee.
No fee, no charge. And you didn't steal the money, right? This is a very good place to start in picking a founder, right? Proof of did not steal the money is huge in our ecosystem, right? Face on the screen, right? Multiple utility protocols, perhaps building even more attached to RH tokens that work with RH tokens, being it, you know, Pulse, Hex, they all touch your protocols, right?
True.
So, you know, I think these are very important things in your resume. I hope you build more stuff.
Thank you, Ben. We have 2 more distributions left to go. We have the 18-month and 24-month wallets for liquid loans.
Oh, right. Okay. So you're still in the process of delivering those tokens.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Interesting. Well done.
Where do people go to join your cabals?
You need to know a guy.
Yeah. You have to put a picture of a camel on your Twitter first, and then we'll contact you.
Well, we'll let you know.
We'll contact you after.
This is an evaluation process.
Yeah.
And the purple and the purple soda can.
Yeah, you gotta have the soda. You have to actually post at least give me a screenshot of at least one time you talk trash to somebody on Twitter. just once.
I know there's lots of jokes on PulseChain about this cabal or that cabal, like controlling this or that, but like this is what a lot of the cabals look like. It's like people who are working together, who trust each other, who are trying to build things. It's rarely about, you know, doing dastardly deeds in the ecosystem. I'm in many cabals. I'm always very disappointed with how evil they are. Right? Like, it's not. I've yet to find one that's
no evil, no pentagrams,
none.
Nothing.
Yeah, no special hoods or robes.
No.
Yeah. But like, when we look at the private groups on the PulseChain, especially some of the paid private groups like No Permissions, Crypto Sloth has a private group.
Access Live.
Access Live, yeah, the boardroom. These are all ones that I may or may not be in. I like them. As well as Chris Van's Hexfire as a private group. I'm not sure if he's taking new members. He does shut it down on occasion. But like, it's places where you can go for not that big a charge. Like, I'm not down with paying $16,000 a month for some guy's special alpha, but I'm down with like, okay, if I pay a small fee, I get put in a room with a bunch of smart people where there's probably no scammers. And so I know we did onboarding this morning, but like that advantage of these, these cabals where you can come in and then you can talk to Axis, or you can talk to Randy, or you can, and you can talk to guys like me who are likely in said cabal, and then we can walk you through something, and it's a shield against scammers, especially places like Telegram. We really need for the new people, right? Because it's pretty easy for somebody to copy paste from Vet's Twitter and then send you a private message saying, "Hi, it's Vets. I'm here to help you," right? But in a paid room, you rarely see those scammers. You should still be, you should still be on your guard. But these communities, like the ones I just mentioned, are really good for new people. And I've really enjoyed being able to interact with people who are new via rooms like those.
For me, the only reason why I joined that group is because I was in Twitter watching all the feeds and everybody just talk trash constantly, right? And I wanted to make the noise go away and get some condensed information that was pertinent to what I was doing without having to scroll through for days a bunch of different tweets. So that's the reason why I joined that group. It wasn't because I wanted inside info. It wasn't because I was expecting tips prior to launch or any of that stuff. It was just to be with like-minded people solving a problem of making money, right? And all the stuff that goes along with that within crypto, right?
Yeah, and my take on it is, for me, going back to just the time wasted, so much research, watching 3-hour streams just to glean a nugget or two on the next XYZ token or project protocol. So like I've joined some private paid groups, and just to save time. Everybody out there collectively is like works together, is out there getting different information on different protocols, and then coming back to the house to share that information that they found with everybody else. And then it's a trusted community as well. So, you're safe links, etc. But time, for me, it was just a time saver.
Me made friends too, right?
Yeah.
So I've been getting buddies with X-Ray Vision over there, right? So I've been streaming with him quite a bit, and that's something I didn't do before now. I love Dark. I love what he's got going on there, and the nature of that whole journey that we're taking, right? Journey 1, Journey 2, now we're in Journey 3. It's very cool. It took me a while to understand what was going on, but it's pretty slick.
It's fire.
It's different.
And then shout out to the DJ Roundtable guys. We got the gentlemen in the house. You guys are killing it. So I'm grateful and thankful. I've been on your show once or twice, so thank you, gentlemen. Just solid group of guys.
You were on their show like 5 times just last week, right?
It all blends now. I'm not sure. Are we on right now?
Yeah, this is definitely going on DJ Roundtable.
Fair enough.
All right.
The DJ Roundtable provides too much alpha for charging $0. You guys do a really good job. I appreciate it.
Nice. I think we're good, huh, guys?
Yeah, we can wrap that up. Yeah. Appreciate everybody.
For the PulseChain Cabal.
Thank you. I wonder if I hold them all. All right, coming up next for panel number 8, we've got MetaMarket, Understanding NFT and AI Trends. Please give a warm welcome for my good friend Alexandru Cholin, PulseChain Vision, Christopher Powell, and Joey Birchler. Come on up to the stage, gentlemen.
Hey, vets.
Take a seat. Here you go. Sure. Down up there, there's microphones on the chairs. Excellent. Here's yours. All right. How you doing? Yours not a microphone. There you go. Double check that they're all blue.
Check. Test.
About 6 to 8 inches away.
Really soft.
Excellent.
Will do.
Oh, you need Mike?
Really, I don't.
Oh, really?
All right, next panel, gentlemen. Good to see you all here. Is this the meta market? Okay, how? I'm gonna throw the question out there. How has the NFT market evolved over the past few years? Okay, and what trends are shaping it today?
I feel like it's a vague question. It's evolved in contract, right? You now have 404 NFTs. It's evolved in content, right? It went from just pictures to videos, and then just overall market outlook where it was a collectible, and now people look more for like a utility, whether it's a game or something like that. And where it's going, I think that's where it's going to go to. It's going to be more utility based, and it's not going to be just art to collect. You know, you're going to have more than that. And the 404s kind of handle that as far as tying liquidity into it.
You want to throw what a 404 is out to everybody so they can
Sure.
understand how it relates to an NFT as far as tech goes?
Yeah, so the 404 contract takes the ERC20, which is a token, and it's strictly backed by liquidity. And then you have the 721, which is the artwork. You go to an exchange, you buy said token, and it randomly just mints you an NFT in the wallet. So if the collection has more than one piece of art, you will have that RNG that they were just talking about, where it's like gamified within the contract. And that helps where you don't need a launch pad to mint it. You mint it directly from the actual exchange.
Can I add to that? I was just going to add a little English to what he just said, because he gave a really good answer. But basically, you know, you got what a lot of people understand as NFTs being like the JPEGs, the really rare apes or whatever. And unless they demand a large price and they bring in a community, it's too much friction to go on to open market or, you know, any of the NFT marketplaces, even that we have on PulseChain. There's a lot of like, it's kind of sticky, right? And so the 404s are like an IOU, right? So you can just trade the IOU instead of going on to that extra step of the marketplaces.
Absolutely, and it takes away from dependency. And some people might not even know they actually have an NFT, and it could just trade really well as a token, right? Like, so for us, for example, we did 1,000x. We're still sitting at 100x a year from creation. So like it could really diversify you with the NFT, and you don't have to rely on the marketplace, right? What if the marketplace goes away? You won't have a place to even sell it. So
yeah. Going back to the frictionless part of it, you'd have to get another token to go on to the marketplace and buy the NFT, where now the NFT is its own token. So it just, like I said, just cuts out the friction, makes things, adds a lot of liquidity to something that was at one time very illiquid.
Removing middlemen.
I think another aspect to think about is regulatory aspects with 404s. I mean, imagine if a country stops you from using a centralized exchange, but you can sell the NFT in a marketplace domestically. That gives you an opportunity to have the best of both worlds with that flexibility.
That's a good point.
And the place where NFTs really made like a leap from artwork or collectibles is when the HSI stakes were created on Hedron, because a hex stake, at first I thought it was an NFT, but it's not. It's a specialized contract that's native and stuck to your wallet. You can't sell it, you can't move it. And so when Alex and Hedron wrapped the hex stakes and made them HSIs, that was one of the first times that you could actually move a financial instrument with the NFT. And so that was groundbreaking. And then a little bit later with Icosa and What's NFTs, that completely changed the game of putting cash value inside of an NFT besides just the collector's value.
Yeah, man, and that's huge, right? Because it's speculation without it, right? And the problem, which we're going to talk about later, but the illiquidity of it is the problem, because you could either have an NFT collection that has people that don't want to sell, so then you have no buyers, right? Or then you have people who have the collection where it's the opposite. You have no buyers. So in both cases, there's no money, there's no sales. So this is like great.
Well, it's not just monkey pictures and money in that way. It's infrastructure, it's ownership. NFTs can be membership cards, they can be identity, and it can address niche cases that were before really hard to address, like people without IDs who still need verification. If we talk passports, if we talk insurance claims.
Yeah. So it has evolved over the last few years. It's gone from, you know, like you said, monkey pictures to now their actual utility being pushed into the NFT. Well, here's something interesting that's happened. So as the NFT evolves and starts to show use case, and, you know, we've come a long way from, you know, when Richard would laugh at, you know, people buying NFTs and say, yeah, it's a picture of a monkey that may or may not be hosted on the internet at some later date, to where they are at today, where his own product, his baby Hex, is wrapped in an HSI, you know, and makes it portable. With what's happening today, what do you guys think AI's role is in shaping the NFT marketplace today? What do you think AI is going to do to this market space?
Well, AI is just a tool, right? It's simply a tool. It's not going to become sentient. It's not going to change our lives for the next 10 years to the Jetsons. Like, a lot of people think that they're just going to have AI just run everything that we don't want to run. And it's got quite a ways to get there. But basically, when you think about NFTs and memes, we've been talking about memes all day too. Memes and NFTs are just a way for a community of people to agree on something that they believe is valuable, right? And so when you bring in AI into that community aspect of it, if the community knows how to use AI, then it gives them an advantage over the other communities.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say to add on. It's like the equalizer, right? So some of these big teams, they have big money, they hire nice artists, all this stuff, but the AI kind of like equalizes the game where you could use it to make all kinds of different content for like concept development, right? So things that would take months and years, you can now cut that down and use it as a base level, and you have more stuff to work with. And that's just on the art level. I mean, with infrastructure and things like that within the code, I'm sure a lot of these devs are using AI just right there, you know, copy pasting into AI. I'm not on that part of it, but I'm sure like if artists are using it as a tool, then so are the devs.
Yeah, kind of adding on, you know, you think of NFTs and AI, like what you guys mentioned, you know, it helps for efficiency when it comes to creating let's say the JPEGs or, you know, the pictures that will be added on to the NFTs in itself. But, you know, I could see it being more so like it supercharges NFTs in a way, or AI supercharges NFTs to where a user could figure out metadata much faster. And, you know, again, it just leads up to faster scalable products. So.
Well, AI is far more than that. It has changed everyone's life at a neck-breaking pace. It's pattern recognition, it's prediction, it's analysis. When we made ChatGPT, for example, almost nobody was using it. If we talk about the user base, not the B2B aspect with like Facebook and recommendations on Amazon, right? But people couldn't understand simple input, so we had to make it like a chat box where you could just type in like you use with WhatsApp all the way back with ICQ. But AI as a prediction engine, like you mentioned, it's not truly intelligent. Say the Chinese room argument or Let's put it that way. AI is not as curious as a fork is hungry, right? But AI is incredibly good at doing what we can't, looking at word salad, looking at unformatted, infinite amounts of text, and then finding errors, reading the fine print, predicting errors before they even happen, and even coming up with solutions. There is a dark side to it as well, because it can, of course, create problems and then sell the solutions. That's human as well. And it comes up to how you create AI is fundamentally biased because it was made by humans. And we are.
Yeah, I'm excited about it because being a guy my age and my educational background, being able to formulate questions and then dig into those questions and get better and better and better answers. And the AI is training me to ask a better question, you know, and I dig that. I mean, that's it, to me, that changes the whole thing. Because when I grew up, we had an encyclopedia to get our information from. We didn't have a Google button. You know, if your family was fortunate enough to have that set of 24 books A to Z, which had a limited amount of information from the whole world, that was it. That was basically all you can actually go and research, unless you went to the library, which most inner city kids don't do so well. Now you can literally sit down in front of a device and formulate questions, and that answer is giving you more clues to the question you should be asking, and it just gets deeper and deeper. And the research that I've been able to do, the things that I'm seeing my son do with AI, I mean, it's just incredible that this has happened like literally overnight, like you said, and it is changing lives. I mean, it's definitely making my life more efficient. Just traveling and sightseeing, and you know, I just drove through Spain and Portugal. And all I had to do was look at the historical significance of this place, and boom, and I got a whole list of stuff and websites to do and businesses to go to visit and all this stuff. It was just amazing. It's really a game changer, in my opinion. I'm excited.
I thought you were going to reference the Rosetta Stone. Instead of encyclopedia, you got me.
Yeah, you mentioned the right thing. It's an incredible search engine. Using AI the right way gives you 20 IQ points, essentially. And you can use it for the most fun stuff. Been here like a day. I gave it an exact description of my location and my surroundings. I went to 45 casinos in the span of one night, used every promotional offer each casino has as a first-time user. I made about $800 risking no money and not gambling with odds, but certainty, all because I gave it the exact walking around. I walked as well. You can do the crazy stuff with it.
I'm with him tonight. Hang out. You and me.
All right, let me jump into another question. What impact does rarity and utility have on the long-term value of NFTs?
Yeah, I used to look for it.
That's a good question. So like rarity is huge, right? As a collector, you always want something that's more rare, and that's the difference from a token and an NFT. Like, it's not just based off of one number. I mean, right? Like, if you think about it, a token has no rarity, but a 404 can. But the NFT could have different traits, which makes it more expensive. So now you have the base price, but the rarity itself can make it more expensive than just any other one in the collection. And utility will make it more expensive as well, right? So if you have an NFT with no utility, it's pretty much going to go nowhere.
Of course. And to add to the point you added before with all of the knowledge, remember when we had to go for an FAQ to find like an answer and then be stuck on the phone line for 10 hours to get somebody to talk to us, right? Now, AI doesn't just know all the answers from every FAQ. It can create genuine new ones. So it can solve problems that we haven't even thought of yet. Right? That's crucial.
Thinking ahead almost.
Absolutely. Prediction.
How about this one? What role does AI play in automating smart contracts and reducing human error?
We already talked about that.
I mean, it could have both, right? I mean, this is the importance of double checking the AI, because sometimes it's incorrect. So if you're not a real dev and you're just trying to put code into AI, it could end up bad. So you need to kind of know the root level of development before you try to just use AI. You know, you got to double check it, make sure it works. And like I said, it could give you the wrong answer, but it could also speed it up. So but you do need to know what you're doing in the beginning. Like, you can't just be like a non-dev trying to use AI to make code.
It's not the AI's fault though. If you tell the AI 1 + 1 is 3, it will always refer to that as the key truth. That's the bias that we installed.
Go ahead. I got a question just for you.
Okay, I was just going to add on. I think what you said makes sense. You know, at the end of the day, you know, there's always going to be some bias associated with AI. I think that ultimately AI, again, it's a tool. So you can use AI to code, let's say for the, you know, conversation of smart contracts, but you still want to get it tested. You still want to get it audited. I mean, that's security 101, because at the end of the day, you're right. I think right now we're not as advanced in AI technology just yet to just solely rely on AI just to audit smart contracts. But in my opinion, I think maybe within the next 10 years it's possible. And the way that things are moving, it probably could be in 5 years. So
I agree. Yeah, maybe even faster than 10 for sure.
Yeah, my question was like, because I'm not a coder, so I use AI to try to understand code better. And if you put code of your own or code of someone else's onto AI, what are the chances of that information being scraped? Like how personal or sensitive kind of information would you put on AI, seeing as you understand who's looking at it on the other end?
In this aspect, AI is an umbrella term, right? Are we talking about an online engine like ChatGPT, Sloth?
Let's say just like ChatGPT specifically.
Exactly. I mean, ChatGPT was essentially trained on the internet. The biggest copyright infringement imaginable, right? There's probably just some random internet forum in China that wasn't scraped and everything else was. So, of course, it's public. This is Facebook level data stealing, essentially, right? But if you have a local engine that you properly trained and everything's isolated, then we're kind of in the same space like cold wallets with cryptocurrency, right? Never connected to the internet, never connected to anything. If done the right way, yes, completely secure. You can still hack the person though. So no matter how secure it is, if you literally tell me the private key, then it doesn't matter how hidden it is. You literally gave me your key to your house, right? Same with the engine. If the data is local and the engine is trained local and there's no connection and everything, then yeah. But the second it gets out, connected to anything, then I have a vertical of attack. And of course, I also can attack you as a person if I identify you. It's also a big aspect in the crypto industry. Sure, it's anonymous as soon as I can connect, as long as I can connect the person to the address. But once I can, we're basically, you know, Death Note.
yeah, I think that, you know, adding on as far as the security measure when it comes to coding, you'd be surprised as how many people that are novices in coding and they actually put in their API keys, for example, and they actually just throw it into ChatGPT. Yeah, chat will help you to understand what's going on in the code, but the concern is if you throw in your API keys and you're in big trouble. You might as well change that API key because now it's compromised. It's online, especially if you use Chat or Claude or any of the
other. You don't know how many millions were lost. When I worked at OpenAI, people putting it on their GitHub, forgetting to edit, get ignored. For anyone who isn't technical, that's essentially like uploading your passport to your Facebook feed. And we would literally control F and be like, yeah, this is where the money is going. Because this is like putting your credit card information online and then wondering why there's suddenly all these Pornhub subscriptions.
Yeah. Here's another question. How is AI, or how can it be used, your guys' opinion, to enhance blockchain scalability and transaction efficiency?
Okay, I guess.
Well, let's forget the tech terms for a second, make this simple, right? Think of foreman, think of a fast food restaurant, right? Think traffic congestion. It predicts rush hour, lunch rush, right? And make sure the line keeps running, keeps everyone in pace, predicts how many fryers have to run. And it's just about that efficiency. It's the prediction engine, it's the pattern recognition. You give it the data, say your restaurant data, you kind of know how many people come up or not. Maybe it also calculates the weather or some other kind of event nearby that leads to more guests and stuff like that. Same with traffic, same with scalability on any system.
Yeah, we've noticed some crazy spikes on PulseChain, right? Like it'll be like cheap as hell and run fine. And then when pump.tires hit, everything was stuck. The transactions went through the roof. And so, yeah, definitely some programming and use of AI would make it so we could use PulseChain a lot longer and keep the speed and cheapness a lot longer than what we saw with Ethereum.
I think even with what just adding on what you're saying, just like for example with PulseChain, a developer may end up building something where they use AI to track the congestion and to actually be able to predict when the next time something may happen for them to effectively use the chain and know when those spikes, like the gas spikes, happen. But I think that when it comes to even users, everyday users, I see AI helping blockchain when it comes to transacting, being able to connect your wallet to, let's say, some AI platform that would allow you to securely buy a meme coin that we know people can just create copies of the same meme coin and you don't know which one to pick on Dex Screener.
Will the world Slim Shady please stand up?
Yeah, so it's like, I think AI could definitely help with security along those measures.
Yeah, I mean, he hit it perfect earlier when he said it could be used to find like the proverbial needle in the haystack, right? So it could do all the scraping and it could definitely keep things more safe. And I was talking about it earlier where it could be a protocol where it could scrape all of the real information from these companies as far as the real websites and things like that. And as soon as you go to even try to sign in or to use an incorrect website, it won't even let you. Like the wallet won't even take it there. Like, and you know it's incorrect. So like the AI could help scrape for all the correct data.
All right, let's get back on NFTs for a quick second here. What risks should investors be aware of when entering the NFT space?
Oh man, there's a lot, right? I mean, there's platform dependency where all the NFTs are dependent on the marketplace. So if these marketplaces go down, you can't sell them. Just smart contract wise, right? There could be some kind of holes in the contract. You could lose your NFTs. Just the speculative aspect of it, right? It's like way more volatile than a token even. So there's a lot. I won't hit on all of them because I want these guys to have some points too, but that's my opinion on the matter.
I would say just adding on, I mean, what you said as far as like the liquidity risk, if it's granted, I mean, you have the 404, but let's say you just have the standard 721. Well, if there is not enough liquidity to actually make the sale, then you're in big trouble. But I also think that the utility of it, I know some individuals may want to still make NFTs that are just a simple picture here and there, but I think that we are moving along in blockchain space where it's more than just a NFT of just an image. You have to bring something with it, and I think that the risk of getting into a project and knowing that the developers didn't really think about adding on anything else that could be problematic.
Yeah, that's huge red flag right there. That's a concern for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it got to be useful, got to be regulated, got to know the team members. It's really common sense in a lot of cases. But as soon as it gets more and more technical, it's really hard to look through it if you don't know your stuff. So for people who aren't deep in the market, but for some reason have to use NFTs that aren't all that comprehensible, you might as well just have a guy that can trust as an intermediary.
Oh, all right. Well, what are the biggest limitations back to AI preventing AI and blockchain integration from reaching mainstream adoption?
It's too confusing. I mean, people barely understand how the internet works, and now we want them to trust in magic internet stuff, right? Invisible things. We got to make it simple. We got to make it in a way where they use it without even knowing. Nobody types in HTTPS. They type in YouTube. They type in Google. They use it. They have no idea how the internet works. Same with NFTs. That's why it's infrastructure. That's why it's actual stuff that we use, and it's not just a monkey JPEG.
To add to that too, it's kind of like the sentiment and the outlook on it, right? So a lot of people look down on AI, so they think if you're an AI-based NFT, then they don't respect it as much as the drawn art. So I think the market and just the overall outlook on it kind of needs to change as well.
Something, I always look at this generationally. I always look at it from a person of my age. Like I said, being in the blockchain space, there's a lot of younger people doing this. Not a lot of people my age in here. But I have a historical outlook on life that you guys don't. And when I see the fear, like Google was just AI. We just didn't name it AI. When you type something in a search engine, that's AI. And now just because it's getting better, because there's more information out there, now we have a bigger database. And that's the only reason why AI is really, getting better, is because there's more information for it to gather. There's more information for it to aggregate and conflate and turn into, answers. So really, I think they named it that. And they've scared everybody with this thing. Like it's something new. It's not anything new. It's just a better way to access the information. And like I said, the people that are out here that have been around or that are of a certain age, they have a fear of new things. They have a fear of Big Brother. We've always been told when we were kids about Big Brother and how this was going to happen and that. And here it is. We're seeing this stuff. But again, I believe that human beings are inherently good and that we want to do good things with things and make our neighbors' lives better and our own lives better. And that, I think it's the narrative of this fear tactic of AI being something terrible. And I'm not saying that it can't be used for something bad, but look, cash has been used for something bad. Google has been used for something bad. Everything can be used for something bad. But just marking it and giving it a bad name because, it's doing something that we haven't seen before, I think is really harming the project itself.
I was going to say, as far as adopting new technology or do anything, it usually comes back to your community, to your friends and your relatives, right? Someone that just showed you the first person that showed you how to download music illegally on the internet was probably a friend or a relative, right? And so it's the same thing with blockchain. We onboard people, we hold their hands, we try to answer their questions and give them all the tools to give them a hand up because we care about other people. And AI is going to be the same thing. Is if you care about someone, you might help them with their prompt. So you might tell them, hey, don't put that out there or else you're pretty much screwed, right? So I think everything comes back to human relationships. And so, yeah, even if you're watching a guy off of YouTube, that's technically your community that's walking you through something, right? That human interaction. So to answer the original question, I think it's just people caring about other people enough to share their knowledge or their expertise.
All right. Well, with misconceptions being put aside and things moving forward, what do you guys see the trends dominating the NFT AI space over the next 2 to 3 years?
Adaptive stuff like the infrastructure phase. I think membership passes that adjust themselves every time you attend the event. I think actually verified concert tickets. I mean, just mentioning Taylor Swift and everybody thinks of $10,000 tickets off the black market, right? Adaptive memberships, ownerships, but yeah, really verification that is adjusted to the user. If you think about a video game, a character that adjusts to your gameplay is possible.
And to add to that, you also could have like real world assets that tied to the NFT. And to add to the membership aspect, even right now being in casinos, what if you could trade your MGM pass for a whole different casino, right? So the rewards you would have for MGM, you could transfer those to a whole different company and get to keep all of your stuff. And you do that through an NFT. So the membership aspect, the real world things tied to NFTs, like collector's items. Let's say you want to have a Pokemon box from, 2000. Well, now you can have the NFT that locks that item away and you don't have to always physically carry the box with you. And when you're ready, you could just sell or burn the NFT and then they'll ship out your box to wherever you want it shipped.
I'm thinking, I guess I can give an example. You guys give examples. Think of the car automotive industry. You think of right now we're on onboard diagnostic 2. Think of onboard diagnostic 3, where AI is able to analyze your car's computer system to say, oh, yeah, your spark plugs, you're running too lean, or hey, you might want to do this because your catalytic converter is running out in the next 20,000 miles. And it gives you maybe a snapshot of something that is attached to an NFT that you can take to a Midas or a Firestone. I think that those, as far as that example is like, that's why I see like NFTs and AI being able to converge together, at least in the automotive industry.
I'll build on your example, and it goes quite a few steps further. Forget the complicated stuff. You could be in a random place somewhere in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam, in a factory. They have a camera pointed in the garage. You drive in, no computers other than camera, and it immediately recognizes from the sound and from the image what's wrong with the car. And then your NFT is the verification because you have no passport, no ID, and you have a mess in your paperwork. But using an NFT and AI, everything's getting fixed by a dude who doesn't even know how the car works, because now he gets a description, goes on YouTube, and mimics the steps from there.
Kind of add on another thing, I guess, to add on to cars. Think about the individuals that, like you said, they may not even know anything about their car or whatnot, but they, have to scan it and get the, the Luke error code. You can have that be much more accessible to the actual car mechanic that would know directly what's going on using AI.
And going back to what people would expect from NFTs in the future, I agree with the different use cases that are going to come out. But we've got a live NFT on our project that tracks people's behavior inside the ecosystem. So it actually updates reward points, it updates a rank inside of our game, and then we have real world swag attached to it. So when you hit certain levels, it starts off with stickers and t-shirts, but it goes all the way down to a high-end car that we're giving away, custom watches, tailored suits. Because if someone puts that much time, effort, and energy into our community, we want to recognize that. So we have that one live NFT that's pretty cool. Then we have another NFT, like going back to utility, we have another NFT that pays yield and enters you into a lottery the first 30 days. So we have a token that funds the lottery and funds the treasury, and you trade that one token for that one NFT. But then we also have different series. So the older your NFT is, the higher yield you get paid from the treasury. And it goes 33 different journeys down over 4 years. And at the very end of the whole 4 years, we destroy all tokens that haven't been used in the ecosystem forever. So we're guaranteeing scarcity, we're guaranteeing a cash value, and we're guaranteeing a way to bring an online community into the real world. And I think just doing this kind of stuff as an experiment is going to spark a lot of people's imaginations. People that are more intelligent than me, and have better shoes than I do. Like, they're going to be hearing this and going, hey, that's cool. Like, every good idea gets built upon, right?
Yeah.
And so, we just tried to take every tokenomic we could and bake it into an NFT with smart contracts. So, like I said, people are going to want a lot more from their NFTs when they say, well, I want my NFT to do what that guy's doing over there. I want a cash value, or I want something I can sell to someone that wants to let that yield keep piling up in there, like the what's the NFTs that change the game.
Well, I think that the AI space is going to make some really good people, some really good ideas, do some really good things. That's what I think it's going to bring. I'm hopeful and optimistic in the future with the future of AI. Last quick question here. What's the most important lesson, a couple minutes each, that you've learned about NFTs and or AI in your experience?
In my experience, I'll say what I've learned is that this stuff is not easy, man. Right? Like, people think it's like, they rug pulled us or something. It's like, it's so many aspects of it that just, they have to all fit right. And then you still need luck, right? And you still need the community and the push. And then people just, I don't know, it's hard. You almost feel unappreciated sometimes, it's like unappreciated, and it's a lot of work. And it's like, we're doing a lot, people, it's not as easy as it seems. It's not just a JPEG, like Richard said. So sometimes we're people, and we're putting in some real effort, and not everything's a rug. So If you bought a piece of art that went to zero, that's because you're like probably uninformed and you're just following pump and dump. So don't treat like NFTs like a crypto and buy stuff you like. So if the price goes down, guess what? You can buy more now because you like it. So you like to display the art, buy some more, you know. Appreciate your artists and support them. If the price goes down, it doesn't mean it's a rug.
Right. Yeah, the unknown unknowns are a big deal in crypto because we're doing stuff that people haven't done before. Like the alien tech that came out. Like think about like the next token that uses alien tech, how much they've learned from PTGC and King Pui and Queen Pui. Like there's only a few people on Earth that you can ask, what the hell do I do? Right? Because no one knows. Even other founders of projects, they've ran against the rocks with their ship and they're like, hey, don't go over there. Right? So the unknown unknowns are big. The other thing that I've learned is that community is really all that matters when it comes to any digital asset, whether it's a token, coin, or NFT, because money's just made up fiction. You know, human beings are the only animals that tell each other stories. And because of that, we built like civilizations, and we also done a lot of crazy stuff too. But if the four of us up here agree that something is valuable, it's valuable. So you got to start with the community first, and then lean into the technology. And then when you mess up, you call this guy.
My greatest takeaway is we're very early. I mean, we're all living in an interesting time period where we're early enough to see all this technology transpire, but not, late enough to where we really see all this advancement happen the way we, visualize it. We're all guinea pigs for this tech right now. We really are. I can see this technology really advancing very quickly, and I think that ultimately, individuals that actually partake and take part of this right now, is going to definitely, as long as they do it for good, the same way, because I do think that there's, people that are bad, that, they do very bad things too. But I think that if you're doing it for the greater good, I think ultimately they would definitely benefit heavily from this new technology.
Yeah, I've definitely had to see too many cases where regulators messed up, innocent people went to prison, and the taxpayer ended up paying exorbitant amounts, and I see it happen all the time. And the amount of paperwork and legislative battles when they change the rules that you adhere to retroactively, it's just plain cheating, except the other side has guns, a lot of guns. So you really have to pick your battles, quite literally. And when it comes to NFTs, crypto, blockchain, we're kind of all thrown in the same pot. When something goes right, it doesn't make headlines. So every scam, every date, it's always up there. So we're in bad shoes there.
Yeah, we made a movie that was a movie about decency going on in crypto. It may have looked a little funny. It may have looked a little outlandish, but we tried to make a movie that was that had an approach that wasn't biased, that wasn't a pump scheme, that wasn't a puff piece on Richard Hart or his coins or anything like that. And when we took it to the market, they told us that it wasn't salacious enough, that they wanted to see murder and sex and violence and all that kind of garbage. And this was from major streaming platforms, but we were actually told this stuff. And it was disheartening. It was just another look at the world like, wow, I really just want to see this space fail. They don't want to embrace it and see what it's really doing. But I've learned that the world may not be ready for crypto, AI, NFT prime time, and we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of advocation to do. And that's why everybody, it's cliche now that we say community. But we've got open source stuff here. This is just free for us all to go out and do what we want with it, and build as big as we want. And with that comes zero marketing, comes no budgets, comes no billboards, beautiful girls in cars eating hamburgers, all that kind of stuff doesn't come with the space. It takes the community to go out and tell the stories, all of our stories, our development stories, our trading stories, our being robbed stories, all the stuff that we've all went through. It takes that, and we've got to show that there's real people involved in this thing, and that's why we do these events. So that people get to know us, look us in the eyes, shake our hands, have a dinner with us or something, so that they can see that when we say community, there really is a community involved here. And that we're not just spouting that to pump bags or make money. We're really trying to get the word out and put a good face and give good education to something that we believe the world should be embracing versus, just trying to hide away like it's some kind of shame. And with the recent regulatory changes, and I do warn everybody about the regulatory changes. I don't want everybody to think that this is all strawberries and orgasms. This is dangerous, what's happening out there, but favorable to us. And we just have to make sure that we end up at the table and not on the table. And with that, I want to thank my panel for coming up. And all of you, I think it's going to be time for dinner soon, right? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks again to everyone for showing up. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. And if you are doing the Crypto Quest and you are missing a sticker for 9-inch or liquid loans or Discourse Syndicate, you can see me and show me your evidence. But yeah, have a wonderful rest of your evening, and we'll see you back here at 9 a.m.